مرحبا أحبتي بدرس جديد وقصة مسلية أخرى جديدة. بهذه القصة راح نتعلم هواية شغلات تخص الأطفال وتخص الكبار وتخص تعلمنا للغة الإنجليزية. القصة اسمها From Head to Toe. From Head to Toe. القصة للكاتب إريك كارل. خلينا نبدأ القصة. I'm a penguin and I turn my head. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm a giraffe and I bend my neck. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm a buffalo and I raise my shoulders. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm a monkey and I wave my arms. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm a seal and I clap my hands. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm a gorilla and I thumb my chest. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm a cat and I arch my back. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm a crocodile and I wriggle my hips. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm a camel and I bend my knees. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm a donkey and I kick my legs. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm an elephant and I stomp my foot. Can you do it? I can do it. I am I and I wiggle my toe. Can you do it? I can do it. I can do it. كانت معنا قصة بسيطة للأطفال، أتمنى حبيتوها. واللي تعلمناه إنه شلون نسأل شخص إذا يقدر يسوي شيء لو لا، فنقول له can you do it. إذا تقدر قول I can، وإذا ما تقدر قول I can't or I cannot. ربي يحفظكم. مدرب لغة وليد خالد.
أحبتي شلونكم؟ شخباركم؟ إن شاء الله تمام. إذا أنت مستوى مبتدئ وحاب تطور اللغة الإنجليزية مالتك، فأعتقد هذا أفضل وقت إلك. من راح تبدي تتدرب على اللغة الإنجليزية راح تلاحظ أنه أكو بعض النقاط اللي نحتاج نمليها، بعض الفراغات، بعض الجابس اللي عندنا باللغة اللي يحتاج لنا وقت وتدريب حتى نوصل إلى مرحلة النضوج الفكري، فهمها وإنتاجها. من خلال تدريسي للمستويات المبتدئ والمتوسط والمتقدم دائما ألاحظ نقطة ضعف عندهم باستخدام الضمائر. أكو نوعيتين أساسيات من الضمائر اللي احنا نتحدث عنهم: ضمائر التملك وصفات التملك. ضمير التملك هو الضمير الدال على أنه هذا الشخص أو هذا الشيء أو هذا المكان هو ملك إلك. فمن نيجي نتحدث على فرض نقول هذا تليفوني، فلازم نقول this is my phone. فماي phone مرات تشكل على البعض عملية نطقها وفهمها شنو معناها. تليفوني اللي ينتهي بالياء هي نفسها ماي، المخطط هذا، حتى يصير عندك فهم إلها وكيفية استخدامها. أنا إذا أتحدث عن التيشيرت مالتي فأقول my shirt is clean. طبعا ليش دا أقول is ما إلها مكان بالعربي. هذه is هي للدلالة على أنه وقت الكلام هو الآن، ليس أمس ولن يكون غدا. أنا إذا أتحدث على أنه الآن، فحتى أقول الآن لازم أكو عامل مساعد. شلون العمال اللي يجون بالمصدر كل واحد يشيل حاجة بالضبط، الجملة الإنجليزي مثل عمال المصدر كل واحد عنده مسؤولية. المسؤولية الأساسية تقع على الفعل. بقية أجزاء الجملة الفاعل والفعل المساعد والتكملة بنظام SVO اللي هو subject verb object فاعل والفعل والتكملة، هذه أساسية هاي التركيبة مالتها. فحتى ندل على أنه زمن الحدث الآن، بعد الآن، ليس أمس وليس غدا، يعني نستطيع أن نقول is. This is my shirt. My shirt is this. عندنا مجموعة من عندهم وهم ستاندرد، هذول يعتبرون قائمة مغلقة. شنو يعني قائمة مغلقة؟ لا يستثنى منهم أحد ولا يضاف لهم أحد، وبالتالي عملية حفظهم واستخدامهم راح تمكنك من التطور خطوة واحدة. فمن هذا الفيديو ممكن أنه أنت راح تتحسن خطوة واحدة إذا أنت مستوى مبتدئ. فخلينا نرجع للمخطط. Your book is new. كتابك جديد. Your book is new. لاحظ your book is new or new. His pillow is soft. His pillow is soft. Standard واحد. Her dog is small. Its bone is old. من نتحدث على its bone is old نتحدث على هذا الأس للشخص أو للشيء أو للمكان اللي ما عنده إمكانية ووعي، اللي هو مثلا قد يكون ديناصور. فدا نتحدث على أنه عظمها قديم. Our bird is noisy. Your house is big. Their car is slow. Or their car is slow. Their car is slow. Their car is slow. The car is slow. The car is slow. نرجع عليهم من البداية. My shirt is green. My shirt is green. Your book is new. His pillow is soft. Her dog is small. Its bone is old. Our bird is noisy. Your house is big. Their car is slow. الفرق باستخدام my, your, his, her, its, our, your, their، كل واحدة من هذه الضمائر تدل على شخص معين. فهنا من نتحدث عن your book كتابك، فهذه الكاف ضمير المتصل احنا عندنا بالعربي هو your book، مجرد انه تقدم قبل الاسم ولا تؤخر بعد الاسم في اللغة الإنجليزية. Her dog كلبها. Its bone عظمها لغير العاقل. Our bird للوي. We are here. We have a bird. من نقول we have a bird عندنا طير، حتى ندل على أنه هذا الطير هو ملك لنا فنقول our bird. Our bird. Your house. Your house بيتك. فإحنا من نتحدث نقول we have a house لدينا بيت، حتى ندل على أن هذا البيت هو ملك لنا فنقول our house بيتنا. فهذه النا هي our. النا هي our. النا هي our. Their car. They have a car. لديهم سيارة. هم بالإنجليزي الترجمة الحقيقية مالتها هم they have a car. سيارة. هم يملك سيارة. بالإنجليزي نقول they have a car. Their car سيارتهم. هذا باختصار ضمائر التملك اللي احنا نتحدث عنها ولازم نتعلمها حتى نستخدمها سواء بالسؤال أو نستخدمها في أماكن الحديث عن أشياء تخصنا، أو من نيجي نريد نتحدث عن كيفية السؤال. عملية السؤال بسيطة جدا، مجرد تقديم وتأخير. فحتى تصير على شكل سؤال راح نقول my shirt is green. مجرد is my shirt green. is my shirt green على فرض أنه أنت ما تعرف أنه التيشيرت مالتك green أو غير لون. is your book new. is his pillow soft. is her dog small. is its bone old. is our bird noisy. Is your house big? Is their car slow? Is their car slow? مثل ما تلاحظ هاي عملية السؤال. لكن احنا عندنا 3 أنواع من الأسئلة. أسئلة على هسه، أسئلة على الماضي، أسئلة على المستقبل. حتى نسأل على نفس النمط بس بالماضي، مثل ما لاحظنا حتى نسأل بيها على الماضي يحتاج أنه نغير فقط العامل اللي يشيل بعد الزمن. فبدل ما نقول is نقول was أو were، لأن هذول كليتهم هما بنات الفعل be. am is are was were هما بنات الفعل be. شلون احنا عندنا كان واخواتها بالانجليزي عندهم be وبناتها. فحتى نغيره بالماضي يعني نقول انه هذا التيشيرت كان اخضر. My shirt was green. تيشيرتي كان اخضر. My shirt was green. Your book was new. His pillow was soft. Her dog was small. Its bone was old. Her dog was small. Its bone was old. Our bird was noisy. كان مسببا للضجيج. Your house was big. Their car was slow. تلاحظ هنا بس هذا الفعل المساعد يعتمد على أنه الفاعل مفرد له جمع. إذا الفاعل جمع فهنا بدل ما نقول is تصير are، بدل ما نقول was تصير were. خلينا نجي نشوف الأمثلة هنا. My shirts are green. My books are new. His pillows are soft. Her dogs are small. Its bones are old. Our birds are noisy. Your houses are big. Their cars are slow. نجي نريد نتحدث على هذه المجموعة اللي هي تخصنا أو تملك، يعني إحنا نمتلكها بالماضي، فراح نغير فقط الفعل المساعد حتى ندل على أنه هذه المجموعة سواء مفرد أو جمع اللي هي تخصنا بالماضي الحدث مالتها مو هسه. يعني مثلا Our shirts were green. كانت تيشيرتاتنا خضراء. حتى نيجي نسأل فقط نغير Were our shirts green؟ أو Were my shirts green؟ هل كانت تيشيرتاتي خضراء؟ Your books were new. His pillows were soft. Her dogs were small. Its bones were old. Our birds were noisy. Your houses were big. Their cars were slow. هذا باختصار كيف نستخدم الفعل المساعد ويا ضمائر التملك. ولا تخلي هاي الأسماء، لأن بعض الناس عندهم حساسية من هذه المصطلحات القواعدية، يعني تثير حفيظتك أو تخليك تحس أنه هذا الموضوع جاف. بالعكس الموضوع سهل جدا، مجرد أنه أنت تحبه وتكون عازم على فهمه. مجرد أنه تحب تشوف المنطقية مالته مسألة منطقية جدا ما يحتاج لها تعقيدات بسيطة. هذا حد التعقيد في اللغة الإنجليزية بالنسبة للضمائر. ربي يحفظكم. مدرب لغة وليد خالد.
Undefeatable. This me a lot, and I said that they spend a lot of money on bringing that vaccine. Like other countries are fighting to have it, but we have it very easily. So these are encouraging factors that I think everybody have to consider it.
Do you think the people's perception of taking vaccine, I mean, this is not part of our topic of today. Of course, our topic is going to be listening and tackling the issue with the diagram, which is really promising since I saw the answer that you provided. However, going back to the point that I mentioned here, why do you think people always blame the government for not bringing sufficient amount of vaccines, and then when the vaccines arrive, it seems that the percentage of people who are taking the vaccine is not what is expected?
Medical education or media for educating people about these things. Like when I was at the Ministry of Health of Iraq as an employee, we had a very small department responsible for the media regarding the whole ministry, and I think there was only one doctor working there. I think it has to be an institute so they can educate the people more, and they have to to be more active in radio, more active in the media and social media and on television. They have to have their own channels, so they they have to produce the information more accurate to the people.
Okay, well, that's quite interesting. And if you are put in position, maybe this is a hypothetical answer that I'm expecting, but if you are, or if you were in a position, what sort of campaign are you going to do in order to educate people? I'll answer about what kind of campaign that you propose for people to be able to accept vaccine as not high risk kind of thing.
We should start with educating people about the vaccines related to children. Coronavirus is a temporary issue. It will happen and definitely will end later. But the more prominent problems and permanent problems, like children vaccination, like the lifestyle problems, I think the most first campaign that I will do is a campaign related to education of vaccination to the children, because children are very curable. They are rescuable. Can we say that?
You can definitely phrase that in that way. Rescuable.
And the other campaign I think will be related to the healthy lifestyle, not management, education. So because the prevention better than cure. If you prevent all that diseases that are preventable and can be avoided, then you will this will be cost effective to yourself, to your family, and even to the government.
And okay, so that's pretty much sums up the kind of campaign that you're proposing that will educate people about. But do you think that people are susceptible to this sort of campaigns? Do you think that you're going to face positive or negative kind of reaction?
I think yes, because I remember that when I was a trainee doctor at the periphery of Baghdad, we had to do some sessions or meetings. I don't know what should I call it, to the patients. So we I did a session and I talk about the breast cancer to the females and to the young mothers and young girls who attend the primary health center. They were interested, and what make me sure that they will respond positively to it is that after a few weeks, a lot of women came to me afterward, and they were asking that they said, the last week you said something about a mass will if I find it here and if I feel that. So they remember what I said, and they checked themselves, and they came after. And they were asking me about their symptoms. So they were positively reacting to my session. So yes, I think they will have. It will depend upon,
Do you think there is? Do you think that there is some sort of generation gap when it comes to those people who are older age? Do you think that they are resilient to this modernity and this sort of information campaign? or not compared to the new generation? Which one do you think is more acceptable of the vaccine, generally speaking? And of course, based on your observation.
I think from my personal experience, the older one will be more interested about the information and the education, because they are old and they have to take care about their health. So I found them like more obeyable to the they obey commands of the doctor more than the young people. Like if you say to the older people that you have to give up smoking because it will affect your heart and you're already having hypertension and something like that, they will stop. They give up smoking, but the young people will not, of course.
Well, I have a different situation, and of course, I mean, they're considering the circumstances.
Like the more like if we are educating mothers and fathers, I think they will listen to the doctors regarding the young population, because they will be scared about their children and their health, so they will obey our commands. But the most people that are easy to are the older people.
Okay, well, my case is a little bit different. Like, I've been trying to convince my dad of getting the vaccine, but he seemed very resilient or adamant. Adamant or resilient to get the vaccine. And thinking, I mean, people are really quite brainwashed by media and media outlets and whatever is
they
in
are
media.
Really excused,
And like he said that the whole conspiracy, or the whole virus conspiracy, is just something that is created by the third world, well, the advanced countries, the dominating capitalism and China, just to annihilate the whole population, and I was like, what? I mean, this virus just escaped one of the centers in China. Maybe this is what seems to me the most ideal interpretation. But regardless of that, I think the whole coronavirus, regardless of whether it has some political interpretation or explanation too, but it seems to me that there is something odd about it, and people have to just take the vaccine.
Like, I think if he were was advised by a medical personnel, he will be convinced. But because you are his son and he's used to argue with you, so he will refuse definitely.
I mean, I spent this afternoon like taking him in a tour to two of his friends, military friends. And it's funny, I was in the car, I was the driver, and I was just taking him on the tour, and then the whole alarm of the seatbelt kept peeping. So I said, Dad, can you just wear the seatbelts? And I will not wear the seatbelt. And I was like, Dad, it's gonna keep sending that annoying alarm. And he said, well, just forget about it. I'm not gonna wear the seatbelt on my dead body. So I was like, okay, sounds good. Just let it go.
No, just tell him that I will be charged. I will be.
I mean,
I have to be charged afterwards.
Yeah. Well, I doubt that they are going to charge us here, but the case is that they are very adamant. I mean, the old generation, But regardless of that, I mean, at some point, people will start accepting that as a reality and as a necessity. So they have to willy-nilly take the vaccine, or they will take the virus. So
Yeah, of course.
yeah, either this or that. Going back to our discussion here, how did you find the graph? Do you Was it like easy, challenging, as expected? Like, tell me a little bit about it.
It is much simple than better than the others.
Yeah, it is.
Because more of the information are there in front of you, and you can just collect some data from the already mentioned information in the question, and the answer is drawn in front of you. You just have to put it in words on your paper, so it's much easier.
It's definitely much easier. That's why they just put it in as a task one, and they just for some reason they just scale it up in terms of difficulty. But first of all, they start with the easier task that has relatively 150, 160 to 70 words. This is the max we can go for. But other than that, I really think this is one of the easier and easiest tasks to do. Now, what I want you to do is just to give me 5 minutes summary or rundown of how you did in the test in this graph. I think the reason I'm asking this is justifiable as I want you to be self-reflective about what you wrote and be aware of the expected kind of graphs that might pop up in the test in future. And we are working in parallel on listening and on writing, on your receptive and productive skills here. Now, the reason. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to answer the question. Yes.
Yeah, so go ahead and answer me. This is not taking any shape or any context. I'm not expecting you to say any specific details. I just want you to be self-reflected about what you wrote in that, and maybe you can log into document. I think you're already logged in, and Google has chosen the word frog for for your account for some reason. Frog. They call you frog on the Google document, the Google Drive.
Okay.
So just give me a general commentary about the bar chart and how you went about describing it.
First, you asked me to do some simulation to the answer, but I found it not logical to just write the same, because
of course
I wanted to only analyze the data. It's just in front of me, and I have to analyze the data, and only to make some comparison. I did some search about model answers, and I saw how do they connect information together, and how can we connect the sentences, using overall, using furthermore, and something like that. And after that, I looked at the chart and start to make comparisons, the major differences with the minor differences, and that's it.
Okay. Now, going back to the chart, can you just walk me through every single paragraph and what you wrote and why you wrote it? Paragraph by paragraph. I redesigned and changed the font, so we just ignore the older version.
and just we depend on the one that you do have here in the bolder font.
Yes.
If you see that.
Yeah, I can see it. So the bar chart illustrates how many people were involved in part-time jobs in different countries in the United Kingdom in the 19. So we are just like taking the information from the question. We are just but like doing some paraphrasing. Overall, there was a notable increase in the percentage in the part-time worker in 2000. Like most of the charts or most of the countries show some increase in the like percentage of the workers between the 2 years. But I mentioned that with the exception of like Northern Ireland, because the percentage was decreased. This is like a general idea about the chart. And furthermore, Wales and England both maintained a relatively high level in comparison to Scotland and the Netherlands. Like we mentioned that there were a decrease in the percentage in Netherlands, but the other two countries like England and Wales, they kept their percentage high, which is higher than the other countries. The percentage is significantly elevated in Scotland by about like what was interesting is that the Scotland, even it was lower than that, like the percentage of the workers is lower than Wales and England, but it was doubled. So this was a significant change. And so as demonstrated by chart, the percentage of part-time agents increased in England by from like in England, and after that I made comparison between England and Wales, I think.
Okay.
Yes, and that's it. This is the major change, where the major change is.
Okay, now going back to paragraph number 1, the bar chart illustrates how many people. Why did you choose the present simple here? Like when you said illustrate.
Because I'm talking right now. I'm just describing the chart.
Okay, so that's good reason here. How many people? Now, why did you choose where if you're sticking to present simple?
Because now I'm talking about like the study in the past.
Well,
so should I make
already...
it?
So the bar chart illustrates how many people were involved in part-time jobs in different countries in the United Kingdom in the year of 1980 and 2010. This sentence, is it in the past or in the present?
Like when I said the bar chart, I said this is what I say, that this I'm describing the chart.
My question.
No, it isn't both.
Oh yeah, like how can a sentence be in the past?
Yeah.
Okay, now I really love it, and I think I'm not going to say that the sentence is poorly grammatically written. No, it's perfect. I am just raising questions just to keep in mind that we just need to maybe be a little bit consistent when it comes to reporting. Either reporting in the past, saying the bar chart illustrated, which to me seems a little bit, off-putting. So either I always go for the default tense, which is present simple. So the bar chart illustrates how many people are involved. Why? Because what we are dealing with is static information. We are dealing with information that is fixed. Something happened in the past, it's a fact. So out of factuality, we're just sticking to the present simple. Involved in in part-time jobs in different countries in the United Kingdom. Now, we cannot say different countries
Zain, because United Kingdom is a combination of smaller parts.
Okay.
If you refer back in the countries that make up the United Kingdom. So the paraphrasing needs a little bit modification here. In the year of 1980 and 2010. No. Okay, that's perfect. So far, perfect. Overall, there was a noticeable increase in the. I love when you said the word noticeable here. The reason I love that you use the word noticeable here is because in our discussion we'll come across certain descriptive adjectives that we have to rely on, just for describing this sort of essays and what we have to write. So it's quite essential to learn these, to incorporate them, not just to learn them, but to incorporate them in our writing process. So going back here, the bar chart illustrates how many people were involved in part-time jobs in different countries in the United Kingdom in the year of 1980 and 2010. To be honest, I had a concern that you might say in the year of 1980 to 2010, which will indicate the duration from two, which is not the case here because we're just dealing with two separate years.
Yes.
I love when you said overall there was a noticeable increase in the percentage of the part-time workers in 2010, except for Northern Ireland. So you just need to be wary of the capitalization of certain proper nouns. Since this is a proper noun, so we just need to capitalize. Where the percentage dropped. The percentage is dropped or was dropped or dropped. Which one is correct?
If we are like then the present is dropped. The same reason as the first, like people are involved.
Okay. I'm just checking if it's grammatically correct to say where the percentage dropped. Or has dropped, or just dropped, or was dropped, or is dropped. Just keep that in mind. Furthermore, Wales and England both maintained a relatively high levels in comparison to Scotland. And again, minor tweak here, Northern Ireland. The percentage is significantly elevated. I'm not sure if we can use the word elevated here. It's just, it's not probably the best word to say, maybe. Do you see this picture that I just embedded or not? Okay, so there is gradual increase. There is, let me just magnify it a little bit so it becomes clear to the viewer. Oops, it's gone to the next page. Let's go to the next page. Okay, so there is increase. For the word increase, we can say rise, go up, uplift, rocketed, climbed. So we can use the word rocketed maybe. And then this is the slope. So if it goes up, we have to say climbed gradually or slowly, and we use these adverbs to describe it, and we add such a depiction of it. And then slumped, it just went down suddenly or plummeted. and then there's increased sharply or dramatically, and then stabilized and then dropped. So for each section of the line and how it looks, there's certain expressions that we might go by and use to describe this sort of charts. Then going down, as demonstrated by the chart, the percentage of part-time agents. Why do you say agents?
I don't want to use like people or workers again.
Because the word agent, I'm not sure if it is mentioned. If it is mentioned,
Like,
it's okay.
it has the same meaning of worker.
No, it does not. I mean, in this context, no. Increased in England from 25% in 1980 to more than, maybe here, to dramatically more than 30% in 2010. While the raising percentage, you
Yes.
mean the rising percent?
Yes, like that.
raising يعني رفع. Rising.
Yes.
Percentage in Wales is significant. Now here, what we are dealing with is word choice, and we call it lexical diversity. So these are two criteria that will just set the alarm on in the mind of the evaluators. And Wales is significant in comparison to England. However, don't you notice that the sentence is relatively long, like as demonstrated, this whole is one sentence. So we just need to amputate this the sentence here and say, however.
We are trying to make it 150. I have to stretch the sentence.
You are doing great, an awesome job. I just want you to minimize the number of words per sentence. It was still the country with the highest levels. I suggest for like these words, you can say with strikingly highest level. It just gives a better impact on the reader.
Okay.
Say strikingly,
Yes.
and also for vocabulary diversity or lexical diversity, you're going to get a mark up for that. So strikingly, maybe you just added a better description here.
Okay.
Of part-time workers. On the other hand, again, this is not a big deal, minor tweak. Ireland is the only country where the percentage declined from 15% in 1980 to instead of saying around, which is less formal, more informal, we can use words like
approximately. Yes.
Approximately is just indicating better vocabulary mastery here. When it comes to evaluating you on that sort of cases. And I think it seems like I would definitely give you a very higher mark, like compared to the responses maybe that we have in the other essay, which is the longer version of it. Now, this is the next task, and we can just talk a little bit about it. And for our upcoming task, the diagram below shows the recycling process, and this is relatively easier than the one that I assigned you with bar charts, but we are just hovering over a variety of charts here. The diagram below shows the recycling process of aluminum cans. Summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and make comparisons where relevant. Now, going to the bar chart, this is the aluminum recycling, and then you can say used cans collection, and then cleaning, sorting, shredding, and compressing, heating and melting, and rolling 2.5 to 6 thick, recycling, and blah, blah, blah. Going back again for one starting in the beginning. Now, as a modal answer, we can have a look here at this modal answer. The diagram illustrates how aluminum cans are recycled. First, the cans need to be taken to special collection centers instead of being thrown away.
So where is the number one?
Say it again.
Where is number one step?
First, the cans need to be taken to special collection centers. So probably this is where cleaning, sorting, and shredding and compressing. That's where it starts. And then it goes back again to used cans, throwing them away, and then using them. So here, first, the cans need to be taken to special collection centers instead of being thrown away. Now look at how he uses being thrown away. This is present, simple, with the normal refuse. The cans are collected. See, the cans are collected, present simple, from here and taken to a factory where they are first sorted and then cleaned. Now, cleaned is not past, it's passive.
Yes.
They are first sorted. They are sorted and cleaned. Next, the cans are shredded and crushed in a special machine. The metal is then heated to high enough temperature. So he's using high enough to allow the aluminum to melt. I like the word melt here because he's quite smartly using it. It is then rolled out flat to a thickness of about 2.5 millimeters and 6 millimeters, depending on what it's going to be used for. So he's adding depending on what they are being used for. The aluminum is now ready to be recycled into new packaging, such as drink cleaners. Look, the sentence is relatively short. Like here, the sentence is short. So he's maintaining very short sentences. Look at the next one, the sentence is short. At the last one, the sentence is relatively short. Yes. The cans can be, okay? So what I want you probably to do in this task is, first of all, maintain short sentences when you write. Second, maybe add depiction and description using adjectives and adverbs. Here, maintain consistency with tense use here. So if you look here back, all of the paragraph is written only in present simple, from the beginning to the end. Like from this point to the end, it's purely using present simple. So you see here, the diagram illustrates, then the cans need to be taken to special collection centers instead of being thrown away. The cans are collected. Again, that present simple from her. So it's easy, very short to the point. See, all of that is very short sentence. Then the metal is then heated. Now, I like the logical sequence, which is something you should bear in mind. Metal
is then heated to a high enough temperature
Mm.
to allow the aluminum to whatever they second here. I'm just using that kind of this linking and description words that I will add for that kind of purpose.
Mhm.
I'll just add them. By the way, this is my favorite part, honestly, when it comes to talking, because this you can easily get a full mark on this particular task, better than the older the other one, which is kind of harsher and a little bit more
Yeah.
difficult than
Yeah, it's
the.
directed forward, yes.
Say it again.
It's directed forward, like all the information are
It's very
mentioned.
straight. It's very straightforward. Very, very straightforward. I'm just changing the font, making it smaller, so you can have a look at it. So look at possible adjectives that we can use here: gradual, moderate, modest, sharp, and dramatic, slight, steep, steady, significant, considerable, and rapid. My favorite one is considerable. For some reason. Possible nouns: variation, decline, decrease, dip, drop, fall, peak, fluctuation اللي هو يعني fluctuating, growth,
Yes, I know it, but I don't know it in Arabic.
يعني مضطرب, growth, increase, rise, slump, and then noun and verb and phrases such as the price of oil rose gradually. This is the word, like here, for example. Instead of saying the price of oil rose, you can say gradually the price of oil rose. Adverbs أكثر جزء متحول بالجملة هو adverbs. It's quite easily used in any place in the sentence. The price of oil has risen dramatically. Rise, jump, grow, climb, increase, rocket. هذه على أفعال. And then possible adverbs: gradually, moderately, modestly, sharply, dramatically, slightly. I would say choose them wisely. Don't overuse them.
Yes. Okay.
And
you made me remember something by the word fluctuation. Like when you study in English, like your study is in English only, purely in English, you will be familiar with the words, but you don't know what is it in Arabic. So when my sister or others ask me to translate for them, I just don't know what does it mean in Arabic.
Well,
I start to act to them like I don't know what is the exact meaning.
Quite interesting thing that you just raised here. This comes to cognitive science and psycholinguistics, or neurolinguistics, علم اللغة العصبي. In neurolinguistics, we study the anatomy of the mind of a human being. And what you said is quite important. It's to the core. It's one of the major points of discussion of cognitive science. Why? Because they posit the question: are the words connected, like Arabic and English, are they connected in a sequential order in the brain nerves, or they are clusters? Or do we have any kind of preference where the word you retrieve from your memory is located different in different locations? Because why are you remembering the word in English and not the word in Arabic? Is it because the memory is struggling to retrieve it from an older file or in another location, or what's the issue? So they posit so many hypotheses on that and theories, like
Why is this happening? Are words
some
saved in the mind?
yes.
Are they saved in clusters, or are they saved in terms of priority, or are they saved in different locations in the brain? It's really tricky thing to be addressed, but it's really smart, you just raised that kind of point here.
I read an article that said that like the multi-language speaker individuals have highly developed brains and cortex or cortices, because they when they want to describe things, they will take a moment and they will choose between, like in our case, Arabic and English. So they will their mind will always work to take the more the word with more like deep meaning. Have you get me?
Yeah.
So they're
Quite interesting. Okay, so on this point, I want you to I want you to do two tasks here. First of all, this is just a simulation, and the third attempt, I'm not going to give you a model answer. I just want you to write independently without model answers or without referring to any models from the internet. Just rely solely on yourself and just time yourself in 20 minutes, because you only have 20 minutes to finalize this, plus 40 minutes, ultimately 60 minutes. So for this task, I want you to do another simulation describing the process here of recycling. Write the task down here, and then I want you to provide me with another answer to the IELTS listening. I will send you the listening task in Skype, so you can check it out and do it anytime you like this week. We still need to work harder, actually. That's why I said we need to talk about IELTS listening here.
When I did, I redid the task on like internet, like on the page. I took 6.5 because I did take the same answers. I don't know what was the problem. Maybe when I transferred the answers, I had letters or something like that.
5.5 to 6 is only 1 to 2 answers different. So I'm not investing in 5.5. You should never take 5.5 anymore. So 6 and above is okay for now, but 5.5, big no. I think the safest thing to be said here is that never get any score of less than 29 and you are on safe side. But we are just greedy. We are, expecting better results, by the consecutive takes of the IELTS. And I hope I can just push you one step forward or one answer forward, because that makes difference. Yeah. And I mean, in terms of the answers, in terms of the quality of tests, the tests that you're taking. But we have to agree that some tests vary in terms of content. And once the variation in terms of content appear, there is variation in terms of answers and results, ultimately speaking.
Okay.
Sounds good. I'll send you the task IELTS listening. I think I'm a little bit flexible with IELTS listening, but for this task, you have a deadline of 2 to 3 days maximum, so you can finalize it. If you can finalize it sooner, we can discuss it and then find any issues with it. But just keep in mind the key 4 points that I have mentioned here. Maintain short sentences when you are writing. And add depiction and description using adjectives. Maintain consistency with tense use and refer to this linking and description words.
Okay. You said you will give me another one with no model answer. I cannot find it.
I haven't given
that one to you until you finalize
Okay.
this one. I do not want to
Okay.
soon you with so many tasks, actually.
Okay.
Are we good?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, well, stay in touch, and inshallah, we'll meet another time this week to discuss the answers.
Okay, inshallah. Thank you.
Great.
Have a good night.
Have a wonderful and awesome night. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Greetings, everybody. Welcome back in another entertaining and interesting video. When it comes to learning the common expressions, idiomatic expressions, phrasal verbs, collocations, metaphor, sayings, and all kind of proverbs in English, these are the kind of currency that is quite common in English, and we need to learn them in stacks, in collection, in groups. It doesn't make sense to learn one expression a day. We just need to understand the anatomy and the distribution and how they use these kind of expressions. We need to understand how they use these expressions in common conversation in English, not to produce them solely, but to be able to understand and synthesize them when they are said. So for today, we have this list of expressions we'll go through, and hopefully they're going to be very entertaining, and I assure you, they are some of the most common expressions in English. The first expression is better late than never. Better late than never أن تكون متأخرا في حضورك أفضل من أن لا تأتي نهائيا. Better late than never. We have so many occasions for this particular expression. For example, Muhammad just failed to come in time. He came late. Better late than never. It is better to arrive late than to never arrive. And it can be said by itself. That means the expression can be said by itself. To bite the bullet. We often hear this expression so commonly in media and news, to bite the bullet. To bite the bullet is to undergo some kind of things that are inevitable, that will consequentially happen to you, and to accept any kind of consequences out there. So we need to bite the bullet and do the project. He bit the bullet and accepted his final results. Break a leg is a very common expression for people who are just kickstarting or off to start a new project. So we say break a leg, which means good luck. So if you hear this expression, it just means good luck, but not to break somebody's leg. When I was back in the United States, I used to hear the word, let's call it a day. Let's call it a day. And let's call it a day means let's stop working for today and just move our projects to the next day. So it's not to cancel something, but just to postpone it to the next day. Let's call it a day. Let's finish our work for tonight or for this day and then just move to the next day. To cut somebody some slack is to stop criticizing somebody so much. For example, you hear one of your friends talking about Jack and you tell your friend, just cut him some slack. That means just stop criticizing him. Just cut him some slack. Cutting corners is a very common expression in English, and it just means to do something in a poor way or poorly just because you want to finish work. Or in Iraqi Arabic we say شغل الشربت, which means that he's not doing his work properly. He's just cutting corners. He's just trimming corners. He's cutting corners. He's not doing his work. Easy does it. Easy does it, as it means to slow down when you're doing something. Easy does it. You notice or you observe one of your friends doing something very fast, so you say, easy does it. To get out of hand. To get out of hand. Remember, it's not to get out of the hand unless you're specifically referring to somebody, saying the whole situation got out of the Prime Minister's hand. But you have to be very specific with the phrasing of the expression by saying got out of hand. The whole situation of COVID-19 in Iraq just got out of hand because of people's carelessness. To get something out of your system, let's imagine that your body or your psyche or your mentality or your mind is a combination of systems that work in unity, and there's some kind of pressing thing on you, and you just need to get it out of the system. So that's pretty much the meaning of getting something out of your system, which means to get rid of it because it's not wanted and it's not likable and it's just causing you lots of pain. For example, this is a situation where Jack talks about sort of demonstrations, and he says 90% of people who just went out for demonstrations are students. So we kind of take this with a grain of salt and we say, are you sure? So my friend approaches me and says, give him the benefit of the doubt. That means just trust him on what he is saying right now. These are very common expressions. One way you can internalize them and understand them is to go to a website called Youglish, and from this website you will notice that lots of people actually using these expressions. So what you need to do is just to write this expression in the search bar and notice 7 to 10 to 20 people saying this expression. They are very common expressions, and notice how they say them. Repeat these kind of expressions so many times, like let's say 50 times for each one of these expressions, to the point that you understand how they function and how they are used and incorporated in the English sentences. And that's how you're going to be able to use them in your daily English. Have a blessed day and see you soon inshallah. مدرب اللغة وليد خالد. Good morning or good afternoon. الحقيقة هواية ما يعرف أنه خاصة من المستوى المبتدئ أنه هناك نوعيتين من الأسئلة أساسية في اللغة الإنجليزية عن الأفعال. فمرات واحد الشخص تشكل عليه what do you play لو do you play ويا هي الصح، هم اثنينهم صح. الفرق أنه إذا تريد تسأل do you read do you play، الجواب راح يكون يا أما yes I read or no I don't read، يعني أما أني ألعب أو أني ما ألعب. بهذه الحالة أني دا أخيرك بين يعني شيئين، في حين إذا نسأل what do you play، هنا أنا ما أعرف أنت شنو تلعب تحديدا. what do you speak، أنا ما أعرف أنت شنو دا تتحدث. what do you read، ما أعرف أنت شنو تقرأ. فهنا راح يكون السؤال استفهامي متخيري، يعني راح أقول what do you play on your computer، شنو يعني ما نوعية ماذا تلعب في على حاسبتك. أقدر أقول do you play on your computer، راح تجاوبني yes I play on my computer or I don't play on my computer no I don't play on my computer. بس أنا أقدر أسأل what do you play where do you play on your computer، لأن المعنى راح يتغير إلى أين، في أي مكان. when do you play on your computer، متى. who do you play on your computer with، مع من تلعب. لكن أقدر أحذف الوات أو WH ويصير السؤال تخييري، أنت تحب تلعب على الحاسبة لو لا. I play games on my computer. where do you meet your friends، I meet them or I meet my friends at the bus stop. أقدر أقول do you meet your friends at the bus stop، فيقول yes I do meet my friends. هنا راح يكون تأكيدي أو نفي للفكرة فقط.
واحد من أبجديات اللغة الإنجليزية هو التعرف على الزمن الآني أو المضارع. في الزمن المضارع نتحدث عن 3 مسائل أساسية: الشيء الذي يحدث، ونفي الشيء الذي يحدث، والسؤال عن الشيء الذي يحدث بالنسبة لنا كمتحدثين. فمثلا أقول أنا أذهب إلى الفراش مبكرا، ففي الجانب الإيجابي أقول I go to bed early. I go to bed early. You go to bed early. We go to bed early. They go to bed early. هذا في حالة الإثبات. لكن في بعض الأحيان نضطر إلى أن نتحدث عن هو وهي وإت في يعني مسائل أخرى، أو نتحدث عن جيمس مثلا هو شخص، فنقول he goes to bed early، فنضيف s. she goes to bed early حتى أدل على بعد الحدث، لأن إذا أقول هو نام فهذا حدث في الماضي، إذا أقول هو ينام فأنا أتحدث عن الآن. ف she goes to bed early, it goes to bed early, and James goes to bed early. في حالة نفي هذا الحدث نقول I don't go to bed early. لاحظ كلمة negative يعني منفي. You don't go to bed early. We don't go to bed early وهي مسألة نسقية. They don't go to bed early. في حالة الحديث عن نفي الشيء على الأشخاص فنقول هو لا يذهب إلى البيت مبكرا. James doesn't go to bed early. أو جميلة doesn't go to bed early. Or it لأي شيء غير عاقل doesn't go to bed early. كيف نسأل؟ سؤال بسيط جدا، فقط يعني تفكر في الموضوع على أنه هناك 3 صناديق. الصندوق الأول للفاعل، والصندوق الثاني للفعل المساعد، والصندوق الثالث للفاعل الرئيسي. هنا نقول نأخذ الصندوق الثاني ونضعه بدل الصندوق الأول، فبدل ما أقول they go to bed early لازم أستخدم الفعل do للسؤال. Do I go to bed early؟ هل أنا أذهب إلى البيت مبكرا؟ Do you go to bed early؟ Do we go to bed early؟ Do they go to bed early؟ على أي فعل في اللغة الإنجليزية نسأل باستخدام الفعل المساعد do. How do you do؟ هذه how do you do؟ Do you do your homework؟ تلاحظ على أي action أو على أي فعل أستخدم الفعل do. بالنسبة إلى he and she فهي واردة استخدام does، فنقول does he go to bed early؟ هل هو يذهب إلى الفراش؟ Does she go to bed early؟ Does it go to bed early؟ لاحظ في هذه الحالة ما راح نقول does she goes to bed early، ولكن نقول does she go to bed early، وكأنما do تمتص الأس من goes فتصبح does she go to bed early. هذا باختصار present simple. خلينا نحول على كيفية السؤال في اللغة الإنجليزية. Good morning or good afternoon. Today we are going to talk about WH questions or question words. There are 2 main types of questions in English: yes and no questions and WH questions. WH questions are questions starting with WH words, including what, when, where, who, whom, which, whose, why, and how. And these are commonly known as WH words. Question words are used to ask about specific qualities, time, places, people, and so on. So let's check out some of the common examples. For what? We use it to ask about things. What are you doing? What do you think about the movie? When is used to ask about time. When will the meeting start? When are you leaving? Where is used to commonly ask about places. Where is my bag? Where do you live? Who is used to ask about people. Who do you love the most in your family? Who told you about this story? Whom is very rare in spoken English, according to my knowledge. And it's used to talk about people, object of verbs. For example, whom did you see in the morning? Or who did you see in the morning? I saw Mr. Mark, my English teacher. Whom was Jim talking to? He was talking to Jack, his new roommate. Which is used to ask about choices. خيارين. Which one do you choose? The left or right? Of all the drinks in the menu, which one would you like? Whose is used to ask about possession. Whose pencil is this? Is it yours? Whose books are these? Why is used to ask about reasons, causes. Why did it happen? I didn't understand. Why is he crying? How is used to ask about manners and process. How can you explain this problem? Please tell us. How can you get here? To form the normal question, we have to use auxiliary verbs that are helping verbs, not the main verbs. We have common auxiliary verbs that include be and do and have. Others are will, shall, would, can, could, must, should, may, and might, etc. But we'll just check out some examples here. What do you do for a living? Why should we read books? When is she coming? Sometimes we ask that without any auxiliary, when WH words replace subjects already. For example, what happened to Peter? A bad accident happened to his leg today. Who won the game? Theo won the game. Who gave you this present? My cousin gave me this present. How do we respond to WH questions? What is it? It's a table. What color is your dress? It's purple. What is your mom doing? She's cooking in the kitchen. What do you think about the party? Well, it's fun. I like the music best. What will happen if our team loses the time? We'll be out of the game. Sometimes we use when, like, when will the train arrive? The train will arrive in 30 minutes. When does she get up? She gets up at 6 a.m. When did the party end? It ended before 8 p.m. When are you going to visit James? I am going to see him tomorrow. Where is usually to ask about places. Where do you live? I live in Washington, D.C. Where are you going? I'm going to the zoo. Where's the coffee bar? It's between the supermarket and the cinema. Where did you leave my jacket? I left it in my bedroom. Where have you been? I've been in the library reading books. Who is to ask about the person. Who's this? She's my new roommate. Who wants to be a scientist in the future? My sister does, but I don't. Who would you like to travel with? I'd like to travel with my best friend, Kim. Who told you that secret? Jenny did. She told me everything. Who do you like the most in this class? I like Henry. He's so friendly. Whom has a certain shape. For example, whom should we talk to? We should talk to the principal. She's responsible for students' issues. Whom did you see yesterday? I saw Kevin and his girlfriend. Whom would you like to interview? I would like to interview Mr. Patrick, the director. Whom do we have to contact? We have to contact the representative of that company. Whom did you meet in front of the building last week? That was Annie, my secretary. Whom do you know in this class? I only know Danny. Whom are you going to invite? I'm going to invite all of my classmates. With whom do you agree? I agree with Henry's team. Which shirt do you like? I like the one with the big yellow star on it. Which color do you choose? I choose red. Which part do you like the most in this story? I love the second part when the prince came and proposed to the princess. Which is the longest river in the world? It's the Nile. Which one is yours? Mine is the biggest one. Whose jacket is this? It's my mom's. Whose birthday is today? It's Jenny's. Whose pencil is on the floor? It's mine. Or that's mine. Whose team is better? Will's team is much better. Why? Why don't we visit him now? It's a good idea. Why did you leave so early? Because I didn't enjoy the party. Why do you think that he loves you? Because he's given me lots of chocolate on Valentine's Day. Why do people celebrate Thanksgiving? Because it's a special day. Why can't I go to the cinema now? Because you haven't done your homework. Why are you so late? Sorry, teacher, I missed the bus. How's the weather? It's sunny and hot. How do you feel? I feel so much better now. How did you know him? We were old friends. How's your new job? It's interesting. I enjoy it. How often do you go to the movie theater? I sometimes go there. I'm quite busy. How far is it from your house to school? Not too far. I walk to school every day. How much did it cost? It cost $4. How many people are there in your class? There are 30 of them. How come you lost the game? I couldn't answer the first question well enough. هذه كان تدريب على مجموعة من الأسئلة اللي تتعلق ب WH questions in English. أتمنى كانت مفيدة لكم. مجرد راجعها راح الدرس يكون معاد أكثر من مرة حتى تتمكن من سهولة في نطق هذه الجمل تتعود عليها. مدرب لغة.
Greetings, everybody. Where is your vision coming from? It is coming from the fact that you see yourself very successful person in future. If you want to reach and achieve the goals that you set for yourself, you need to work hard. In order to work hard, you need to do some planning. Don't just assume that things will come easy. All things become easy after they are difficult. You need to go through so many challenges in your life. If you want to learn English, it's not an easy journey. But it is minor changes that you do to yourself to become an influential English learner. This amount of changes that you make will determine whether you are going to be successful in your language learning or not. You need to do some planning. For your planning, you need to have a vision. And the vision should be written down on a piece of paper. On this piece of paper, you need to determine your top priorities. List 10 top priorities that you see yourself doing in the upcoming 2 to 3 years. Out of the 10, choose the most important and immediate 3. Out of the 3 ones that you chose, determine which one you can do today. Start with that one, whether that's number 1 or 4 or 7 or 9 or 10. Highlight it. Take it out to another piece of paper and write it on that piece of paper. From that piece of paper, you can hang it on the wall and then keep looking at it every single day, starting from that day. I assure you, by the end of this week, you would have accomplished a major step forward in your progress of language learning. Have a wonderful day. Tiny creatures. Papa and George are helping Grandpa Pig pick vegetables. Grandpa hands Papa a lettuce. Papa can see something sitting on the lettuce. That's a horrible monster, she snorts. That's just a little snail, says Grandpa. Monster, says George. George likes the snail. Suddenly the snail disappears. Where is he gone? Asks Peppa. He's hiding in his shell, explains Grandpa. Grandpa, George and I want to be snails, says Peppa. Well, says Grandpa, these baskets can be your shells. I'm going to eat up old Grandpa Pig's lettuce, laughs Peppa. Keep off my lovely lettuce, and you cheeky snails, calls Grandpa. And when Grandpa Pig shouts at me, giggles Peppa, I'll hide inside my little house. Monster, says George. Here are Peppa and George's friends. Can we be snails too? They ask. Well, says Grandpa, you could be something else exciting from the garden. What's that buzzing sound? Asks Peppa. It's coming from that little house, says Susie. It's a bee house, explains Grandpa. It's called a hive. The bees collect nectar from the flower and then fly to the hive to make it into honey. I like honey, says Peppa. Let's pretend to be bees. Buzz, 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 ha ha ha. What's busy bees? Laughs Grandpa. Granny Pig has been baking bread. Would you busy bees like some toast? She asks. Yes, please, says Peppa and her friends, with lots of honey. I like being a bee because they eat lots of lovely honey, says Susie. I like being a snail, snorts Peppa, because they eat all Grandpa's vegetables. كان معكم مدرب لغة وليد خالد في قصة قصيرة للأطفال والكبار. ربي يحفظكم.
In the light of the moon, a little egg lay on a leaf. One Sunday morning, the warm sun came up and pop! Out of the egg came a tiny and very hungry caterpillar. He started to look for some food. On Monday, he ate through one apple, but he was still hungry. On Tuesday, he ate through 2 pears, but he was still hungry. On Wednesday, he ate through 3 plums, but he was still hungry. On Thursday, he ate through 4 strawberries, but he was still hungry. On Friday, he ate through 5 oranges, but he was still hungry. On Saturday, he ate through 1 piece of chocolate cake, 1 ice cream cone, 1 pickle, 1 slice of Swiss cheese, 1 slice of salami, 1 lollipop, 1 piece of cherry pie, 1 sausage, 1 cupcake, and 1 slice of watermelon. That night, he had a stomachache. The next day was Sunday again. The caterpillar ate through 1 nice green leaf, and after that, he felt much better. Now he wasn't hungry anymore, and he wasn't a little caterpillar anymore. He was a big, fat caterpillar. He built a small house, called a cocoon, around himself. He stayed inside for more than 2 weeks. Then he nibbled a hole in the cocoon, pushed his way out, and he was a beautiful butterfly.
واحد من أبجديات اللغة الإنجليزية هو التعرف على الزمن الآني أو المضارع. في الزمن المضارع نتحدث عن 3 مسائل أساسية: الشيء الذي يحدث، ونفي الشيء الذي يحدث، والسؤال عن الشيء الذي يحدث بالنسبة لنا كمتحدثين. فمثلا أقول أنا أذهب إلى الفراش مبكرا، ففي الجانب الإيجابي أقول I go to bed early. I go to bed early. You go to bed early. We go to bed early. They go to bed early. هذا في حالة الإثبات. لكن في بعض الأحيان نضطر إلى أن نتحدث عن هو وهي وإت في يعني مسائل أخرى، أو نتحدث عن جيمس مثلا هو شخص، فنقول he goes to bed early، فنضيف s. she goes to bed early حتى أدل على بعد الحدث، لأن إذا أقول هو نام فهذا حدث في الماضي، إذا أقول هو ينام فأنا أتحدث عن الآن. ف she goes to bed early, it goes to bed early, and James goes to bed early. في حالة نفي هذا الحدث نقول I don't go to bed early. لاحظ كلمة negative يعني منفي. You don't go to bed early. We don't go to bed early وهي مسألة نسقية. They don't go to bed early. في حالة الحديث عن نفي الشيء على الأشخاص فنقول هو لا يذهب إلى البيت مبكرا. James doesn't go to bed early. أو جميلة doesn't go to bed early. Or it لأي شيء غير عاقل doesn't go to bed early. كيف نسأل؟ سؤال بسيط جدا، فقط يعني تفكر في الموضوع على أنه هناك 3 صناديق: الصندوق الأول للفاعل، والصندوق الثاني للفعل المساعد، والصندوق الثالث للفاعل الرئيسي. هنا نقول نأخذ الصندوق الثاني ونضعه بدل الصندوق الأول، فبدل ما أقول they go to bed early لازم أستخدم الفعل do للسؤال. Do I go to bed early؟ هل أنا أذهب إلى البيت مبكرا؟ Do you go to bed early؟ Do we go to bed early؟ Do they go to bed early؟ على أي فعل في اللغة الإنجليزية نسأل باستخدام الفعل المساعد do. How do you do؟ هذه how do you do؟ do you do your homework. تلاحظ على أي action أو على أي فعل أستخدم الفعل do. بالنسبة إلى he and she فهي واردة استخدام does. فنقول does he go to bed early؟ هل هو يذهب إلى الفراش؟ does she go to bed early؟ does it go to bed early؟ لاحظ في هذه الحالة ما راح نقول does she goes to bed early، ولكن نقول does she go to bed early. وكأنما do تمتص الأس من goes فتصبح does she go to bed early. هذا باختصار present simple. خلينا نحول على كيفية السؤال في اللغة الإنجليزية.
Good morning or good afternoon. Today we are going to talk about WH questions or question words. There are two main types of questions in English: yes and no questions and WH questions. WH questions are questions starting with WH words, including what, when, where, who, whom, which, whose, why, and how. And these are commonly known as WH words. Question words are used to ask about specific qualities, time, places, people, and so on. So let's check out some of the common examples. For what? We use it to ask about things. What are you doing? What do you think about the movie? When is used to ask about time. When will the meeting start? When are you leaving? Where is used to commonly ask about places. Where is my bag? Where do you live? Who is used to ask about people. Who do you love the most in your family? Who told you about this story? Whom is very rare in spoken English, according to my knowledge, and it's used to talk about people, object of verbs. For example, whom did you see in the morning? Or who did you see in the morning? I saw Mr. Mark, my English teacher. Whom was Jim talking to? He was talking to Jack, his new roommate. Which is used to ask about choices. خيارين. Which one do you choose? The left or right? Of all the drinks in the menu, which one would you like? Whose is used to ask about possession. Whose pencil is this? Is it yours? Whose books are these? Why is used to ask about reasons, causes. Why did it happen? I didn't understand. Why is he crying? How is used to ask about manners and process. How can you explain this problem? Please tell us. How can you get here? To form the normal question, we have to use auxiliary verbs that are helping verbs, not the main verbs. We have common auxiliary verbs that include be and do and have. Others are will, shall, would, can, could, must, should, may, and might, etc. But we'll just check out some examples here. What do you do for a living? Why should we read books? When is she coming? Sometimes we ask that without any auxiliary, when WH words replace subjects already. For example, what happened to Peter? a bad accident happened to his leg today. Who won the game? Theo won the game. Who gave you this present? My cousin gave me this present. How do we respond to double-H questions? What is it? It's a table. What color is your dress? It's purple. What is your mom doing? She's cooking in the kitchen. What do you think about the party? Well, it's fun. I like the music best. What will happen if our team loses the time? We'll be out of the game. Sometimes we use when, like, when will the train arrive? The train will arrive in 30 minutes. When does she get up? She gets up at 6 a.m. When did the party end? It ended before 8 p.m. When are you going to visit James? I am going to see him tomorrow. Where is usually to ask about places. Where do you live? I live in Washington, D.C. Where are you going? I'm going to the zoo. Where's the coffee bar? It's between the supermarket and the cinema. Where did you leave my jacket? I left it in my bedroom. Where have you been? I've been in the library reading books. Who is to ask about the person. Who's this? She's my new roommate. Who wants to be a scientist in the future? My sister does, but I don't. Who would you like to travel with? I'd like to travel with my best friend, Kim. Who told you that secret? Jenny did. She told me everything. Who do you like the most in this class? I like Henry. He's so friendly. Whom has a certain shape. For example, whom should we talk to? We should talk to the principal. She's responsible for students' issues. Whom did you see yesterday? I saw Kevin and his girlfriend. Whom would you like to interview? I would like to interview Mr. Patrick, the director. Whom do we have to contact? We have to contact the representative of that company. Whom did you meet in front of the building last week? That was Annie, my secretary. Whom do you know in this class? I only know Danny. Whom are you going to invite? I'm going to invite all of my classmates. With whom do you agree? I agree with Henry's team. Which shirt do you like? I like the one with the big yellow star on it. Which color do you choose? I choose red. Which part do you like the most in this story? I love the second part when the prince came and proposed to the princess. Which is the longest river in the world? It's the Nile. Which one is yours? Mine is the biggest one. Whose jacket is this? It's my mom's. Whose birthday is today? It's Jenny's. Whose pencil is on the floor? It's mine. Or that's mine. Whose team is better? Will's team is much better. Why? Why don't we visit him now? It's a good idea. Why did you leave so early? Because I didn't enjoy the party. Why do you think that he loves you? Because he's given me lots of chocolate on Valentine's Day. Why do people celebrate Thanksgiving? Because it's a special day. Why can't I go to the cinema now? Because you haven't done your homework. Why are you so late? Sorry, teacher, I missed the bus. How's the weather? It's sunny and hot. How do you feel? I feel so much better now. How did you know him? We were old friends. How's your new job? It's interesting. I enjoy it. How often do you go to the movie theater? I sometimes go there. I'm quite busy. How far is it from your house to school? Not too far. I walk to school every day. How much did it cost? It cost $4. How many people are there in your class? There are 30 of them. How come you lost the game? I couldn't answer the first question well enough. هذه كان تدريب على مجموعة من الأسئلة اللي تتعلق ب WH questions in English. أتمنى كانت مفيدة لكم. مجرد راجعها راح الدرس يكون معاد أكثر من مرة حتى تتمكن من سهولة في نطق هذه الجمل تتعود عليها. مدرب لغة. مرحبا بكم أحبتي بدرس جديد. في هذا الدرس راح نتناقش ونتعرف على أهم 20 فعل مركب في اللغة الإنجليزية. الأفعال المركبة تكون شائعة جدا في المحادثة، لهذا احنا نعطيها كثير من الأهمية، وهي شائعة لدرجة كبيرة جدا بحيث حتى تدل على أنه أنت تجيد اللغة الإنجليزية لازم تجيد هذه الأفعال المركبة اللي احنا نسميها phrasal verbs. Phrasal verb number 1 is to call off. يعني حتى نلغي فشي، فبدل ما نقول to cancel نقول to call off. فمثلا we need to call off the meeting due to the weather, or we need to call the meeting off because it is going to rain. ممكن بعض الأفعال المركبة نفصلهم، فنفصل المفعول به عن الفعل المركب، ومرات نخليه وسط الفعل المركب. نفصله يعني نخليه بعد الفعل. بعض الأفعال تقبل، بعض الأفعال ما تقبل. Calm down is to relax after being angry. مثلا you can sit with us after you have calmed down. تقدر تجلس معنا بعد ما تهدأ. Catch up is to get to the same point as another person. يعني مثلا after my week of vacation it's going to take me forever to catch up. فcatch up يعني تلتحق بالركب أو توصل إلى نقطة وصلها الأشخاص اللي هم قبل. Do over or do something over, like to do it again. Do it over. For example, I have to do the email over because I sent it to the wrong person. Eat out, it means to eat at a restaurant. Eat out واضحة جدا أنه حتى نتعشى بمكان أو نتغدى بمكان خارج البيت. فمثلا let's make spaghetti tonight. I'm tired of eating out. Figure out is to figure something out or to discover or to understand أو أنه تفهم أو أنه تلقي فد answer أو نتيجة. We left early because we figured out the problem. We figured the problem out, so we left early. هذا المصطلح دائما يكون متواجد ويانا في المحادثة أثناء فترة حديثنا عن أي موضوع يخص اكتشاف فد شيء معين. Give up or to give something up is to stop trying or to quit. يعني ما تستقيل أو تترك عمل أو تتوقف عن المحاولة. I gave up smoking last year. يعني أنا أقلعت عن التدخين السنة الماضية. I gave up. لاحظ المرونة وين أنه لأن هو فعل مركب، لكن هذا ما ينفي أنه إحنا نقدر نستخدمه بصيغة الماضي. فبدل ما أقول I give up smoking this year أقول I gave up smoking last year حتى أدل على بعد الماضي. To go over something is to review it. فبدل ما أقول I want to review this I want to go over this topic. يعني نسوي له مراجعة. بس ليش أنا أقول go over؟ go over هي اقتصادية أكثر، شائعة أكثر،
سلسة بالاستخدام أكثر وأقل رسمية من كلمة review، لأن review شوية تعتبر كلمة رسمية، وإحنا بالمحادثة نميل إلى قول المسائل أو الكلمات اللي تدل على الرسمية بصورة أقل، حتى نكون كون حلقة تقارب بينه وبين المتحدث. Hang out is to spend time relaxing, which is very informal. مثلا, I don't have any money, but let's just hang out at my place. Hold on is to wait for a moment. عادة من الطب أو تدخل إلى مطعم أو تدخل إلى قاعة استقبال معينة، فالريسبشنست موظف الاستقبال تريد تتحدث وياه فيقول لك just hold on a minute, I'm on the phone. Hold on means wait for a moment. Hold on 1 minute, I'm on the phone. Keep on, it means to keep doing something or to continue what you're doing. As an example, I asked her to wait, but she kept on walking. Look for something or somebody. It means to search for or to try to find. I was looking for a computer, but I got a tablet instead. Look for يعني تبحث، فبدل ما تقول I search for, I look for. Pass out is to faint or lose consciousness. يفقد الوعي. It was so hot today, I might pass out. It is so hot today, I might pass out. It is so hot today, I might pass out. Put off is to postpone or to delay. أجل. To put off. I think we should put the trip off until we save more money. ممكن احنا شوي نأجل السفرة حتى لحد ما نوصل إلى أنه نسيف أو ندخر بعض الأموال. Put on is to put clothes or put clothing or accessories on your body. He looked so silly when he put that hat on. لاحظ هو when he put، فput هنا بالماضي من خلالها as حتى تكون مضارع، فالزمن مالتها ماضي مو خطأ. Throw away is to put in the garbage or dispose of. I accidentally threw away my dessert. Turn on and off. اثنينهم وحدة تشغيل وحدة إطفاء. To start or to stop the power or energy source. Can you turn off the music if I fall asleep? Yes. Turn the lights on, please. I can't see. شغل الأضوية. Turn up and down is to increase or decrease the volume or strength. مثلا تقول نزل شوية صوت الموسيقى. Can you turn on or can you turn up or down the music? Turn it out, turn it down, or turn it up. I love this song. Turn it up. We usually turn the heat down at night. Turn up also means to appear suddenly. My watch turned up in the washing machine. Turn down something is to refuse. هنا أماتين turn down إنه أنا أنطيك فد عرض شغل معين فأنت تسوي له turn down. It means to refuse it. I didn't feel good about the offer, so I turned it down. I didn't feel good about the offer, so I turned it down. Wake up is to stop sleeping, so she was so loud that she woke up the baby. Work out is to exercise. I prefer to work out in the morning. Work out also to be successful, إنه تنجح، بس هذا عادة نستخدمها بغير context. فمثلا he wasn't happy at first, but it all worked out in the end. Work out شيء جربه وينجح. فمثلا he wasn't happy at first, but it all worked out in the end. هذه كانت مجموعة من أهم 20 phrasal verb أو فعل مركب في اللغة الإنجليزية. أقعد اليوم اكتبهم بدفتر ملاحظات وتدرب عليهم، تدرب على الأمثلة. كل مثل حاول تقوله 10 مرات، بعدين تخليه بجملة، بعدين تتدرب ويا نفسك، تسوي conversation ويا نفسك دخل بها هذه الأفعال. أهم نقطة أنه تستخدم هذه الأفعال في جمل حتى تتمكن من مشاهدة كيف تتصرف هذه الأفعال أثناء المحادثة. كان معكم مدرب اللغة وليد خالد، نلتقي بكم درس آخر.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. The Very Lonely Firefly by Eric Carle. As the sun set, a little firefly was born. It stretched its wings and flew off into the darkening sky. It was a lowly firefly, and it flashed its light, searching for other fireflies. The firefly saw light and flew toward it. But it was not another firefly. It was a light bulb lighting up the night. Hear that noise? The firefly saw light and flew toward it. But it was not another firefly. It was a candle flickering in the night. What's going on? The firefly saw light and flew toward it. But it was not another firefly. It was a flashlight shining in the night. Quiet out there. What is it? The firefly saw light and flew toward it. But it was not another firefly. It was a lantern glowing in the night. Hey, stop fighting! The firefly saw several lights and flew toward them. But they were not other fireflies. There was a dog and grrr, bow, a cat and meow, hiss, an owl, their eyes reflecting the lights. The firefly saw light and flew toward it, but it was not another firefly. It was a car's headlights flooding the night. Look, it's beautiful. Wow. The firefly saw many lights and flew toward them. But they were not other fireflies. They were fireworks, sparkling and glittering and shimmering in the night. When all was quiet and the firefly flew through the night, flashing its light, looking and searching again, then the very lonely firefly saw what it had been looking for. A group of fireflies flashing their lights. Now the firefly wasn't lonely anymore. قصة قصيرة للأطفال بصوت مدرب لغة وليد خالد. Good morning، صباح الخير، ربي يسعدكم. عندنا موضوع بسيط جدا بالنسبة للشخص المبتدئ اللي هو how to say. كيف تقول مثلا أنا أتحدث الإنجليزي. إذا تريد تقول أنا أتحدث إنجليزي بتقول I speak English. أني أتحدث إنجليزي. إذا تريد تسأل شخص فراح تقول له Do you speak English? Do you speak English? أو إذا تريد تستفسر عن نفسك Do I speak English? Do I speak English? إذا هو فنقول he speaks English. Does he speak English? إذا هي نفس الفكرة she speaks English. English. Does she speak English? لاحظ إذا قلنا does
speak ما نضيف لها s. خلينا نفترض انه هذه ال does تمتص ال s من ال speak، فلازم يكون فعل basic او base verb. We speak English. Do we speak English? They speak English. Do they speak English? It speaks a language or it speaks English. مثلا robot فنقول له it. Does it speak a language or does it speak English? هذا بالبعد الزمني الآني، يعني هسه منا نتحدث عن شيء هسه دا يصير. إذا نريد نتحدث عن ماضي، يعني هل تحدث إنجليزي مثلا، حتى يفهم الشخص أنه إحنا بدنا نحكي عن حقبة زمنية آنية وإنما حقبة بالماضي، فلازم نقول I spoke English. أنا تحدثت إنجليزي. إذا تريد تسأل Did I speak English؟ إذا عن نفسك، يعني هل أنا تحدثت إنجليزي؟ إذا تريد تسأل على شخص آخر بتقول له، أو تسأل شخص آخر Did you speak English؟ تتحدثت إنجليزي. He spoke English. Did he speak English؟ راح هنا نفقد الأس لأنه دا نتحدث عن بعد زمني بالماضي. She spoke English. Did she speak English؟ We spoke English. Did we speak English؟ They spoke English. Did they speak English؟ It spoke a language like robot. Did it speak a language or did it speak English؟ هذا باختصار كيف نسأل عن speak. وطبعا القاعدة تنطبق على أغلب الأفعال في اللغة الإنجليزية بهاي الطريقة. مدرب اللغة وليد خالد. مرحبا أحبتي، شلونكم؟ شخباركم؟ أكو نقطة أحب أركز عليها وأشدد عليها، أنه إحنا لازم حتى نجيد اللغة الإنجليزية، فأول شيء لازم تتم إيجادته هو إمكانيتك على الحديث بصورة مستمرة عن روتينك اليومي، عن عملك، عن شيء من هذا القبيل. فاختارنا شخص افتراضي اسمه محمد. فمحمد عنده روتين يومي وراح نسأله عن بعض الأعمال اللي يقوم بها بفترة انشغاله أثناء اليوم. لاحظ أنه إحنا بنتحدث عن نفسنا، فمن نضيف هذه الأس للفعل اللي إحنا نسميها third person singular، أس الشخص الثالث. تلاحظ هنا أنه هذا الأس مضاف لأنه نتحدث عن شخص. فحتى تتحدث عن روتينك اليومي ممكن تقول I wake up بدل ما تقول I wakes up. هذا الاختلاف. فمحمد wakes up at 6:30. He washes his face at 6:45. He gets dressed at 7. He eats or has his breakfast at 7:30 a.m. He rides his bike to work in a pharmacy in Karada at 8 a.m. of course. He arrives at work at 8:45. Muhammad likes to help patients and love to see them healthy and in a good shape. He starts work at pharmacy in the morning. He works as a pharmacist. From 12:30 to 1:30, he eats lunch with his co-worker and friend Walid. They usually eat 2 types of food. Muhammad prefers American hamburger and his friend likes Italian pizza. Then they visit their friend Salim. Salim is Muhammad's neighbor. In the afternoon, Muhammad studies English and plays football with his friend in the neighborhood. At 4, he goes back home to take a shower and has some rest. He rides his bicycle and arrives back in his home in Karada. At 8 p.m., he has lunch with his family and his 3 lovely daughters and his son. In the evening, he hangs out with his friend, watches an English lesson, and meets his parents, his father and his mother, to talk about his day at work and to drink tea with them. الأسئلة الأساسية اللي لازم نتعلم نجاوب عليها تخص العمل ممكن تكون What is your work؟ فوقت نفسك دقيقة وجاوب على كل واحد من هذول الأسئلة قدر المستطاع. كون ثرثار بالكلام حتى تمكن نفسك من تخريج كمية لفظ جيدة على مدار الإجابات مالتك. Where do you work؟ Where do you work؟ أين تعمل؟ Why did you choose that job؟ Why did you choose that job؟ ليش اختارت هذا العمل؟ Is it a popular job in your country؟ هل هذه الوظيفة شائعة في بلدك؟ Do you like your job؟ هذا أريد تجاوبنا عليه بأكثر من دقيقة طبعا. Do you like your job؟ Why yes؟ Why no؟ ليش إيه وليش لا؟ Do you get on well with your colleagues؟ مشي أموراتك بطريقة جيدة ويا أصدقائك بالعمل اللي هم colleagues. Do you get on well؟ Do you get on well؟ What was your first day like؟ احكينا عن يومك الأول شلون كان. What responsibilities do you have at work؟ شو نوع مسؤولياتك بالعمل؟ هذا أريد details أكثر من 5 دقائق. فتلاحظ احنا نزيد عدد الدقائق من دقيقة إلى 5 دقائق حتى تمكنك من ديمومة الحديث أو المطاولة، وهذا بالماراثون الكلامي. If you had the chance would you change your job؟ إذا أتيحت لك الفرصة راح تغير وظيفتك. Do you plan to continue with your job in the future؟ أنت مفكر تغير وظيفتك بالمستقبل؟ هذه كانت مجموعة أسئلة حابين نتدرب عليها حتى تمكنك من إجادة اللغة بطريقة أفضل وحتى تمكنك من الحديث بطريقة أفضل وأسرع. مدرب لغة وليد خالد.
صباح الخير، صباح المحبة والعافية. هذا درس بسيط عن شيء دائما احنا نتحدث عنه ويشكل على كثير من المتدربين والطلبة، اللي هو the present perfect simple. the present perfect simple إشكاليته الأساسية هو عدم فهم ما يعني حقيقة، لأنه الترجمة مالته ما راح تدل بالتحديد على شنو هو. احنا نسميه the present perfect بس هو حقيقة شيء بالماضي، هو مو اسمه present بس هو بالماضي مو شيء هسه. فهذا الإشكالية الرئيسية، لأنه هو شيء حس توه كمل أو قبل شوية بدأ وهو أثناء الحديث قبل شوية كمل. the present perfect simple is used to talk about events in the recent past. لاحظ recent past يعني هس قبل شوية خلاص هو ماضي بس ماضي قريب، يعني مو ماضي قبل 200 سنة مثلا. that still have an effect on the present moment وإلها آثر أو ظل تأثيري على ما يدور أثناء فترة الحديث. It is formed with have and a past participle. خلينا نشوف شنو have وشنو ال past participle اللي هنا دائما يصير عندنا إشكال بيه. بغض النظر عن التسمية القواعدية حقيقة اللي هي أنصحكم ما تعتمدون عليها 100%، لأن لازم تفهمها. بالعراق إحنا نقول هستوني كملت، فبالإنجليزي نقول I have just finished or I have finished my meal، يعني هستوني كملت الوجبة. بالفصيح ما عندنا مكافئ إلا باللغة العربية، لهذا السبب عندنا هذه الإشكالية الرئيسية. Present perfect can be used to talk about the past in a number of different ways. طبعا هذا ليش احنا نستخدمه؟ هذا يعني الطريقة لأن أريد أقول للشخص المقابل أنه أنا الشيء اللي دا يصير أو اللي صار أو اللي أنا سويته هستوني سويته، يعني أما تأثيره بعد مستمر أو أنه يعني انتهى قبل فترة. فمثلا نقول I have just arrived in London، يعني هستوني وصلت إلى لندن. My plane landed 5 minutes ago. لاحظ. Also, we use it to talk about a repeated action that continues to happen over a period of time. مثلا, I have visited California every summer since I was 18. فهذا الروتين ده يسويه من يعني من عمره 18 سنة ولا زال يسوي. Also to talk about an event that started in the past and is still happening now. Olivia has gone on a trip to Egypt. بعدها ما رجعت من Egypt. She's still visiting Egypt. Other examples أو أمثلة أخرى مثلا look, I've cooked dinner for us. I've cooked dinner for us. الوقت اللي تقضيه حتى تقول present perfect وال present simple أو ال past simple لازم يكون مكافئ. يعني نفس المدة الزمنية لا تطوله. فلا تقول I have arrived. لا, I've arrived in London or I've arrived in London. John has just washed the dishes. You've cleared the table. It's a mess. You haven't cleared the table. It's a mess. Have you cleaned up your bedroom? الإشكال الثاني الرئيسي اللي يصير أنه بعض الأفعال اللي يصير يدمج وياها الهاف يكون اشتقاقها بالماضي مختلف نوعا ما. عندنا أمثلة مثلا asked. I have asked somebody. هذا standard يعني يستخدم. I have called, helped, needed, play, played, talk, talked, walked, want, watch, watched, worked. واحد يسأل زين ليش have تصير have asked, have called مو have called. بالحقيقة لأنه هو أصلا الفعل بالماضي، بس حتى ندل على أنه هذا الماضي مو بعيد، هذا الماضي قريب، لازم نستخدم have اللي هو الفعل المساعد. بهذه الحالة ليش فعل مساعد؟ لأنه يساعدنا على دلالة البعد الزمني مو بعيدة قريبة. يصير بين يعني I've been here, buy, bought, come, came, come. I have come here, do, done. I have done my work. I have had my meal. I have given him the case. I have gone. I have made. I have said. I have seen. فكلها حالة past participle اللي موجودة هنا. بعض الأخطاء اللي نوقع بيها أنه نقول I have saw مو I have seen. ليش ما يصير نقول I have saw؟ هو بالماضي حقيقة، بس هذا الماضي واقع عليه التأثير، فلازم يكون الشيء اللي نتحدث عنه واقع عليه صيغة التأثير. فعندنا مثال على ذلك مثلا I have seen lots of great things here. بدل ما نقول I have saw lots of great things here لأن I have seen وقع السين على things. فالthings هنا صيغة object, direct object. I have seen. It is important not to mix up past simple form with past participle اللي موجود. gone and been. مثلا نريد نتحدث باستخدام go and be بهذه الصيغة إنه I haven't seen Joan recently. Where is she? She's gone to Florida. She has gone to Florida. Hi Joan, you're looking well. Yes, I've been to Florida. خلينا ناخذ أمثلة أخرى. Where's Ben? He's gone to the mall. You look relaxed. Yes, we've been in Bermuda. We had a great time. Where is Ariana? She's gone windsurfing. Your hair looks great. Thanks. I've just been to the hair salon. Thanks. I've just been to the hair salon. Where are Julie and Jack? They've gone to see a play. Where have you been? We've been to visit Joan in the hospital. She's not very well. Now let's talk about the present perfect simple and the past simple and how they are a little bit different. When I say, have you ever been to France? And the person says, yes, I visited Paris in 2010. That means in 2010 only I visited France. But if I say, yes, I have visited Paris many times, that means you have repeatedly أوقات متعددة زار الشخص Paris. 2003, 2008 maybe, 2010, 2014, and now. I saw a great movie last week. I haven't seen that movie. That means from last week to the point that we talk, I haven't seen the movie. Joe didn't climb Mount Fuji last year. Saki has climbed Mount Fuji twice. فإذا قلنا has climbed, that means he has done that multiple times. Madison ate too much last night and Jack hasn't eaten curry before. Jack has eaten so many things but not curry. But Madison just ate one action. She did one action last night. The present perfect in US English. Now, US English often uses the past simple when UK English would use the present perfect. ليش UK تستخدم present perfect أكثر؟ UK متأثرة بأوروبا لأنه نضوج اللغات بأوروبا أسرع من نضوجها بأمريكا كان بسبب حكم احتكاكهم. فدائما الأمريكان مثلا يقول no dessert for me, I ate too much. بينما البريطاني يقول no dessert for me, I've eaten too much. فهذا يعني دي يزيدون اشتقاقات حتى يدل على أنه اللغة مالته كلش fully fledged. I can't find my passport. Did you see it? هذا كلش common بالأمريكان English. بالبريتش English they say I can't find my passport. Have you seen it? وهذا فرق الجغرافي حقيقة بين الإنجليزي الأمريكي والإنجليزي البريطاني من هذه الناحية تحديدا. هذا كان باختصار تقرير بسيط عن present perfect وكيف نستخدمه باللغة الإنجليزية. كان معكم مدرب اللغة وليد خالد. ربي يحفظكم.
Good morning ladies and gentlemen. اليوم راح نحكي عن قصة جحا وابنه. جحا من قصص ألف ليلة وليلة. One day, Juha was riding upon his donkey on the way to market. Juha's son walked beside the donkey holding the reins and talking with his father. When the father and son passed a small group of people gathered by the side of the track, the people criticized Juha. They said to the old man, "How can you be so heartless, Juha? How can you ride upon the donkey while your son is forced to walk beside you?" When Juha heard these words, he climbed down and lifted his son up into the donkey's back in his place. Juha and his son continued on their journey. Juha walking beside the donkey, holding the reins in his hands as they made their way towards the market. A mile or so down the road, Juha passed a small group of women gathered around a well. When the women saw, they were shocked. They asked him, "How is it that an old man walks while his son rides upon the donkey? Surely this is not right." So Juha climbed upon the donkey's back with his son, and they continued on their journey. It was getting into the late afternoon. The sun was shining high up in the sky, and it was very hot, but Still, Juha and his son continued on their journey towards the market. The donkey was moving very slowly because of the weight of the father and the son upon its back. But nobody criticized until they came across a group of people gathered on the edge of the town where the market was held. The people pointed with disapproval when they saw Juha and his son both sitting on the back of the little donkey, which was moving so slowly under the weight of the father and the son. "Why do you ride upon such a small donkey?" they cried out to Juha. "Can you not see that you are too heavy and the donkey cannot support your weight?" "I think it is best if we both get off the donkey and walk," Juha said to his son. "That way nobody can say anything to us anymore." So Juha and his son climbed down from the donkey. Juha took the reins in order to lead the donkey and walked with his son towards the marketplace in the center of the village. But when Juha arrived at the marketplace, many people laughed and criticized and made fun of the old man. "What a fool," they declared. "What kind of a man owns a donkey and yet walks with his son when he should be riding?" Juha was not angry at the people because he realized that it is not possible to please everybody all of the time, and perhaps it was best if each man decides how to live his own life. قصة بها معنى وعبرة إلنا نتعلمها. مدرب اللغة وليد خالد.
مرحبا بكم أحبتي بدرس جديد. في هذا الدرس راح نتناقش ونتعرف على أهم 20 فعل مركب في اللغة الإنجليزية. الأفعال المركبة تكون شائعة جدا في المحادثة، لهذا احنا نعطيها كثير من الأهمية، وهي شائعة لدرجة كبيرة جدا بحيث حتى تدل على أنه أنت تجيد اللغة الإنجليزية لازم تجيد هذه الأفعال المركبة اللي احنا نسميها phrasal verbs. Phrasal verb number 1 is to call off. يعني حتى نلغي فشي، فبدل ما نقول to cancel نقول to call off. فمثلا we need to call off the meeting due to the weather, or we need to call the meeting off because it is going to rain. ممكن بعض الأفعال المركبة نفصلهم، فنفصل المفعول به عن الفعل المركب، ومرات نخليه وسط الفعل المركب. نفصله يعني نخليه بعد الفعل. بعض الأفعال تقبل، بعض الأفعال ما تقبل. Calm down is to relax after being angry. مثلا you can sit with us after you have calmed down. تقدر تجلس معنا بعد ما تهدأ. Catch up is to get to the same point as another person. يعني مثلا after my week of vacation it's going to take me forever to catch up. فcatch up يعني تلتحق بالركب أو توصل إلى نقطة وصلها الأشخاص اللي هم قبل. Do over or do something over, like to do it again. Do it over. For example, I have to do the email over because I sent it to the wrong person. Eat out, it means to eat at a restaurant. Eat out واضحة جدا أنه حتى نتعشى بمكان أو نتغدى بمكان خارج البيت. فمثلا let's make spaghetti tonight. I'm tired of eating out. Figure out is to figure something out or to discover or to understand أو أنه تفهم أو أنه تلقي فد answer أو نتيجة. We left early because we figured out the problem. We figured the problem out, so we left early. هذا المصطلح دائما يكون متواجد ويانا في المحادثة أثناء فترة حديثنا عن أي موضوع يخص اكتشاف فد شيء معين. Give up or to give something up is to stop trying or to quit. يعني ما تستقيل أو تترك عمل أو تتوقف عن المحاولة. I gave up smoking last year. يعني أنا أقلعت عن التدخين السنة
الماضية. I gave up. لاحظ المرونة وين أنه لأن هو فعل مركب، لكن هذا ما ينفي أنه إحنا نقدر نستخدمه بصيغة الماضي. فبدل ما أقول I give up smoking this year أقول I gave up smoking last year حتى أدل على بعد الماضي. To go over something is to review it. فبدل ما أقول I want to review this I want to go over this topic. يعني نسوي له مراجعة. بس ليش أنا أقول go over؟ go over هي اقتصادية أكثر، شائعة أكثر، سلسة بالاستخدام أكثر، وأقل رسمية من كلمة review. لأن review شوية تعتبر كلمة رسمية، وإحنا بالمحادثة نميل إلى قول المسائل أو الكلمات اللي تدل على رسمية بصورة أقل حتى نكون كون حلقة تقارب بينه وبين المتحدث. hang out is to spend time relaxing, which is very informal. مثلا I don't have any money, but let's just hang out at my place. Hold on is to wait for a moment. عادة من الطب أو تدخل إلى مطعم أو تدخل إلى قاعة استقبال معينة، فالريسبشنست موظف الاستقبال تريد تتحدث وياه فيقول لك just hold on a minute, I'm on the phone. Hold on means wait for a moment. Hold on 1 minute, I'm on the phone. Keep on, it means to keep doing something or to continue what you're doing. As an example, I asked her to wait, but she kept on walking. Look for something or somebody. It means to search for or to try to find. I was looking for a computer, but I got a tablet instead. Look for يعني تبحث، فبدل ما تقول I search for I look for. Pass out is to faint or lose consciousness. يفقد الوعي. It was so hot today I might pass out. It is so hot today I might pass out. It is so hot today I might pass out. Put off is to postpone or to delay. أجل. To put off. I think we should put the trip off until we save more money. ممكن احنا شوي نأجل السفرة حتى لحد ما نوصل إلى أنه نسيف أو ندخر بعض الأموال. Put on is to put clothes or put clothing or accessories on your body. He looked so silly when he put that hat on. لاحظ هو when he put، فput هنا بالماضي ما نخليلها اس حتى تكون مضارع، فالزمن مالتها ماضي مو خطأ. Throw away is to put in the garbage or dispose of. I accidentally threw away my dessert. Turn on and off. اثنينهم وحدة تشغيل وحدة إطفاء. To start or to stop the power or energy source. Can you turn off the music if I fall asleep? Yes. Turn the lights on, please. I can't see. شغل الأضوية. Turn up and down is to increase or decrease the volume or strength. مثلا تقول له نزل شوية صوت الموسيقى. Can you turn on or can you turn up or down the music? Turn it down, or turn it up. I love this song. Turn it up. We usually turn the heat down at night. Turn up also means to appear suddenly. My watch turned up in the washing machine. Turn down something is to refuse. هنا أماتين turn down إنه أنا أنطيك فد عرض شغل معين فتسوي له turn down. It means to refuse it. I didn't feel good about the offer, so I turned it down. I didn't feel good about the offer, so I turned it down. Wake up is to stop sleeping, so she was so loud that she woke up the baby. Work out is to exercise. I prefer to work out in the morning. Work out also to be successful إنه تنجح، بس هذا عادة نستخدمها بغير context. فمثلا
he wasn't happy at first but it all worked out in the end. work out شيء جربه وينجح. فمثلا he wasn't happy at first but it all worked out in the end. هذه كانت مجموعة من أهم 20 phrasal verb أو فعل مركب في اللغة الإنجليزية. أقعد اليوم اكتبهم بدفتر ملاحظات وتدرب عليهم، تدرب على الأمثلة. كل مثل حاول تقوله 10 مرات، بعدين تخليه بجملة، بعدين تتدرب ويا نفسك، تسوي conversation ويا نفسك، تدخل بها هذه الأفعال. أهم نقطة أنه تستخدم هذه الأفعال في جمل حتى تتمكن من مشاهدة كيف تتصرف هذه الأفعال أثناء المحادثة. كان معكم مدرب اللغة وليد خالد، نلتقي بكم بدرس آخر. مرحبا بكم، شلونكم؟ شو أخباركم؟ إن شاء الله تمام. Good morning, good afternoon or good evening. Welcome back. Thank you for joining me in this entertaining and exhilarating kind of video. ماكو وصفة سحرية تتعلم بيها المحادثة بسرعة. ممكن أنت كشخص تستغل هذه المهارة وتطورها، لأنه اللغة مثل العضلة، وأنا تحدثت عن هذا الموضوع سابقا. اللغة مثل العضلة، أكو عنصرين أساسيات حتى يطوروها: التدريب المناسب والتغذية المناسبة. بالنسبة للغة هي كائن اجتماعي، فإلى محفزات اجتماعية وإلى حاجة شخصية. وطبعا الموضوع هو معقد، بس باختصار أنت حتى تتحدث اللغة الإنجليزية لازم تبني على أساس الباك جراوند نوليدج اللي عندك. ابني عليها، شوف شنو اهتماماتك، ومن عندها سوي دايجريشن. إذا تريد تعرف شنو دايجريشن تشيكها بالقاموس، أنا مو ديكشنري. فالفكرة أنه أكو حاجة اجتماعية إلها، كونها هي يعني مخلوق اجتماعي، ويموت إذا ماكو ناس يتحدثوها، ويعيش إذا أكو sustainability. مثلا شلون هسه اللغة الإنجليزية يتحدث بها تقريبا 400 مليون شخص، اللغة الرسمية لأكثر من 50 دولة، اللغة الرسمية اللي يتواصلون بها الناس في أكثر من 1000 من 196 دولة حول العالم، المراسلات الرسمية مالتهم. النقطة الجوهرية اللي أريد أذكرها أنه أداء الشخص هو مو نفس كفاءته، فالشخص يقيس على وفق الكفاءة مالته مو على أدائه. لكن إحنا الجودة الخاصة باللغة تقاس على وفق الأداء ووفق الكومبتنس اللي هو الكفاءة. الأداء أو الأداء الخاص بالشخص هو إمكانية إظهار اللغة بالوسط الاجتماعي اللي يعيش به. كفاءة هو إمكانياته الشخصية، competence مالته، الهورس باور، الإنجن اللي بداخله اللي يشتغل على اللغة أو المحرك. هذا من الصعوبة قياس كمية المعلومات اللي بيه، لكن إحنا نقيس أداء الشخص performance بالمحيط الاجتماعي. ماكو وصفة تطور أداء الشخص سحرية، لكن أكو وصفات، مو وصفة واحدة، وأكو حلول وأكو تدريبات. فأنت مجرد تريد ترفع سقف الإمكانية مالتك من معرفة المعلومات الأساسية نقطة واحدة للأمام حتى تتمكن من ديمومة الحديث على المواضيع المختلفة. أهم عنصر وأهم فكرة تشدد عليها أنه focus on details من تتحدث. يعني مثلا لا تقول I have dinner with my family، قول I have dinner with my family، خاصة إذا تتحدث يا أصدقائك. استغل هذه الفرصة مثلا أو ويا المدرب مالتك. المدرب يريدك تنتج أكبر كمية ممكنة من الكلام، لكن يقاطعك لأنه يريد يصحح لك بعض المسائل. مرات ممكن تأخذ الفكرة مالت يعني interruptions فيقاطعك هواية، فممكن يصير عندك إحباط. فتحمل شوية، تحملونها يعني تحملونها شوية، لأن هاي بالدي ان اي مالتنا التصحيح. بس هذا يعني احنا مو يعني مثاليين حقيقة، احنا مجرد نريد نشوف الشخص المثالي من يتحدث باللغة. وصلت الفكرة؟ وصلت الفكرة لا وصلت الفكرة؟ اللي أريد أشدد عليها وأركز عليها. النقطة الثانية اللي أريد أشدد عليها وأركز عليها أنه موضوعة نوع اختيار المواد التدريبية. اختار المسائل اللي تحس لها ارتباط بحياتك، لأن أنا قلت لك حتى تنشط اللغة لكن أكو حافز اجتماعي، أكو حافز اجتماعي، أكو محفزات اجتماعية. فشنو هاي المحفزات الاجتماعية؟ المسائل اللي أنت مهتم بيها، اللي تريد تطورها وتنضجها يعني
حتى تمكنك من أنه تنضج لغتك بطريقة مناسبة وسلسة وجميلة. فهذه المسائل اختارها. فأني هذا كتيب سويته قبل فترة، راح أخلي لكم إياه بالتفاصيل يعني description box حتى تستفيد من عنده وتطور به هواية أسئلة تقدر تستغلها. مجرد خلي توقيت لنفسك من تتدرب حتى يمكنك من تنضيج اللغة مالتك، وركز على focus on details. يعني زي مثلا لا تقول I speak with my family، قول وتختصر، لأن هو حتى تنضج اللغة مالتك لازم تتحدث هواية. فرقي عنك مجرد أنه أنا متحدث أكثر منك، حتى تنضج هاي المخارج الصوتية مالتك، حتى الشكل الصوتي للحرف ينضج أكثر. فهذا يمكنك بالمحصلة النهاية من زيادة ديمومة التواصل باللغة، وزيادة ديمومة الحوار مع المحيط الاجتماعي اللي انت بيه. فهذه النقطة الجوهرية والمهمة اللي حبيت أذكرك بها حتى تأخذها. فتابع هذا، حمل الملف واتدرب عليه. باختصار، اللغة الإنجليزية هي سلاحك الأساسي للسفر، هي سلاحك الأساسي لاكتشاف العوالم الأخرى، الأبعاد الأخرى في الحياة. أهمية اللغة الإنجليزية تكمن في أنه أكثر من 400 مليون إنسان حول العالم يتحدث بها. أكثر من 53 دولة تستخدمها كلغة رسمية. اللغة الإنجليزية يتحدث بها حوالي 400 مليون إنسان حول العالم. تعتبر اللغة الرسمية للإنترنت، اللغة الرسمية للبرامج التلفزيونية في كثير من القنوات حول العالم، اللغة الرسمية اللي تمكنك من أنه تحصل فرصة عمل لائقة بك، تمكنك من السفر. أهمية اللغة الإنجليزية ما تختصر على أنه كمية القواعد اللي راح تتعلمها وراح تكتسبها بأثناء فترة الدراسة، لا، اللغة الإنجليزية تبقى وياك مدى الحياة، سواء أنت في يعني عمر 60 أو عمر 70 عمر 80 أو في بداية رحلتك مع الحياة. كل هذه راح تكون اللغة الإنجليزية مرافقة لك. فنصيحة أنه إذا حاب تطور وتستكشف مهاراتك، إذا حاب تطور قدراتك على القراءة، إذا حاب أنه تستكشف العالم ويصير عندك فرصة للسفر ولتطوير مهاراتك الأساسية، أتمنى تأخذ اللغة الإنجليزية بنظر الاعتبار. فلهذا السبب اللغة الإنجليزية مهمة جدا على مستوى العالم، وهذه 10 أسباب من خلالها أنه تطور مهاراتك في اللغة الإنجليزية. السبب الأول أنه هي global language، لغة عالمية تتواصل بها ويا كل الثقافات ويا كل القوميات حول العالم. دراسة اللغة الإنجليزية راح تمكنك من الحصول على فرصة لائقة للعمل، هذا السبب رقم 2. دراستك وتعلمك للغة الإنجليزية راح يمكنك من الالتقاء مع أشخاص من مختلف القوميات ومختلف الحضارات، راح تمكنك من فتح أبواب وعي جديدة بالنسبة لك. كثير إذا أنت في مرحلة ماجستير أو دكتوراه راح تكتشف أنه كثير من بحوث اللغة أو بحوث التخصصات مكتوبة باللغة الإنجليزية، وبالتالي أهمية اللغة الإنجليزية تكمن في أنها اللغة البحثية اللي تستخدم لاكتشاف العوالم والبحوث والتخصصات العالمية. اللغة الإنجليزية أيضا هي لغة الصناعة ولغة الإعلام، فبالتالي سيطرتك ووعيك على الإعلام والصناعة راح يجي من سيطرتك على اللغة الإنجليزية. اللغة الإنجليزية هي لغة الإنترنت، فبالتالي معلوماتك اللي راح تستقيها من الفيسبوك أو اليوتيوب أغلبيتها راح تكون باللغة الإنجليزية، وقليل جدا إلا إذا أنت تبحث راح تلقاها بلغات أخرى. اللغة الإنجليزية أيضا هي لغة السفر، فبالتالي وجودك في المطارات، اللغة الرسمية اللي يتم بها إعلان الرحلات، حتى ما تضيع الرحلة إن شاء الله إذا صارت فرصة لك أنه تسافر راح تلقي نفسك في معترك مع اللغة الإنجليزية. والأسباب الثلاثة الأخيرة تتعلق في أنه اللغة الإنجليزية هي لغة رجال الأعمال، فأنت حتى تكون جيد وناجح على مستوى العمل فراح تلقى أنه اللغة الإنجليزية هي المرافق الشخصي لك، سواء في المؤتمرات أو في إدارة شركتك أو في التعرف على أشخاص أو بزنسمان أو رجال أعمال آخرين. السبب 9 و10 لأهمية اللغة الإنجليزية هي أنه اللغة الإنجليزية تدرس أكاديميا، والتخصصات كافة حول العالم غالبا تدرس باللغة الإنجليزية، بداية من الطب إلى إدارة الأعمال إلى القانون، إضافة إلى كون اللغة الإنجليزية هي وسيلة للتواصل بين الثقافات في الحرم الجامعي إذا أنت ناوي تكمل ماجستير أو دكتوراه في الخارج. شكرا لجامعة الإمام الصادق لإتاحة الفرصة لنا للحديث عن أهمية اللغة الإنجليزية. طبعا الحديث بقية بإذن الله، راح نتواصل معكم في حلقات جديدة. أتمنى تبقون على اتصال معنا لاكتشاف عوالم اللغة الإنجليزية وأهميتها حول العالم. مدرب اللغة وليد خالد، مرحبا بكم حلقة جديدة. في هذا اليوم راح نكمل حلقاتنا لمناقشة أهم الأسئلة بالنسبة للطالب أو المتدرب أو اللي يحب يتعلم اللغة الإنجليزية بطريقة أفضل وأسلس وأسرع. عندنا مجموعة أسئلة، هذه الأسئلة عبارة عن questions حتى تكون engaged، حتى تكون cooperative، حتى تكون talkative with people. فهذه مجموعة أسئلة ممكن حتفيدك جدا في مجال تطوير مهارتك في المحادثة. السؤال الأول هو how old are you? How old are you? How old are you? ايش قد عمرك؟ How old are you? When is your birthday? When is your birthday? شو وقت عيد ميلادك؟ When is your birthday? إذا تريد تسأل when is your birth date، شو وقت تاريخ ميلادك، فالديت هنا نعرف به تاريخ. What do you do for your birthday? What do you do for your birthday? شنو اللي تسوي بعيد الميلاد مالتك؟ Where do you like to have your birthday? Where do you like to have your birthday? Where do you like to have your birthday? وين تحب يكون عيد ميلادك؟ Where do you like to have your birthday? هذه مجموعة أسئلة عامة. ممكن نقول نسأل الشخص What is your favorite food? What is your favorite food? What's your favorite food? Or what is your favorite food? شنو طعامك المفضل؟ What do you like your mom to do for dinner? What do you like your mom to do for dinner? What do you like your mom to do for dinner? طبعا what is your favorite ice cream? What is your favorite ice cream and why? What is your favorite ice cream and why? What is your favorite kind of candy? What is your favorite kind of candy? What is your favorite color and why? What is your favorite color and why? What is your favorite color and why? What is your favorite zoo animal? What is your favorite zoo animal? شنو حيوان في حديقة الحيوان المفضل لديك؟ What is your favorite time of the year and why? What is your favorite time of the year and why? What do you want to be when you get older and why? What do you want to be when you get older and why? What do you want to be when you get older and why? شنو تحب تكون من تكبر وليش؟ What do you want to be when you get older and why? What is the silliest thing you have ever done and why? شنو أكثر شيء سخيف سويته وليش؟ What is the silliest thing you have ever done and why? What is the silliest thing you have ever done and why? Where do you like to spend your money and why? Where and how maybe you like. Where and how do you like to spend your money and why? Where and how do you like to spend your money and why? What is one thing you don't know how to do and you love to do it? شنو الشيء ما تعرف تسويه بس تحب تسويه وليش؟ هذه كانت مجموعة أسئلة بين الأصدقاء اللي يحبون يطورون مهاراتهم. إذا أنت تستمع للفيديو فوقفه لمدة دقيقة أو دقيقتين حسب الماراثون مالتك الكلامي. احنا نسميه هذا speaking marathon، إنه تتحدث بصورة مستدامة sustainable حتى تمكن نفسك من تطوير اللفظ مالتك، تسريع عملية نقل البيانات من دماغك لمخارج النطق، حتى تتمكن من تقليل الفجوة والتلكؤ في الكلام بينك وبين الطرف المقابل. نلتقي بكم بحلقة جديدة. ربي يحفظكم. The two losing crows. ترجمة مدرب اللغة وليد خالد. In a far distant, beautiful forest, the singing animals heard the sound of a brawl of two crows standing on a high tree branch. The cunning folks came forward and tried to understand the reason for the two crows' fight. One of the crows said, "We agreed to share this piece of cheese after we divided equally. But this foolish crow is trying to take more than his share." The fox smiled and said, "I can help you solve this problem and divide the piece of cheese between you equally." The two crows looked at each other and agreed to the fox's proposal. They gave him a piece of cheese, and the fox divided the piece of cheese and said, "Oh my God! I made a mistake in dividing this piece of cheese. This piece looks bigger than that. I will eat from the big piece a little, but until the two pieces are equally in size, justice is served this way." He started to take bites from the big piece until it became smaller than the first piece. Then he apologized to the crows for his mistake and decided to eat from the other piece intentionally, making one smaller than the other each time. He continued this way until he finished up all the cheese as he planned and then escaped quickly. The two losing crows regretted asking the fox. They learned to solve their problems by themselves without the help of the cunning fox. Okay, so let's get started. Today we are going to talk about something that we have already talked about. I've talked about this topic for more than 500 times, probably 1,000 times, through my YouTube channel and through my Facebook page. This is the topic of how you can improve your ability to produce more language, even though that you do not have enough input, because we live in Iraq. Of course, we get stuck in traffic most of the time. And it's really hard sometimes to juggle your responsibilities as an English learner or as an English teacher, with other peripheral responsibilities that you have, like home chores, activities, tasks assigned to you, your commitments at work, or your commitments with your family. If you are responsible to nurture your kids, or you do not have enough time just because everything is taking and sucking all the energy out of you. How do we maximize the amount of time that we spend learning English and progressively accomplish some satisfactory level of acceptance to learn language and gradually progress? And this comes from the fact that we need sometimes to maximize the advantage of the blessing of time that we have, that is endowed by God on us, that we sometimes have free time to learn something. But you know what? We have time management crisis. A lot of people actually ask me if they have any sort of magic spell, a wasfa sihriya, to help them improve their learning. So when I start chatting with them about their activities and what they normally and naturally do on a daily basis, it seems to me clear that the majority do not take advantage of their time. Their time is not well calculated. They haven't calibrated their time to render it suitable and conducive to language learning. And one reason for that is simply because of lack of time management. And time management is as easy as just jotting down or writing down few basic things or tasks that you obligate yourself to do on single day. And rule of thumb that I follow myself is I do not plan ahead of time for what might predictably go wrong or predictably go right in future, since we live on Mars. And since we live in Mars, we do not have we do not predicate. Is this a word? Predicate? We do not predict what might come tomorrow or the day after. So I do not plan for a long time. I just plan for 2 or 3 days ahead of me, like thinking of the schedules that I have, thinking about something that I can accomplish today that I am proud of, thinking of leaving some sort of positive impression on somebody, and try to toil hard and struggle to learn something new, whether that's about English or about any other technical stuff that that we do have here. So the point to be made here clearly is simply that if you want to take advantage of making 1% progress through the span of 3 or 4 months, you can take advantage of calculating few basic things you need to do on a daily schedule. And on a daily schedule, I do not bombard myself with so complicated topics to make myself do so many multitasking jobs and eventually ending up not accomplishing any one of them. What is recommended and what is highly recommended is to minimize the list of tasks that you have, because that is going to give your mind a better vision and clear objective and crystal clear target of where you are shooting for. And accomplishing that will just take a few calculations to get to your your satisfactory level, or where you want to be when it comes to the learnability of language. And going back to square number 1, which is something that I jotted down here to talk with you about, is how do we maximize our production of language? One critical aspect of being a non-native English speaker is the fact that you do not have stimuli in society. We do not have psychological stimuli, except for the fact that you just create them yourself. We do not have social stimuli or محفزات اجتماعية to help us learn English in a positive and energetic way. Most of our learning happens because of motivation and willingness to communicate with others. But the fact that they're deep on the horizon, when you look at why English is necessary in Iraq, well, it's not necessary to some extent, of course, unless you are applying for a job or you're trying to escape escape from the country, like applying for a scholarship or applying for immigration or SIV or IOM or whatever kind of application that you have. The necessity of using English is really limited. I mean, there's no high necessity, but since we are jumping into very privatized sector right now because of lack of jobs and the competition in the private market, people started to incorporate English in so many aspects of their life and so many aspects of the job requirements, especially in the private sector, that focuses more on the quality, not quantity. Going back to square number 1, when we talk about the aspect of importance or significance of learning language, you just need to maximize that through input. And by input, you need to ask yourself, what am I passionate about? What can I listen to all day, 24/7, without feeling bored? Now, write a list of things like your hobbies, I still remember that book, What Color is Your Parachutes? And in that book, the author tries to help you find the best job that is suitable to the kind of personality that you have. And once you jot down like top 10 probably hobbies, you can go to YouTube. YouTube is a treasure of knowledge. You can learn pretty much everything on YouTube, because everything we know we have learned from other people. So since language is a social organism, and we cannot, of course, isolate ourselves from the global citizens and just behave as if we have mastered English. We just need to activate English through social practices. And I'm sorry for these technical expressions because they are part of the specialization. But the idea is that since you have safe house to positively feel the importance of English, your ability to progress is going to be restrained. Your ability is going to be restrained for psychological and social reasons. The psychological is lack of motivation, or sometimes you feel demotivated because people do not encourage you. They are not encouraging. They are not helping you move one step ahead, and they negatively criticize you. And socially, because there is lack of relevance of English in society. Like, you learn Kurdish, you learn French, you learn Spanish. The validity and practicality of learning that in the current situation is not quite encouraged. It's not quite, promoted. So you just need to create your own simulation of reality and your own simulation of the necessity of need of language. And you can generate as many scenarios where you need English. In order to do so, you just need to imitate how people react and interact in their daily life by creating a list of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 questions and timing yourself for a minute or 2 to 3 minutes to talk about each one of these questions in alphabetical or in chronological order, in whatever order you have, just to help coordinate or orchestrate between your nerves that produce language and your articulation, or your mouth and your vocal cords, to help you orchestrate and train your language to create some unity between your mind and your mouth. Possessing language without being able to produce language is like, how do we say that? Is like having a high horsepower engine on an old car. Now, the horsepower produces so many horses to help drive the car fast, but the car engine, the vehicle body does not support. It's not conducive to transfer that kind of horsepower into a mechanical power, because it's not ready. So since language is a social organism, and since language is as significant and as important as any other social organism, that thing needs to be very, very much controlled and invested in by planning, jotting down your hobbies, focusing on the kind of preferences in your life, the kind of target where you want, and building on your knowledge, what your knowledge is and what you are interested in doing in the future. This is going to secure a very good chance and position that will progressively help you improve your English over the course of time. هذه نهاية الورشة. سعدت بلقائكم. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. كيفكم؟ شو أخباركم؟ عندنا درس بسيط جدا للمستوى المبتدئ في اللغة الإنجليزية. حقيقة إذا شخص حاب يقدم نفسه بطريقة بسيطة ومسلية، فاكو أكثر من طريقة. يعني اللغة الإنجليزية بها تعدد مسارات تقديم شيء معين، لكن إحنا بصورة عامة نمشي ويا المسار الأكثر استخداما. فإحنا حتى نقدم نفسنا ممكن نقول hello I'm Layla، أو my name's Layla، اسمي لايلا. my name's Joe، or I am Joe، or I'm Joe، اختصارا في المحادثة. بالاختصارات دائما نستخدمها في المحادثة تقليل الجهد اللي علينا. فحتى تتحدث تقول my name's Layla or I'm Layla مثل ما تشوف بالمخطط، or I'm Charlotte. تقدر تقول I am Charlotte or I'm Charlotte. My name is Una or I'm Luna or I'm Una. My name is Simone or I'm Simone. مثل ما تلاحظ أمامك. حتى نسأل إنه شلون ينكتب اسمك، ممكن نقول how do you write your name or how do you spell your name. شلون تكتب كل حرف من اسمك اللي هو spelling. My name's Jacob، Jacob. How do you spell your last name؟ شلون هذا تعلم درب عليه. How do you spell your last name؟ 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 How do you spell your full name؟ شلون تلفظ اسمك الكامل. الأحرف اللي هو A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y and Z تكتب بالحروف الصغيرة لتسهيل الكتابة مالتها. ستجرب اكتب بحرف كبير وقيس المدة اللي راح تكتب بيها كلمة، واكتب بحروف صغيرة وقيس الكلمة ايش قد راح يكون المدة مالتها أقصر. لكن الإنجليزية محافظة على جزء من تقليد كتابة بعض حروف يعني الأسماء، غالبا أسماء العلم ببداية حرف كبير، بداية الفقرة بحرف كبير، حفاظا على هذا التقليد. الآن نجي إلى بعض المفردات المهمة اللي تخص الدول. لاحظ وياي هذه خريطة لبعض الدول الرئيسية في العالم وخريطة جنسياتهم، فراح ناخذهم على أساس أنهم nationalities. USA American، Canada Canadian، يعني كندا كندي. Mexico Mexican، Brazil Brazilian، Argentina Argentinian، UK British، France French، Russia Russian، Spain Spanish، Portugal Portuguese، Poland Polish، Greece Greek، Turkey Turkish، Egypt Egyptian، China Chinese، Japan Japanese، India Indian، Pakistan Pakistani، Mongolia Mongolian، Australia Australian، Germany German، Switzerland Swiss، Austria Austrian. بنتحدث عن نفسنا، فاكو بعض المسائل الأساسية اللي لازم نعرفها. أنه إذا تريد تسأل شخص قد عمرك فتقول له how old are you or how old are you how old are you. فتقول I'm 25 years old، مو أنا عندي 25 سنة اللي أغلب المبتدئين ممكن أسمعهم من عندها، يعني أسمعهم يتحدثون بها I have 25 years old. No, you say I'm 25 years old. Ruby is 7 years old. Izzy and Chloe are 13. My grandma is 92 years old. And I am 44 today. فحتى نعبر عن أسمائنا إنه منو أني ومنو هما، فنقول أو إيش قد عمرنا، فتقول I'm 25 years old. إذا أحكي عن شخص أنا دا أباوع عليه فأقول له you are 25 years old. إذا أتحدث على هو وهي فأقول He is 25 years old. She is 25 years old. It is 25 years old. الأشياء غير الحية مثلا table, desk. We are 25 years old. الأرقام مهمة جدا واحد يعرفها اللي هي 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 and then we go back مرة ثانية 21 22 30 31 32 40 50 60 70 80 90 and 100. بعض الأحيان يصير عندنا إشكال في لفظ بعض الكلمات الأساسية اللي هي الأرقام. مثلا أسمع المتحدثين يمزج بين 13 و 30 فالفرق بيناتهم واضح مثل ما تلاحظ 13 30 14 40 15 50 16 60 17 70 18 80 19 90. لاحظ ويا هالتمرين 15 50 يحتاج انه تتدرب ويا نفسك تقول الارقام لانه الريكوردينج ما موجود على الصوت. اذا اريد اسال شخص انت من وين فاقول له where are you from where are you from where are you from فراح يجاوب مثل ما قلت لكم. اذا اتحدث عن نفسي فاقول I'm from Spain. What nationality are you? What nationality are you? يقول I'm Spanish. I'm Spanish. ملاحظات أخرى إذا نريد نقول أنا هولندي I'm Dutch. إحنا إيطاليين we are Italian. I'm from Switzerland. وعلى هذه الشكل. I'm from Spain. I'm Spanish. أنا من إسبانيا. أنا إسباني. وقف التدريب وحاول بعد ما توقف التدريب.
مرحبا أحبتي بدرس جديد وقصة مسلية أخرى جديدة. بهذه القصة راح نتعلم هواية شغلات تخص الأطفال وتخص الكبار وتخص تعلمنا للغة الإنجليزية. القصة اسمها From Head to Toe. From Head to Toe. القصة للكاتب إريك كارل. خلينا نبدأ القصة. I'm a penguin and I turn my head. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm a giraffe and I bend my neck. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm a buffalo and I raise my shoulders. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm a monkey and I wave my arms. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm a seal and I clap my hands. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm a gorilla and I thumb my chest. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm a cat and I arc my back. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm a crocodile and I wriggle my hips. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm a camel and I bend my knees. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm a donkey and I kick my legs. Can you do it? I can do it. I'm an elephant and I stomp my foot. Can you do it? I can do it. I am I, and I wiggle my toe. Can you do it? I can do it. I can do it. كانت معنا قصة بسيطة للأطفال، أتمنى حبيتوها. واللي تعلمناه إنه شلون نسأل شخص إذا يقدر يسوي شيء لو لا، فنقول له can you do it؟ إذا تقدر قول I can، وإذا ما تقدر قول I can't or I cannot. ربي يحفظكم. مدرب لغة وليد خالد.
Tiny creatures. Papa and George are helping Grandpa Pig pick vegetables. Grandpa hands Papa a lettuce. Papa can see something sitting on the lettuce. That's a horrible monster, she snorts. That's just a little snail, says Grandpa. Monster, says George. George likes the snail. Suddenly the snail disappears. Where is he gone? Asks Peppa. He's hiding in his shell, explains Grandpa. Grandpa, George and I want to be snails, says Peppa. Well, says Grandpa, these baskets can be your shells. I'm going to eat up old Grandpa Pig's lettuce, laughs Peppa. Keep off my lovely lettuce, and you cheeky snails, calls Grandpa. And when Grandpa Pig shouts at me, giggles Peppa, I'll hide inside my little house. Monster, says George. Here are Peppa and George's friends. Can we be snails too? They ask. Well, says Grandpa, you could be something else exciting from the garden. What's that buzzing sound? Asks Peppa. It's coming from that little house, says Susie. It's a bee house, explains Grandpa. It's called a hive. The bees collect nectar from the flower and then fly to the hive to make it into honey. I like honey, says Peppa. Let's pretend to be bees. Buzz, 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 ha ha ha. What's busy bees? Laughs Grandpa. Granny Pig has been baking bread. Would you busy bees like some toast? She asks. Yes, please, says Peppa and her friends, with lots of honey. I like being a bee because they eat lots of lovely honey, says Susie. I like being a snail, snorts Peppa, because they eat all Grandpa's vegetables. كان معكم مدرب لغة وليد خالد في قصة قصيرة للأطفال والكبار. ربي يحفظكم.
In the light of the moon, a little egg lay on a leaf. One Sunday morning, the warm sun came up and pop! Out of the egg came a tiny and very hungry caterpillar. He started to look for some food. On Monday, he ate through one apple, but he was still hungry. On Tuesday, he ate through 2 pears, but he was still hungry. On Wednesday, he ate through 3 plums, but he was still hungry. On Thursday, he ate through 4 strawberries, but he was still hungry. On Friday, he ate through 5 oranges, but he was still hungry. On Saturday, he ate through 1 piece of chocolate cake, 1 ice cream cone, 1 pickle, 1 slice of Swiss cheese, 1 slice of salami, 1 lollipop, 1 piece of cherry pie, 1 sausage, 1 cupcake, and 1 slice of watermelon. That night, he had a stomachache. The next day was Sunday again. The caterpillar ate through 1 nice green leaf, and after that, he felt much better. Now he wasn't hungry anymore, and he wasn't a little caterpillar anymore. He was a big, fat caterpillar. He built a small house, called a cocoon, around himself. He stayed inside for more than 2 weeks. Then he nibbled a hole in the cocoon, pushed his way out, and he was a beautiful butterfly.
How are you, Carrie? Nice to get to see you again.
You too.
How's your day so far?
You know, it's been an interesting day today.
Well, I would like to hear more.
I was waiting for my ride to the office, and it didn't come. So I thought, well, maybe I'll just put my pajamas back on and just relax today. And then I got your message. Let's do the video today.
Well,
how's it going?
Well, my slogan of today and every day pretty much is seize the day, or carpe diem. I think that's how they say it in Latin.
Carpe diem.
Yeah, I wanted to seize you in a way or another because, you know, it's unpredictable what might happen next week in terms of like your obligations and commitments, and your, you know, we are teachers, so you never know what happens in the next day. So I wanted to seize this opportunity to just chat for like 5-10 minutes and you know, shed some light on important and insightful comments that you will definitely enrich us with. But first, I want to ask you to tell us a little bit about yourself, why you chose to be a teacher, what kind of inspiration in your mind that just made you become a teacher, and your beginning as an English teacher.
That's a long question to answer.
Well, it's a clustered question.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. My original degree was in sociology criminology before I got my teaching certification.
Interesting.
Yes. So, long story in very short, in a nutshell. I started teaching straight out of university in the United States, and I taught for 4 years, youth at risk, kids, reading, reciprocal reading techniques, and all of the kids at this place I was teaching at were at the last stage being removed from their schools. So it was like young ages up to like teenagers. So I taught for 4 years doing that, then did social work. And while I was doing social work, I volunteered for a refugee agency in the United States. And I taught as an ESL tutor. And I would go into their homes and end up working with the whole family to teach them English and also just to help them acclimate to the United States. So I got my passion maybe about 2 years doing that, and I really decided I just wanted a big change. And I knew about Iraq and it had been on my heart to come, and I thought, you know, English is the way to help people. You know, I'm not with any other agency, but to teach English, that's actually going to benefit people. So I thought that would be great to take it to Iraq. So I did. In 2008, I came to Baghdad.
Okay, well, you know, at some point in your career, you reach a bottleneck in terms of decision making, especially with the expectations of instability and security complications in Iraq. So what made you decide on that tipping point? What made you decide to book a ticket one way to Iraq and settle here and start teaching English?
That's a deep question, Waleed. Well, you know, in 2003, I saw what had happened, and it was really on my heart to help in some way. And so it had been on my heart for a long time to help. And like I said, my experience was in teaching and teaching English. And I really felt called to come here and teach. And by the way, Global English Institute is the one center that was actually open at that time, utilizing and using native English speakers. So, and they've been open since 2004, the English, and they've had native English speakers since. So I just came in after some others have been here for a while.
Well, I think,
so it's definitely a calling.
I definitely think Global English Institute is deep-rooted and reputable center or institute for delivering quite cutting-edge sort of training to Iraqi students. And this leads me to my next question. What have you found different about Iraqi students in terms of their learning and your approach to teach them?
Okay, so one thing I learned, and again, when you're you actually, once you get to know the people, that's when you can actually, especially the students, identify their needs. One thing I found out early on, teaching in Iraq, how many years of English study have you gone through, Waleed? How many years of English study?
Well, starting from the 5th elementary school, I mean, since I was born in 1986, so I was in the old kind of generation of students who took the early learning in 5th elementary school, but it was not as solid and clear and straightforward as it is right now. We just started with the alphabet and the basic words with terrible pronunciation, because at that time, you know, we didn't have enough access to technology to hear native speakers enunciate certain words. So we just depended on the spelling of our teachers and their pronunciation, when it just deformed the majority of our pronunciation, actually. But let's say roughly 15 years.
So in your opinion, and I've taken polls in every class since 2008, and it's about the average length of English studies here is about, would you say 12 years?
Yeah, well, we can say give and take. 12 to 15 years, yeah.
Right, so I found that a majority of the students, they've already learned the base grammar. In fact, they could probably teach some native English speakers the grammar, because we're innate, when we're speaking our language, it's innate in us. Meaning we just have learned it before we've learned to speak before we learn the grammar.
Yeah, acquisition versus learning. Versus you know, learning the language.
Right. So what I found is that many of the students, they know the English here, but they don't know how to speak it and use it in conversation and use it in the language. So that is one thing. It's like in our classes, a lot of it is just we review the language, but we also train and teach the students on how to use it.
So this leads me to my next. I'm sorry to cut you in. This leads me to my next question. Assuming that you found a magic spell to help them speak English, how do you incorporate your techniques and your experience in having students or maximizing students' engagement and speaking in the classroom?
That's a wonderful question, because that's the most important part of language learning, not the lecturing where the teacher stands in front and does all the talking. It needs to be the student talk time at the most. One thing I found, you went back to the beginning, one thing I've identified as a key to learning here and teaching here is building the students' confidence in their abilities.
Which is psychological more than pedagogic or
absolutely
language related.
So with that, I make sure, and a lot of the teachers here at GEI are the same, we make sure that students feel free to make errors and mistakes in their language, to just be free and speak. you know, get over that fear of speaking and trying to be perfect in their mind, because that takes time in language. As you said, there's not a magic wand that we can actually wave. Students need to take time and make mistakes.
So I often get this kind of question bombarding my page online. On average, how much time should I spend learning English from the beginning? So,
oh my gosh, I didn't expect this question. Because it could discourage some people, you know, some students. It just depends on their goal. Like if they're wanting to achieve fluency, right? True fluency is being able to speak smoothly, right? And being understood. And it's not just that, it's also being able to understand others around the world speaking English. It's not just American English or British English.
Okay, so this leads me on my train of thought and asking you that kind of question. I'm sorry, but I'm bombarding you with so many questions.
That's okay.
But it's definitely insightful to hear your thoughts about this kind of thing. And I'm pretty sure through your career, you have come across so many questions that are similar to this one. And that is, can non-native speakers achieve fluency? And if yes, how, according to your experience?
Absolutely, they can achieve fluency. I achieved fluency when I learned Spanish. Of course, I don't have it now. I've lost it because I haven't used it. So it is definitely possible to achieve fluency. Now, proficiency might be something different, correct? Proficiency is more like accuracy in the language.
Of course.
That may take a lot of time. And that may be for somebody who's doing the academic studies or wanting to study academically. So I think definitely anybody can learn to become fluent, but it takes a lot of time and practice to do that. Hundreds of hours, hundreds upon hundreds.
How do you,
like we have a
go ahead. I'm sorry, there is a little bit of delay in the internet connection.
Yeah.
And I think that's where we just get into each other's pumping question and answers. Tell us about how you start your lesson. Like assuming that you start your lesson at 9 or 10 a.m. Or in the afternoon.
Afternoons normally, yes.
I've seen you in the classroom, and it's quite inspirational to see you teaching and engaging students, especially with the cat moving around, which is really lovely. But tell us how you start your lesson and what you focus on the majority of time, and how do you ensure knowledge gets transferred to the mind of students and then enable them to speak the language?
Right. Definitely. The first thing you do is try and just have the students relax in the classroom. They're coming from their busy schedules and busy days, and language learning can be very tiring and difficult. So when you come to class, I want students to be really excited to say, oh man, I'm going to English class today.
And I'm for sure you have good assets in that kind of psychological empowerment of students.
Exactly. and that it definitely, you know, the social work that it plays into teaching, and that you can understand students, the ones that this is another subject, but you can read students. You can tell the really shy ones that are afraid to speak. You can tell the ones that, you know, are very bold and can speak a lot, but maybe one that can't understand as well, their comprehension. So you learn to read your students, and you play upon their positives, their strengths, to help each other. So in the classroom, when they first enter, I want it to be relaxed. I want them to be excited entering, not sitting at home going, oh, English today, or should I stay home? Because there's a lot of traffic. So we do a lot of, maybe the first 15 minutes or so is just conversation, reviewing what they learned last class, but in production, in a fun way. Not like, okay, who can tell me that, give me a present perfect sentence. We're going to practice that in the class.
Okay. Now, how about your, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was going to say, you were asking about elicitation, how to elicit from the students. And that's building their confidence, what we discussed earlier, and just making it a safe place for them to make mistakes in the classroom and not like, oh, no, that's not the way you say it. You can't say it that way. So you have to be, you know, just understanding of what it's like to learn language.
Well, I mean, I don't know, but this is from my own observation as an EFL teacher here. I've been working as an English teacher for like some time. And the concept of making mistakes has been stigmatized in terms of language learning, and specifically English, where it comes to telling people to make mistakes. There's this kind of psychological layer where there's some sort of association between the mistakes that they make in English and the sins that they commit in life. And probably there is a side of religious aspect to it, because the word mistake has some deep implications of negativity. And this is where we say making mistakes can improve people's progress in language proficiency or fluency on the long run. But there is the psychological feeling that people have and undergo once we tell them, oh, you just made a mistake. I mean, I never say you made a mistake. I say probably maximum no to some of the sentences, or I can just recast that and then say, well, you said something that is correct in another occasion, not this one particularly. So how's your approach? What is your approach to deal with mistakes in terms of grammar? Because I know that some teachers are grammar Nazis when it comes to to correcting students.
Yeah, this is a tough question because there's different sides of correction, right, in the classroom. As teachers, we know that. I try and take the middle ground. Making mistakes, actually, I know you're talking about culturally, it can be a big thing here. Right, for sure. So if it's a huge error, I don't interrupt students when they're speaking. Because when you, as a teacher, interrupt, and I've had students in class where I can tell that they have been overcorrected in their language. How can you tell this? Because they're so busy up here translating and they're pausing so much, you can tell someone has really been the one that's going, no, that's not it, that's not it. You shouldn't, I don't believe in interrupting students when they're speaking. Let them speak first. And then as a group, you can audit, whole correct. You can just bring it up, or you can just repeat it back to them as a question. So you try and do it in a way, but I try and teach the students that they can tell when something in English doesn't sound right to your ear. So I'm really trying to train and teach students that you correct yourselves. I may use hand motions for past tense, and that's one of the biggest errors I find here is definitely in past tense. So like you said, you're concerned, making mistakes. Yeah, they have to learn from their mistakes. That's key, is learning from those mistakes.
Okay, great. And this leads me to my next question. What are your top 3 tips to Iraqi students to master English this year, particularly?
All right, so I'm going to give you the top tip, and it's probably, I'm going to say it 3 times because can I start with a story? Do you have time?
Yes, for sure.
Is it okay?
Take as much as you like.
I learned from Arabic, when I was learning Arabic. By the way, I speak a little bit, everyone, so don't be too impressed. One thing I learned is when we're learning as babies, how do we learn to speak our heart language, our native language? How do we learn?
By imitation, sometimes by listening to our mother and father.
Right. So the first thing we do is we're listening for a year. I don't have kids, sorry everyone, but for a year, we're listening. And then what happens? What are we doing?
We start kind of imitating our parents and saying
definitely
simple words.
And are they
kind of
always the correct
process.
pronunciation? Yeah, exactly. So it's not correct, but through time, after listening more and speaking more, just practicing it, even though it's not perfect, we start to learn. So the next thing, you know, grammar is going to be the last part that we learn, correct? Because that's what we start in school. So for me, the key, Waleed, if no one does anything in this area of learning language, listening. It
Awesome.
is key to our language.
Great.
So
are there any sources that you might think of when it comes to listening? Because there's a ton of gigabytes of listening applications and audio recordings. How do you approach delivering listening where students can optimize their language learning based on the kind of sources that they have? Because, well, we're dealing with students, sometimes we consider them as agents or clients. And when they ask us this kind of question, it's really tricky to recommend them to particular, trajectory in terms of their listening. Because some of them might listen to something within politics field, and they don't seem to be interested in that kind of theme or topic. So generally speaking, what kind of themes or what kind of tips do you have in terms of listening just to optimize their listening skills?
You know, it's so funny you're asking this, because how many times do we get asked this question as teachers, right?
Yeah.
The same question a lot. My students last night in class, we discussed the same tip about listening, because this is my biggest advice. So I am really big on
podcasts. Me too.
Yes, you can. Exactly. So you have to find, well, we know you said it yourself. Students need to listen to something they're interested in. If we don't give our heart wholeheartedly to anything in life, then we're not giving everything we have to it, and we're not enjoying it.
Let me say that in Arabic because it's very important, Carrie. Carrie تقول أنه كاري تقول أنه إذا تريد تتعلم الاستماع بطريقة أفضل اللي هي مهارة، لازم تستمع الشيء مهم وإلى ارتباط بيك وأنت مهتم بيه. إذا أنت مهتم بيه راح يكون راح يكون نسبة تعلمك واكتسابك لهذا الشيء أفضل من أنه تستمع إلى شيء أنت ما مهتم به. فابدي ادخل إلى اللغة من هذا الجانب. Go ahead, Carrie.
Yeah. So podcasting is, for me, it's like the best thing I can tell students. You have movies, you have sitcoms, everything, all of those are great, Waleed, but a lot of times we're doing other activities, but a podcast, you can always listen.
You know, one of the reasons I really highly recommend podcasts over movies or sitcoms or soap operas or any other sort of work is that these big famous movies have been written by very talented writers, and they chose very specific kind of genre for their writing with complicated texture, with so much embedded puns and metaphors and cultural implications and political tendencies. So it's so much fraught with all of that reflects the image or what do we call that kind of the feeling of people in this generation. But when it comes to podcasts, people can just regurgitate whatever they want to say without any kind of script written. They can just say naturally things. So this is the kind of not street language in a vulgar way, but the normal organic language that you hear from native speakers. Don't you agree?
Absolutely. I absolutely agree. And this is exactly what I was talking to the students about last night. Organic, authentic. With podcasts, the podcasters, and again, there's any subject you want. Like I'm into true crime. So I listen. I even before going to sleep, they say a lot of times listening before you go to sleep of the language helps you. I'm not sure how truthful that is, but I believe, you know, it can help. So you can set a timer on your phone and get a podcast app. Any subject you want.
There is also something.
Two people talking back and forth naturally.
There's something else also I just want to ask you to comment a little bit about. And that is, you know, the consistency of exposure to language, because people seem to have the sources, but they don't know how to manage time. So what do you have any kind of tips or things that you've come across that you think are really making students or learners abided by when it comes to learning?
Sure. If I tell you, okay, I want you to study 4 hours tonight, and every day I want you to study and listen to 4 hours worth, I can probably say most of the students are not going to be able to give me that, right? That's a lot, especially if you're working. So I put it back on the student. How much time are you willing? How much time can you do this? Choice. Give them the choice. Can you do it 15 minutes? Can you do it 20 minutes? Because once they start, guaranteed, once you start and you're listening to something or watching something you enjoy, that time will be longer and longer each time.
So step-by-step kind of process.
Give it what you can. If you say, exactly, that's language. Language is step-by-step. And we've discussed this with teachers a lot. People will come for one level and expect that because they're speaking to someone proficient in language like you in English, or like me, a native English speaker, that they'll be a level 12 and they're a level 5. You know, it doesn't happen that way. That's a special gift to be able to catch language that quickly.
How is
and that easily?
The ultimate question is, how is Global Language Institutes contributing? How is it contributing to spreading language learning positively? How do you contribute as an English teacher, making students learn what's unique about the center? And how is it making students learn language faster?
Okay, that's an easy question. And then it's all about passion.
I love it.
And it is about passion, right? If you have passionate teachers teaching you that love the language and love seeing you be able to produce it, to be able to speak, you know, without pausing, without even translating, that's really exciting.
Awesome.
And to see a student come in very shy and then they see you have passion, they're going to have passion too, if that is their heart. You know, if they really want to learn the language. Then, and so I think that's what sets GI apart, is the teachers really have passion for language and for teaching. They want their students to grow. And we're not going to say, oh, you can go to level 10 just for a certificate. You know, it's like step by step. But you can do it. Anybody can learn. It just takes time.
Carrie, you're doing great and awesome job. You're inspiration to a lot of people, including your students, and I'm one of them. I've seen you working in the classroom, spreading very good positive energy to students, and this is the true passion. Even the word is abstract, but we can feel it, and feeling the word is coming from the magic of the teacher, that he puts all of the effort, the unseen effort, that the students don't know how much teachers struggle, even when they're taking showers, thinking of the lesson plan and what they are going to deliver to students and to learners, and including me, of course. So I really hail you for this amount of energy and this amount of positivity that you're sending and spreading among your students. Thank you so much. And thank you for accepting the invitation to talk about your experience and your background about language teaching and why you are passionate about it. Stay in touch. We are going to definitely have another round of meetings.
Great.
And probably I might come over, show up, and just have a class together where we can teach something interesting to your students.
Okay, you're on about that. And back at you, Waleed, too. I know with your program, you've reached, I have a lot of my Iraqi friends here that talk about your program and how much they're learning. So you keep teaching, and happy learning to everyone out there. And GEI is, here for anybody that's interested, for sure.
Thank you so much, Carrie. Thank you so much for
Thank you,
accepting the
Waleed.
invitation.
Thank you
and stay in touch.
Thanks for your encouragement. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Smart Alec. Characters. Smart Alec knows everything about everything. Her little brothers would like to get the better of Smart Alec. Barney Gavarni is Smart Alec's good friend. Chapter 1. The Smartest Kid. Alec was smart. She was the smartest kid in all the land. She knew everything about everything. Her little brothers were playing in the living room with their spacemen. Smart Alec stomped into the room and said to them, "I bet you don't know what the moon is made of." "Well," Smart Alec said, "the moon is a giant banana. That's the truth. And lots of monkeys live on the moon and they lick the banana. That's why the moon is so shiny. It's sparkling clean from all that licking. So there, I bet you didn't know that." Smart Alec stomped out. There was something she didn't know. Her little brother had tied a thread from her dress to the chair leg. Chapter 2. The Loose Thread. Alec's big sister was sitting in the kitchen. She was eating toast for breakfast. Smart Alec strutted in and said, "I bet you don't know what happens if you eat too much toast." "Well, I know." "You get a terrible stomachache. Then suddenly all the toast pops out of your belly button. So there." Smart Alec picked up her lunchbox and headed for the door. She didn't know that the thread from her dress was getting longer and longer. It tangled itself around pieces of furniture. Chapter 3. Off to School. When Alec got to school, her friend Barney Gavarni was weeding the flower boxes. Smart Alec stopped right by him and said, "I bet you don't know what flowers do at night." "Well, I know what flowers do at night." As soon as everyone's gone to bed, all the flowers climb out of the ground. They play games and have races. That's the truth. Then the flowers go back into the ground before anyone wakes up. That's why they've got dew on them. They're so sweaty from all that running around. So there. Smart Alec kept walking. She didn't know that the thread from her dress had wound its way through the school gate and round a tree. Chapter 4. Chasing Butterflies. A dog ran onto the playground. It was happily chasing butterflies through the bushes. Smart Alec marched over to the dog. She said,
I bet you don't know how to catch a butterfly. Well, I know how to catch a butterfly. I'll show you.
She chased the butterflies. She chased them round and round and round the bushes. Round and round and round and round she went. She didn't know that the thread from her dress was unwinding as she ran. Soon there was hardly any dress left. Not so smart, Alec.
The difference between saying I speak to you every day and I am speaking to you is big. I'm speaking to you is now. Okay. I speak to Abu Zaid every morning is completely different. It's just completely different from the idea that I'm speaking to you right now. Do you see the screen or not?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how do we practice this? اوكي بس هذا هم اثنينهم هسه دا يصير يعني اثناء فتره الكلام لبعض يعني to some extent لمدى معين. الفرق بين انه I speak to Abu Zaid, I do this every day, maybe every day. I do this routinely. But when I say I am speaking to Abu Zaid, I am speaking to Abu Zaid now.
تمام.
You see the point? So the difference comes from the fact that I am speaking to you right now. I'm just telling you the action that I do right now, or the action that I am doing right now. But when I say I wake up every day at 7, هذا routine. بس مو I am waking up at 7 every day. I wake up at 7 every day. Now, going back here, what is Henry doing right now?
Henry?
I'm sorry, Jerry. What is Jerry doing right now?
He is here. He's dancing.
He is dancing. Okay, so when you say he is dancing, you're just saying what he is doing at the moment of conversation. But of course, this is not going to happen all the time. Like I cannot say he dances because he is not going to dance forever. He's just doing an action with some energy to some extent, to some time, like saying she is eating, like Hannah is eating pizza. So she is eating pizza. She is drinking coffee. She is sleeping at the moment. She is dressing herself up. She is calling her friend. She is remembering something. All of this is something that is happening in the external world, بالعالم الخارجي, external, at the moment of my conversation with you or with the listener. And this is the present continuous. Or if we say present simple, like he goes to work, he forgets, he comes back from work, he goes to sleep at 8. This is something routinely done by people. And that is what we call present simple. Now, why do we need these 2 times or 2 dimensions? Because we use every single one for a different purpose. We use one to talk about actions people do at the moment of speaking, which is present continuous. And then we use present simple to talk about things that people do routinely. What is Hannah doing?
Hannah, she is eating the pizza.
What is Kim doing?
She's drinking.
She's drinking water or milk
Water.
or wine or alcohol or whatever. What is Lisa doing?
Which one?
Lisa. What is Lisa doing?
Lisa. She is calling her friend.
What is Ken doing?
She is eating pizza.
He is, because he's a male. Okay, so he is eating pizza. What is Dog doing? Dog, not dog. Dog. What is Dog doing?
Dog.
What is Dog doing?
He is talking with Ken.
With Ken. Okay. Now we just need to spot the difference here. Going back to picture number 2 here. Now we see something different. What is Jerry and Hannah doing?
They are dancing.
They are dancing. What is Dog doing?
Dog is still talking with Ken.
Okay, perfect. What is Lisa doing?
She is eating the pizza
or hamburger.
hamburger.
Pay attention to the details. What is Kim doing?
Kim open her laptop.
Kim
open it.
Kim is opening. Kim is opening. Assuming that this is a laptop, not a mirror or any kind of small purse. So she's opening something. What is Ken doing?
Ken is still eating the pizza.
Okay, and what is Dog doing?
Dog, he is talking with Ken.
Okay, now what I want you to do is to do comparison. I'll give you an example here. Jerry is dancing in the first picture while he is dancing with Hannah in the second picture. Hannah is eating pizza while in the second picture, Hannah is dancing with Jerry. Can you do that? Based not on the photo here, but on the document that I sent you.
Did you talking in the first picture, talking with Ken? While in the second picture, he is still talking with Ken. Okay.
Now I want you to go back to the document. Did you download the document from Skype or not?
Just give me 1 minute.
I want you to download it from Skype. I sent you the document on Skype so you can have an access to it.
Skype. Where is it? Which document, Mr. وليد?
The last document, this document. أنا أرسلت لك إياها على سكايب حتى تحملها. أخير document.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You mean spot the difference?
Yes. Just download it. أريد تسوي لي مقارنة بين picture number 1 and picture number 2. Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening. I hope you're doing great, doing awesome in this lovely day today. One of the key features of successful and persistent and adamant. Now, here we have 3 adjectives. You can Google them to see what they mean. One of the key features of successful, persistent, and adamant is the fact that they keep connecting themselves to objectives, to targets, and to missions, not to people. Now, some people might ask, what is the difference out there? The difference is very simple. You get a lot of frustration from connecting yourself to people. Some people go sometimes through some nervous breakdowns or some frustration or some lack of motivation. And once you realize that they are reaching this level of unsatisfactory performance, you just also keep dragging behind after them and then slow down and then eventually become unable to learn or move or progress one step forward. Once you connect yourself
to goals, objectives, and missions in your life. For example, saying that by the end of 2022, I will be doing my first course in master degree in language, or in European studies, or in politics. This gives you more intrinsic motivation to carry on, like connecting yourself to people who might just at certain point in time stop or retire or quit their goal or just change their priorities. It's quite important to realize that, but the point of realization comes with so many hurdles on the road. Once you look at the world right now, you look at people seeking out for hookah and cafes and not looking for or not looking to grab a book and have a cup of coffee and sit down and read a chapter. You just realize that the kind of priorities of people have changed, and that will ultimately shorten their goals and objectives. I think one of the key points and the ultimate point of some of the youth nowadays is that they obtain or possess a car, nice clothes, a nice watch, a nice phone, and then just have a good account on Facebook or on one of the social networks with millions of followers. But that is not the real success. The real success comes from your modesty to seek knowledge and become more known even after you go. But generally speaking, being successful is to empower and inspire people. Being successful in language learning is to be able to saturate yourself with English or any other language that you're interested in. Like, for example, at certain point in time, few months ago, I've started with the COVID-19 lockdown. I started learning Spanish, and I've been watching so many courses online on Udemy and Coursera and YouTube, and I am finding myself really fascinated, not fascinating, with this fascinating language. I feel very interested to learn this interesting language. You should be not only tied to English or particular language, but just to be open-minded and explore other languages. That is going to give you the privilege of being aware and being knowledgeable about other cultures and other education systems and other worlds beyond your country borders. That's our tip for today, I thought, and I still think, is very valid and reliable for this generation of young people. Please change the set of priorities that you do have and have the passion. And by having the passion is just get inspired by some of the goals, big goals, and imagine yourself like wearing the graduation suit or the graduation gown and then walk in front of people who give you big ovation for the kind of accomplishments that you've done. This is going to give you better chance to progress forward one step ahead of other people, and this is relatively good and maybe better competition with other people to compete on something more successful, not to compete to smoke hookah or create an account on TikTok that has 1 million followers, kind of content that is not giving you the quality of learning or knowledge that you need in future once you start building your career to find a suitable job. Thank you so much. مدرب اللغة وليد خالد.
Pete the Cat and the Lost Tooth by James Dean. Pete lost a tooth. Put it under your pillow, his mom says. The tooth fairy will come. Pete puts the tooth under his pillow. He closes his eyes. He hears a jingle. It is the tooth fairy. I'm very busy tonight, she says. I can help, says Pete. Great! She gives Pete magic wings. He can fly. Visit these cool kits, says the tooth fairy. Just take the tooth and leave a coin, she says. Pete is ready to go. Callie is first on the list. There is Callie's lost tooth. Pete takes the tooth. He leaves a coin for Callie. Alligator is next on the list. Look! Alligator's lost tooth. Careful, it is very sharp. Pete takes the tooth. He leaves a coin for Alligator. Gus, the platypus, is next on the list. Ah! Where is the tooth? The tooth is not here. The tooth is not there. The tooth is not anywhere. Where's Gus's lost tooth? The lost tooth is lost. Does Pete panic? Nope. He knows what to do. Look, Gus is awake. Where's your tooth, Gus? Pete asks. Platypuses do not have teeth, says Gus. But I still want to be a part of the Tooth Fairy fun. No worries, says Pete. Pete puts a coin under Gus's pillow. Thank you, Gus says. You're welcome, says Pete. Good night, Gus. Great work, Pete, says the Tooth Fairy. No problem, says Pete. Not everyone is the same, but being kind is always cool. ربي يحفظكم. مدرب اللغة وليد خالد. نلتقي بكم قصة جميلة للأطفال والكبار فيها معنى ودلالة إنسانية أنه مو كل واحد متشابه، لذلك كن لطيفا مع الكل. ربي يحفظكم. Daddy's big old chair. The school roof has a hole in it. We're going to have a jumble sale, announces Madame Gazelle. The money we raised will pay for a new roof. Everybody has to bring something to sell. Later, Peppa is in her bedroom choosing a toy to give to the jumble sale. Mr. Dinosaur, she decides. Everybody gasps and George bursts into tears. You can't give away Mr. Dinosaur, says Mummy Pig. Why don't you give your old Jack in the Box, suggests Daddy Pig. Oh, okay, agrees Peppa. Now it's your turn, Daddy. What are you going to give? Daddy Pig is not sure. What about your old squeaky chair? Suggests Peppa helpfully. But it's very old and valuable, says Daddy Pig. Hee hee, says Mummy Pig. You found it on a rubbish tip. When Madame Gazelle arrives in her truck, Mummy Pig, Peppa, and George give her everything to take to the jumble sale. Naughty Mummy Pig gives her daddy's squeaky chair too. Daddy Pig will never notice, she whispers to Peppa. It is the day of the jumble sale. There are lots of things to buy. Mummy Pig wants to buy some fruit and vegetables. Daddy Pig wants to buy a chocolate cake. Peppa, says Miss Rabbit. How about buying this chair? It's a bit of rubbish, but you can chop it up and use it for firewood. But Daddy says it's very old and worth lots of money, says Peppa. All Peppa's friends have given something to the jumble sale. Susie has given her nurse's outfit. Pedro has given his balloon and Candy has given her skipping rope. I will miss my Jack in the Box, sighs Peppa. I will miss playing at nurse's, says Susie sadly. Peppa's friends all think they will miss their toys, so they buy them back again. Look what I've bought, snorts Daddy Pig.
It's an antique chair to match my old one. Oh, Daddy Pig, laughs Mummy Pig. It matches your old one because it is your old one, snorts Papa. But Miss Rabbit has just charged me lots of money for it, says poor Daddy Pig. Fantastic news, says Madame Gazelle. We have just raised all the money we need for a new school roof. Hooray! Everybody cheers. مدرب لغة وليد خالد. Daddy's big old chair. The school roof has a hole in it. We're going to have a jumble sale, announces Madame Gazelle. The money we raised will pay for a new roof. Everybody has to bring something to sell. Later, Peppa is in her bedroom choosing a toy to give to the jumble sale. Mr. Dinosaur, she decides. Everybody gasps and George bursts into tears. You can't give away Mr. Dinosaur, says Mummy Pig. Why don't you give your old Jack in the Box, suggests Daddy Pig. Oh, okay, agrees Peppa. Now it's your turn, Daddy. What are you going to give? Daddy Pig is not sure. What about your old squeaky chair? Suggests Peppa helpfully. But it's very old and valuable, says Daddy Pig. Hee hee, says Mummy Pig. You found it on a rubbish tip. When Madame Gazelle arrives in her truck, Mummy Pig, Peppa, and George give her everything to take to the jumble sale. Naughty Mummy Pig gives her Daddy's squeaky chair too. Daddy Pig will never notice, she whispers to Peppa. It is the day of the jumble sale. There are lots of things to buy. Mummy Pig wants to buy some fruit and vegetables. Daddy Pig wants to buy a chocolate cake. Papa, says Miss Rabbit. How about buying this chair? It's a bit of rubbish, but you can chop it up and use it for firewood. But Daddy says it's very old and worth lots of money, says Papa. All Papa's friends have given something to the jumble sale. Susie has given her nurse's outfit. Pedro has given his balloon and Candy has given her skipping rope. I will miss my Jack in the Box, sighs Papa. I will miss playing at nurse's, says Susie sadly. Papa's friends all think they will miss their toys, so they buy them back again. Look what I've bought, snorts Daddy Pig. It's an antique chair to match my old one. Oh, Daddy Pig, laughs Mummy Pig. It matches your old one because it is your old one, snorts Papa. But Miss Rabbit has just charged me lots of money for it, says poor Daddy Pig. Fantastic news, says Madame Gazelle. We have just raised all the money we need for a new school roof. Hooray! Everybody cheers. مدرب لغة وليد خالد. مرحبا بكم أحبتي، شلونكم؟ شو أخباركم؟ إن شاء الله تمام، بخير وصحة وسلامة دوم يا رب. من عندنا من يعاني من مشاكل التحدث في اللغة الإنجليزية. واحدة من هذه المشاكل اللي راح نركز عليها هي past simple past، ماضي بسيط past simple. ليش هو أكو past difficult cheesy joke. اليوم راح نتحدث عن أساسيات تكوين جملة بالماضي. احنا عندنا بالإنجليزي 3 dimensions، هو أكثر بس احنا نقول 3 dimensions: past, present, future. أوكي؟ لحد هذه النقطة احنا متفقين. واحدة من الأساسيات اللي يريد الطرف المقابل يفهمك من تتحدث هو أنه تدل على أنه هذا action بالماضي مو هسه. مثلا I washed my car. I washed my car بدل ما تقول I wash my car، لأن إذا تقول I wash my car شلون أني دا أحكي ودا أغسل السيارة بنفس الوقت. فناخذ هذه الجملة مثلا Walter washed his car on Tuesday. تلاحظ أنه Walter is not، مثل ما تلاحظ Walter is not washing his car right now. He washed his car maybe on Tuesday. He didn't wash his car now. Washed, wash, washed, wash. فمن أقول I wash my car now. I'm washing my car right now. هذه تختلف منطقيا على أنه أنا غسلت السيارة قبل. عندنا أمثلة أخرى حقيقة. مثلا Last night I watched a documentary about Italy. Last Friday I danced with friends. Tom usually drives to work, but yesterday he walked instead. Heather cleaned her bedroom last weekend before the party. Tom shaved off his beard yesterday. After work, Nia listened to music and started reading a new book. مثل ما تلاحظ هنا صارت dance, danced, wash, washed, try, tried, stop, stopped. فهذه هي الحركة الأساسية اللي احنا نريد نوضح للمتحدث والمستمع باللغة الإنجليزية أنه احنا بدنا نتحدث على dimension أو بعد آني هسه، يعني بعد سابق بعد مستقبلي. ممكن حتى نقول will أو بالpast احنا نقول wash, washed, dance, danced, read, read. بعض من عندهم بيهن exceptions بالشكل morphologically speaking أو شكليا. عندك مثلا jump, jumped, arrive, arrived, carry, carried, drop, dropped, work, worked, play, played, save, saved, decide, decided, hurry, hurried, stop, stopped. إضافة لهذا احنا عندنا فد شيء نسميه irregular verbs اللي أنا أنصحكم تتدربون عليهم، وراح أخلي رابط للأفعال الأساسية اللي تحتاج تتدرب عليهم بالفترة الحالية حتى تجيد التحدث باللغة الإنجليزية. مثلا الفعل go بالماضي نقول I went yesterday or I went swimming yesterday. أنا رحت أسبح أو ذهبت، بدل ما تقول ذهب أو أذهب ذهبت yesterday. الأمثلة الأخرى مثلا go, went, have, had, do, did, put, come, came, see, and saw. As an example, I swam in the 500 race. Sam ate 2 pizzas. I came to the US in 1980. We went to the zoo last week. We saw some rare birds. They drank all the lemonade. I did really well in school. They had a great vacation. Steve put his cup on the table. Sheila drove to the park. إشكالية أخرى ممكن نواجهها اللي هي بالاستثناءات. إشكاليتنا بالاستثناءات في القواعد. ليش بالاستثناءات؟ عندنا الفعل بي بعض الأحيان يربك المتعلم، لأن ما بي القاعدة الستاندرد اللي نضيف إيدي للفعل وبعدين يصير طبيعي. فمثلا نشوف المثال التالي. The traffic was bad, so we were late to school. فبدل ما تقول we are late، احنا مو عندنا كان واخواتها بالانجليزي، عندنا بي وبناتها بي and her daughters. شنو بي and her daughters؟ بي عندها 4 بنات is, are, was and were. واحد هو شكل البي بس بغير طريقة، ما راح نتناولها حاليا لأن هذه للمختصين. اللي نحتاج نعرف أنه كل واحد من هذولي يتلائم ويا الفاعل بطريقة معينة. مثلا I was late to school. You were late to school. He and she was late to school. We and they were late to school. نيجي نشوف شلون نستخدمهم. He was a doctor for 40 years. She was She was a Broadway star in the 1960s. There was a party last night. We were at the library yesterday. There were lots of people at the party. They were at the movie last week. النقطة الملاحظ عليها والتركيز عليها لازم يكون كلش قوي. نصيحة لك لا تشدد لأن هو ما بي معنى بي دلالة قواعدية. هذني الأفعال المساعدة ذولي الأفعال اللي هم بي و her daughters بي وبناتها لا تشددهم. يعني استخدمهم احنا نسميه popular. استخدمهم بس ستريس خليه عليهم 20% باللفظ. يعني مثلا I'm وليد بدل ما تقول I am وليد. There are few people بدل ما تقول there are few people. يعني هي ما بيها معنى. هذه احنا نسميها functional word كلمة وظيفية وليس content word كلمة معنى. فذلك احنا لازم نركز عليهم. هذا باختصار ملخص لأهم العناصر الأساسية اللي نحتاجها حتى نفهم الماضي باللغة الإنجليزية. راح أضيف لك رابط لأهم 100 فعل لازم تتدرب عليهم. من تحفظهم أأكد لك بالماضي أو هسه راح تزيد الطلاقة مالتك بنفس العدد مالت الكلمات اللي حفظتهم. ربي يحفظكم. You gained some weight probably, which is a good thing to be said to a pharmacist.
Yes. Everybody seeing me tell me that. It is the side effect on doing paperwork.
What kind of paperwork?
I'm a manager for registering the companies and the items, and I have to sit on a desk and replying emails, make discussion with the agents from multinational, putting the dosers on the desk to read it, recheck it, and write some notes for my employees, for the staff that go into the MOH, Ministry of Health, and doing some letters, some declarations for the agents and something like that. So this is a paperwork from the early morning, from 9 o'clock early morning till 3 o'clock afternoon, 5 days or 6 days in a week. So all these factors will make me get some weight. It is not some weight, some kilos of weight.
Well, I mean, abroad we measure that by pound, and if somebody says that you gained a couple of pounds, that's considerably a lot of weight. But here in kilos, the case is a bit different, you know, and the pressure on people is a little bit more escalated when it comes to telling people that you got like 5 or 6 kilograms.
And to be honest with you, this increase in weight caused some problems to me. I'm a pharmacist. I know the side effects of this increasing in weight, but unfortunately, I cannot get rid of it because of the routine of my work. In the last period, I got hypertension, and there is a PCV, which is the increase in the viscosity of my blood. In addition, that I cannot walk for long way because I got tired very easily, fastly.
And is that because there is some correlation between gaining weight and lack of activity?
Both of them.
Has the study of pharmacy affected your perception of your health?
No, really, before going to the College of Pharmacy, I was very careful for my health.
Very careful.
Very careful. Talking, walking.
But this particular, I'm sorry, but it bugs me if I do not give you a little bit of comment on that word. I was a little bit cautious, not careful. I think there's some sort of word use here that shifts the meaning. If I say I was careful about my weight, I mean, it's logically possible and it's grammatically possible, But sometimes in certain contexts like this one, we say I was a little bit cautious about my weight, better than just saying I was a little bit careful. And there is certain kind of difference, of course. So we normally say I was cautious, not to correct you, but just to give you feedback that this is pretty much the way we say that. Okay, that's great. Keep going. Tell me something, because I need to shift to another important point.
Yes, I was saying that I was so careful about my food, so careful about the sport, and I was walking long distances from the high school to my house. But unfortunately, when I got a car and be an employee, I'm come to transport by car, even if I want to buy a bread from the about 1 meter or 2 meters from my house.
Yeah,
That's the story.
that's the story of the family guy.
Ah, yeah.
Okay. Now, on the talking about IELTS,
Yes.
I was wondering, since you brought it up, actually, I had a different agenda for our discussion of tonight. But since you brought that particular important book into
Ah, yeah.
attention, I was wondering if there are any plans this month, upcoming month, in the coming 3 months, of taking the IELTS exam.
Well, yes. I'm let. Sorry, I let the plan is open depending on the assessment that you will give me.
Mhm.
If you find me that I'm ready to take the exam and get the score, the needful score, I don't mind, and have no problem to do the registration and going to take the exam. I don't
Mhm.
know. I don't mind. This is depending on your assessment, Mr. Walid.
Okay, well, that's a lot of trust to put in a modest teacher like me, of course. Um, However, I still see unsatisfactory performance in writing,
Mm,
and that is because, just simply, not because you're not doing well or anything. It's just
mm,
uh, the uh, the idea that we still haven't practiced enough models for writing, and
mhm,
that is on the expense, of course, the time we spend together. And this is totally, um, you know, coming from the fact that you have obligations, and I do have obligations, and I'm trying to make ends meet. Um,
Okay, and that what attracted me by the address of that book. So I shared it with you if it will be useful to me to improve my
no,
ability.
no matter no matter what kind of, well, we have to define what usefulness is,
Mm,
first of all. So you need to determine to me before I tell you whether it's useful or not. And by the way, that book is not available. I
mm,
couldn't find that book. But first of all, we need to understand the definition of usefulness to you from your own side and from my own side. And then, on
mhm,
based on that, we can determine if there are certain sources that are useful to you, provided that we have a clear definition of the word useful. Now,
mhm,
I'm bringing this up for the simple reason that there are there are gigabytes of data online that serve the purpose of getting sufficient training for IELTS. However, comma,
mhm.
um, we do not necessarily need to rely and check every source online just because it says get IELTS score 9 easily. I mean,
Mhm.
there is, we need to admit that there is a sense of commercialism that
You have to
permeates,
filter.
that goes into the publishing of these sources, and also there are people who are promoting these sources, and sometimes what's useful to you can be free, and what's not useful to you can be paid thousands of dollars to get. Um, no matter what kind of source you find online, ultimately it is you, your mind, your listening skills, your writing skills that will determine whether you get a higher score or not, in addition to your speaking skills. So no matter what kind of source, it's just going to be a facilitator to the objective or the target that you're planning to get at this particular time during this duration of training. So going back to square number one, I will ask you just directly, what do you mean by useful?
Well, I mean by useful that way that increase my ability to write well according to the requirements of IELTS that lead me to take a high score. And maybe it contains more examples, more templates. Maybe it contains some essays that repeated by the examiner future with the ideal answers.
No,
that's my definition for useful regarding this book.
Well, very valid definition, and I think you have full justification for why you're intending to get this or obtain this sort of source. And there are hundreds of sources like this. We are not restricted and abided by this particular one. We have other options if this is not available on the shelves of the internet, of course, or the pirated websites. So I sent you that.
By the way, Waleed, I didn't looking for this book. I found it in one page in Facebook, someone talking about it, and it attracted me.
Did you?
Why? That's why.
Did you download it?
No.
Okay.
No, because there was talking about the download through Telegram, and I have no Telegram.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now, well, I'll try to get my hands on this book and determine whether the kind of quality of the materials in that book. I can say from the first 10 pages whether that book is useful or not, because there's those people who try to just give you the gist, the butter of, or the cream of what you need to do and to work on, just because we are adults and we don't have the whole world time.
And I need the bread and butter, not the butter alone.
Of course. Well, yeah, in your case, because you need protein.
Yes.
So what I will do, I'll just go ahead and search for that one. But for this particular book, I just want you to open the link to the Skype document that I sent you here. This is just a guideline.
Yes, I did, which is IELTS Task 2 samples dedicated to me.
Oh yeah, that's the one. So I cut some of the essays from the internet and I just posted that in this document. So I chose around 20. But
I like this type of painting.
What kind of painting?
This photo on the under the dedicated of me.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, I didn't want to leave it blank.
Yeah, it reminded me by the works of Van Gogh, something like that.
Van Gogh.
Yeah.
So what I wanted to say is that do you hear me?
Yes, I do.
What you see here is just a model guideline to work by. Probably if you go through every one of them, just go through every one of them and see what's there that connects you to them. What kind of writing, what kind of word choice that you see there that you
They are my last tasks, but with the ideal answer. Am I right?
By the way, I can give you feedback for this writing to determine whether it's good or not, and it's not eligible to 0.9. These are just sample responses by native speakers and non-native speakers for the IELTS test. They are not necessarily 100% perfect, so we have to take them with a grain of salt. Grain of salt. يعني شوية الكريديبيليتي مالتهم يعني لازم ناخذها شوية ملح يعني من نصدقها 100%. We should not take it for granted. We should take it with a grain of salt. So what you see here, let me pull out this document to just show you a better example. Now, do you see the document or not?
Yes, I do.
Okay, perfect. So what we do have here is, do you agree that the advantages cars bring outweigh the disadvantages? We'll probably remember this because we've spent some time doing a little bit of practice on that one. And I'm sorry, I've been hiding the rest of the items just because I just wanted to focus on creating the model for your writing, but not to extensively go through hundreds of models and stay lagging behind in terms of the word choice, the cohesion, task completion, lexical diversity, and grammar. These are the major points that we have here. What you notice here is that using cars has been increasingly common in the recent years, which is very good, valid statement that tells us that the person is fully aware of what he's trying to say, and he's creating very strong statement in this regard. So he's just determining a kind of cause, a kind of problem. Like, for example, car traffic in Baghdad has been increasingly damaging people's psychological behavior in recent years. Although that the government has been maintaining the escalating number of cars in recent years, but it seems that there hasn't been enough done to reduce the psychological effects of getting stuck in traffic or being stuck in traffic for longitudinal hours. This is the statement. And then you probably, if the essay asks you to agree or disagree, to confirm or deny, if the essay asks you to debate with or against, all of that is determined by the kind of question. And then on one hand, whenever he says on one hand, as you notice here, he is saying on the other hand. And there is this joint.
Of course.
There is this joint here, as you notice. There's very good joint that the gentleman is, well, the writer is, of course, creating when it comes to, see, I'll just, give me 1 second. I just want to choose a different color to point. You see this one?
Yes.
So this particular one. And then he's writing 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs. So ample number of words. He's not repeating the words. And then he's saying in conclusion, which is just an indicator that having a car can lead to few obvious problems. But I believe that owning a car is the best choice, and the benefits that it brings about can outshine its drawbacks. So remember, what he's doing here is using present simple, and it's clearly apparent here. Going back, although I think, so that's present simple. You notice that. What else do we have? Let's say that it maintains present simple.
Yes.
I strongly believe present simple. Owning cars has a significant that's present. The first reason is that that's present. So there is consistency. As you notice here, the writer is very consistent. He is not jumping back and forth between past and present and future without creating good, sufficient introduction to the transition backward or forward. More cars are likely to result. That is very clear and present simple. So we always go and make it as simple as possible. I'll just give you an introduction about this, just criticism of what's going on in here. On the one hand, he is adding firstly, and then once he said firstly, we may expect secondly, or therefore, or finally, as you notice here, and for instance. So you see, there's these kind of joints, like the joints of the body that connects one sentence to the next, one article to the next, one clause to the next, one phrasal verb to the next. And it's very clear. Now, the interesting thing is not within the paragraph itself, it's actually the connection between paragraphs. So if you look here, people may have, let me just, notice here, people may have higher chances of carrying more potential health risks like obesity and heart attacks. And he's stopping there. And then on the one hand, there are many reasons why people prefer owning cars. So there's very good introduction. And then here, what he's saying, this becomes especially helpful when there are elderly, the disabled, or even sick members in the families. And then in conclusion, very clear. We move on to the next one. When choosing a job, the salary is the most important consideration. To what extent do you agree or disagree? So it's a matter of agreeing or disagreeing. You remember this because we wrote about it.
Yes, I remember, and remember also the essay or the question that contain if agree or not agree. I have to express about the feeling of both sides, who agree and why, and who disagree and why.
Non-bias, for sake of non-bias, we have to offer the two sides of the equation to balance and counterbalance any kind of tendency of subjectivity here. It is true that the salary plays an integral part in selecting career or / choosing a job. That's a very strong statement. I believe this is where the statement begins. اللي هو بيانك أو الرأي الخاص بك. It should be here in the first paragraph. Now, what happens on one hand, and then on the other hand, you see, very consistent and in conclusion. And the number of words are 330. In fact, we can go beyond 300, but it's preferable to stick with 300 because we emphasize quality over quantity here. Notice here, what I am digging for is grammatical tools that connect. See, for example, in fact,
yes.
On the other hand, and then if we shift upper, there is definitely some connections here besides or in addition. I mean, you can use one of them.
Yes.
By the way, is the font clear or not?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So see, there's some solid writing, but simple writing. You know, I guarantee you, probably 99% of the text here. It is just how you employ it that makes it impactful, influential, or effective on the reader. You just have to make sure that you keep it simple, but connected in a better way. What do you think of this essay? How much do you give this essay?
Now, after your modification?
No, I mean this one that you see in front of you. How many points do you give it out of 9?
At least 6.5.
Well, that's very modest, but not generous. I think it deserves, let's say 7 or 7.5. And remember, the difference between 6.5 to 7 is only 2 points, like 2 extra things that you do to determine that this is eligible for.
On the overall score.
Overall.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what we are doing tonight, we're just going through samples, and then we are going to choose one and then practice on that. But the practice tonight is going to be a little bit tricky. It's not going to be as expected in the regular liberty and luxury that you have at home. I'll just monitor you and give you a time to do it now. Some people believe that unpaid community, well, this is just trash. I don't like the title. Let's move to another one. people should follow the customs and traditions when people start to live in a new country. To what extent do you agree or disagree? By the way, these are questions that happened to come in IELTS previous tests. So they are not off the grid when it comes to whether they are important or relevant or not. They are valid. They are part of the IELTS test community, and this kind of question or these kind of questions happen to be part of the IELTS examinations before. So take them with a grain, don't take them with a grain of salt. They take them for granted as very valid questions. However, as I said, it's not a matter of the multiplicity of sources, Osama. It's the quality of writing that you invest in developing, chiseling, improving your writing style when it comes to presenting something solid and, straightforward, simplistic, clear, and, readable. Because sometimes we think Arabic, we transfer to English, and we fall through this kind of, let's say, chasm, يعني هفوة. That just makes us. Anyways, just tell me what you notice here in terms of grammar. Like, what kind of joints or tools are they using here?
There are two important reasons. This one. Firstly, secondly, and
how about I strongly agree and disagree? What do you think?
This is yes. I strongly agree with this idea because problems, benefits. I think this is a strong statement.
Now, look at this part. From my own perspective, he's not using from my own point of view, because this is very cliche, this kind of old-fashioned expression. So he's using a better, more formal expression, which is from my own perspective, like from my own point of view, from my own perspective. He's just using a better version of academic writing here, just because he wants to show that to the reader, which is the IELTS examiner, that I know my damn English and I know how to write well.
So when he used respective, he adopted the idea or not? This is the point of view of the writer or not?
Of course, this is the point of view of writer. And by the way, you can go with or against. The idea is not whether you agree or disagree. The idea is how to present your thoughts of agreement or disagreement, and whether that's convincing or not. Yes. I am not going to judge you whether you like or dislike, whether you like or dislike atheism, which is not believing in God. But what I do focus on,
to see if I agree for what reasons and if I disagree for what reasons.
Okay, so here, see, there's this diversity he's using first, and he's not just leaving it there, but he's saying the refusal to adopt to host environment. See, host environment, he's using very formal academic words, would create a cultural barrier for immigrants. This leads, see, consistency, present simple, which has negative influence on people's life. See the punctuation, very clear. Secondly, it is, so present simple again, logical / true. You can use one, that limited knowledge of, but here limited, is it a verb or adjective?
Where that's limited?
Don't give me an echo word. Just say an adjective or a verb.
No, adjective.
It's an adjective because what comes after that is knowledge, and knowledge is a noun. Yes. So limited knowledge is an adjective by default. So he's using, see what he's using adjectives to describe nouns. And you remember when we tried to add as many adjectives to nouns, because that is going to give that a colorful image in the mind of the reader. So here, when we say limited knowledge, it's different from saying true knowledge. Instead of saying customs, we say local customs. So he's specifically referring to a particular customs. See, illegal actions. So he's using illegal, which is a noun that functions as an adjective to describe actions. See, and then he's using Singapore, for instance. So this is in terms of task completion, he's doing great job. In terms of cohesion and coherence, he's doing great job connecting the paragraphs. In terms of task completion, cohesion and coherence, lexical diversity. So he's using a lot of highly academic words. And in terms of grammar, he's doing great job, but he's just aware of the fact that if he goes beyond the 2 to 3 sentences, al-azmina, he may lose the track of what he wrote. So he's keeping it very simple to present simple. Also, local residents consider, that's past, correct?
Yes. No, not past, present.
Present, okay.
Present.
Anyone dirty and ill-mannered. So he's using these adjectives again. Newcomers can gain some benefits, and then blah, blah, blah. He's not keeping it that way. He's just creating some connections. For example, you see, point and illustrate and give examples. Point, illustrate, and give examples. In many festivals, another, and then in lovely conclusion, 2 lines. I will argue, or I would argue. You're scratching your head. Does that mean it doesn't make sense to you?
Argue?
I don't know. You scratch your head. Is that because you have lice in
No,
your
no,
hair, or
no,
because it doesn't make any
thinking,
sense to you?
No, no, no. I was thinking about the for instance, or for example, after illustration. My question is, after illustration, I have to put an example.
Well, it's preferable to give examples, because that, I mean, whatever you say, it's going to be just pure opinionated statement. يعني رأي ارتجالي, improvised, if you do not provide hypothetical examples. Just say a convincing example, even if it's fake. By the way,
Okay.
Just pretend that you know some statisticians who, for some reason, know the fact of what they're doing, and then just build on that kind of statement. In the conclusion, you just need to wrap it up by re-emphasizing and rephrasing. In conclusion, wrap it up by re-emphasizing and rephrasing. In conclusion, wrap it up by re-emphasizing and rephrasing your statement here. So I would argue
That's
that
why I scratched my hair.
Say it again.
That's why I scratched my hair.
Oh, okay. I thought you have lice, because I have some good medicine for that one.
No, I don't like that. I don't think so. Okay.
Okay. Just joking. I would argue that people who dwell in a new, see, I love this word so much, dwell, instead of live, because live is very cliche word. It's just telling people that I know the word dwell. Dwell is to live. To live in a particular place. And by the way, when we say let's not dwell on that, it means يعني لا نلزق بهذا الموضوع، لا نظل باقين به، يعني لا نظل نناقش خلينا نتحرك. Let's not dwell on that. In a new country should follow the custom. So he has presented in the beginning, look here, I strongly agree with the idea because of some problems and benefits that people can face with them. And then in conclusion, I would argue that people who dwell in a new country should follow the custom. He's just rephrasing and restating the statement that he put in the beginning. The custom centers which local people observe. Local people observe. Now, the word observe is not watch. It means do. So tomorrow or the day after, when you observe Ramadan, it means that you fast. تأدي.
But this is a specific meanings here.
Yes, definitely.
Because
but
sometimes we are using, yes.
Sorry, the word observe has a couple of very important different meanings. Like I observe you while you're taking the test.
Oh, yeah.
But people observe fasting or observe Ramadan It means they perform the act of fasting in Ramadan. They observe the prayer, means that they do the prayer. And it's kind of like fixed expression, fixed meaning. To observe is to do certain rituals for the purpose of worshiping God. Are we good?
Yes, we are good.
Okay, perfect. So let me cut this part here, and then what I will do is very simple. Just look at this example that of the essay, the same one that starts with sample 4. Do you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you and reading the address of the topic.
Okay, so for sample 4, what I want you to do is simply tell me verbally by voice. And since I don't want to occupy you with a lot of writing, I'll take the job of writing here. What I will do is, give me 1 second here. Let's say. Now, I want you to tell me, as if you are going to tell me what to write. I want you to dictate what you should say as response in this. For the introduction, I will give you 5 minutes. You are going to tell me what I write, and I will write it here, and you are going to watch me writing it until we come to a consensus. I'll send you this document, and I will just ask you to finish it.
Based on this topic?
Yes, sir. Sample 4.
Okay.
Just give me the introduction here.
Introduction. While some people think that social media is a way for make the people closer to each other and sharing the information or the feelings.
Wait. We're not talking about what we're talking. We're talking about sample 4. People should follow the customs and traditions when people start to live.
No, it was another topic. I read something related with technologies.
No, go to sample 4. Are we on the same page? Read sample 4, the one that I was just talking about.
Let me just remember the topic. This was sample 8.
No.
Nowadays.
What I want you is to go here. Do you see it? Sample 4.
Yes.
This is the question. People should follow the customs and traditions when starting or when starting to live abroad in a new country. Are we clear?
Yes, we are clear.
Okay, so just go to the beginning, as if you're just thinking out loud about what you want to say.
Well, I think to say that there are two sides or two types or two kinds of people. One of them that living according to their own way, whatever or wherever. Yes.
Go back to the beginning and tell me what to write, but in a slower pace.
Yes.
There are?
No, delete there are, and start with while there are some people living according to their own way, wherever they are living, there are another type of people or kind of people that follow the instruction and obey the law, orders in the country that they are resident in.
I'm not going to comment on your grammar because this is your responsibility. but I see that this sentence is a good in a way and needs some fixation and a little bit of feedback on other ways. First of all, let's have a look here at what you said. I know that you're just thinking out loud, and I am going to have no objection on that. But it's just the foundation here on which we are building some constructive essay with good quality of feedback, as just like the ones that I send you regularly, like with my comments and my voice and my recording of what you wrote and what you have to do and how to fixate that or fix it. There are some people who live, some people living according to their, now this is kind of awkward. Like we can say while there are people who live according to their own principles, because the word way is kind of informal. The word living is not following the consistency of tense or time. So you have to put it in the present simple. There are another, which is my typo, another. When you say there are another type of people, we're talking about people. So we have to say whether there are other types of people or there are other type of people, because people is plural word.
Yes.
Are we good? So
yeah.
This is just an example here on which we can build a very solid foundation of writing independent essay. This is going to be the last essay I will give you feedback on in terms of task 2. And then after my feedback, I will determine whether we keep working on this task 2 or shift to task 1. But I will send you some feedback, and I will send you some recommendations of sources that you have to work on in order to just be aware of the necessary items that we have to put in consideration or have in consideration or bear in mind when it comes to excelling in our performance in writing task 2. Are we good?
Yes, we are good.
So what I want you to do is just to be continued, and then what I want you to do is just simply I'll send you this document. I just want you to fill it up with 300 words and then send it to me at your convenient time this week, probably
this week.
Tomorrow and the day after is going to be Ramadan, so probably you'll got some fluctuating energy and performance issues. And
by the way, Ramadan Kareem for you and your family, Walid.
Say it again.
Ramadan Kareem for you and your family.
Likewise, Habibi, likewise. So hopefully, fingers crossed that everything goes as planned and we get a little bit of feedback. This is task number 1. Task number 2, you have to do it to me, or I will just, well, this is not a warning. This is just, let me rephrase what I said, because it seemed to me, it's a statement, because it seems to me that it's a warning. So the second one is a link to IELTS listening test. Do not procrastinate more than a week to send me the results. I assure you, I'll be upset. So I sent it to you on your on your Skype. Just click on it. Give me the answers on answer sheet, like this. Sorry.
Okay.
And then I'll just give you the grading, and then we can determine how much we need to work on in terms of listening, in terms of well, not in terms of speaking, because you're a good speaker, in terms of listening and in terms of writing.
Okay.
Are we good?
Yes, we are good.
Enjoy your relaxing time with your family. Happy Ramadan and blessed Ramadan. May God keep you safe, you and your family, and blessed.
Likewise, Dr. Walid. Thank you.
All the day, all the week, all the month, and all the year.
Thank you very much.
Say hi to your family, and inshallah, after Eid, we can get together so we can chat a little bit, have a cup of coffee, and then, you know, have fun.
Make sure to take the vaccination.
Inshallah. Inshallah this week. Inshallah.
Inshallah.
Thank you so much, Habibi, and stay around. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye. Rose office to make a format for it. So, hello. I'm seeing you. So I told him to put my name because this is my personal computer, but he forgot that and put his name, the name of his office. So let's tell Mina Rose.
Quite interesting. Well, it's gonna take me some editing to just change that.
I know. I didn't discover that just before our first meeting on Zoom. I forgot that thing, so I didn't notice that thing.
So, Mademoiselle Osama, tell us a little bit about your day.
That's good. That's good.
How's your day? I haven't touched base with you for the past few weeks because of course, Ramadan and all the complications of post-Ramadan and some other activities and duties. So, what kind of updates do you have in your package for me tonight?
Well, first one is my task regarding coronavirus dramatic increasing, that figure you shared with me in India. I completed and sent it to you. You remember it? Or if you check it?
I am looking at it right now, and I have some impression that I will reveal to you once you finish.
Negative or positive?
Well, since negative is highly welcomed nowadays, it's a good result, which is funny that once you get a negative result nowadays, it seems that it is positive.
Very good. Very good.
I mean,
when that you mentioned that there are many negative points in my writing.
I wouldn't use the word negative. And if somebody told you that I'm using this word, I think they are lying. I'm not going to use the word negative. Tending to be a little bit diplomatic, but strict with you guys who are going to take the test soon. But I'm not going to say it's negative. I need to sugarcoat that. And sugarcoating means I just need to cover it like a capsule with good taste and sweet flavor. So that it's not going to give you the real bad medicine inside it, or the bad tasting medicine inside it. I have some reservation to hafiz on some parts of it, and I'm not going to blame you for that. I usually attribute to my shortcomings when it comes to flooding you with enough training practice, but I know within the busyness of your schedule and commitments and obligations, it seems really hard to pull the cord tighter than it should be on your neck in this case. But I think we are just doing some good progress, turtle slow progress, but especially in writing. Not only you, but generally speaking, I've been working with like few clients of mine, including you, of course, but I don't consider you as a client. But nomenclature is this way. I have Zainab, who is a prospective IELTS test taker, and she's a doctor, and she's been doing great, pretty good actually. But there are this common syndrome among you, and that is the smuggling of some terminology from Arabic to English. And that can be really overcame. We can overcome this by reading out loud the essay, or thinking of it in your mind before saying that thing. Like, for example, starting a paragraph saying, this is just the introduction. Starting the paragraph saying يعني زاد الطين بلة, and trying to transfer that to English. How do you commonly translate, not translate, but say it in English? Sean, do you remember when we talked about, like, we should not translate literally, but we should ask ourselves, how do they say it in English? Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember. I remember also you told me that do not translate شيء من هذا ومن ذاك. directly from Arabic to English, because that will be right.
That is not going to be correct to some extent. It is going to be comprehensible, by the way. It's going to be understood, I assure you, by native speakers. They understand what you're trying to say, but this is not a context of how they say it in English. Let me grab my pen. Yes, it can be understood by them. Like, for example, زاد الطين بلة. So we have this expression. We think of it as very formal. We want to say it. We have the urge to say it.
What does she say? Increase the clay. What?
Yeah, that's not going to work, actually. That wouldn't make any sense to them in English. So we just need to have an alternative, or just plainly choose expression or a word that just means something, or we just avoid it. We either have to avoid this kind of expression in case we are not 95% sure about it, or we throw it on the table, assuming people would understand what we mean. That's pretty much what's in my mind right now regarding this. In English, they say to add fuel, to add gasoline to fire, or to add fuel to fire. That is how they say it in English, but we have to think of the equivalence here. Now, the question is, how do we find these kind of common expressions? First of all, we just Google the most common ones, because these are, I mean, not necessarily have to go through a ton of examples and sayings in English in order to memorize them off your top of your head. But to just go over the most common expressions and use some of them selectively, because that is going to indicate the depth of your language level.
I think Walid, using the says, الأمثلة,
sayings.
using the sayings. I think using the sayings in English to make the picture of something more closer to
the image.
Yes, the image is more closer, is coming by two ways, either by reading over and over, or by connecting with the native people. I think it is a next stage for the students, maybe like me, at least.
Well, I think we are in a context where we will have lack of contact with native speakers, and it's a necessity to find an alternative here. I mean, if you are looking for native speakers, they are always busy. They wouldn't have available time for you just to sit and chat with you. They're just that's not gonna be a possibility here. But I think going over alternatives here are quite welcomed and quite common. I've seen so many people who have mastered English and they haven't stepped abroad. And that's just because they have worked diligently and stubbornly to improve their English. And no matter how many challenges that they've come across, they overcame, and they became better and closer to the professional English speakers. We can never be native speakers, but you can be very professional English speaker.
Yes.
However, I'm thinking of the possibility and the necessity of these kind of common sayings. And, you know, I'm not sure if you see this or not, but this is just a simple indicator of task completion, cohesion and coherence, grammatical range, and lexical range. Under the category of lexical range, we can use one or two common sayings in English, like to add gasoline to fire, to indicate that you have good width and depth with English, and this can give some sort of better impression by the evaluator or the examiner when it comes to determining whether you're 6.5 or 7.5 or 8.
Could you support us as students, and if you have a time, with the famous sayings in English, Walid?
There are very
And,
common
and
ones.
each one, and it's translated in Arabic, so we can use it in, sometimes in English instead of the Arabic without translating directly.
Well, it's you know, we think of sayings as fish in river. So we either have to build a net to fish the fish when they pass through that, so you can filter them out. But it's really hard to, you know, to throw a hook somewhere in the river and expect to find a ton of fish out there. I think this is bad analogy here, but the idea is that there are common expressions, common sayings, common idiomatic expressions, and the more you use when it comes to finding good idiomatic expression or saying in English, the better. But this is not our point of discussion for tonight, and I don't want to digress further because I want to focus on something more significant and important, and that is we have in our topic of tonight the issue of writing. I'll give you quick feedback on your writing, and then we will shift to 36 pages of essays that we need to work on and go through. Once we synthesize this list of questions that relatively come in IELTS test, we would have a general overview of the kind of expected questions out there. Now, when it comes to questions that they ask you in the independent essay task number 2, they either ask you for suggestions or opinion, or they ask you to argue with or against, or to ask you to express your ideas regarding particular thing. We'll just talk a little bit about it later. For the time being, I prefer just to jump to the topic of discussion entitled COVID cases in India. Now, this is the scale. I've taken it from Google a few days ago, and I've sent that to you for sake of authenticity. I thought that it might be useful for you just to go through this better than just using the samples taken from IELTS, because this is more authentic, reliable when it comes to giving you feedback, and it's not going to take us offshore. Now, do you see what I'm seeing?
Yes.
Okay.
I see you are controlling your screen.
What do you mean you're controlling your screen? Like, do you see the text?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I want you to do is just to give me introduction or presentation of what kind of changes you've made here, and then we'll jump to my feedback. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I started with the diagram and started with the title or the topic, which is what that diagram talking about. An increase, 2 parts of an increasing in the cases of COVID-19 in India. One of those at the August of 2020, and the second at the April of 2021. And I started to speaking about the first in increasing the August of 2020, which was 100,000.
Osama, Osama, something irrelevant to the kind of presentation here. Now, when you speak English, you're speaking the same speed that you're speaking Arabic to me. I want you to slow down and think carefully of the word you're choosing when you're speaking. Especially that is going to save you some time, like half a second or 1 second slower is better than faster, fluent speaker with grammatical errors and grammatical mistakes. So slowing down and being very clearly expressive, expressive person is better than speaking fluently with common errors. Now, to speak fluently is to speak with faster, like native speakers, but with common errors that might occur here and there.
Yeah.
So again, the diagram shows the data.
Yeah. The diagram shows a data of new cases recorded of COVID-19 that hit a huge population country, which is India. I started to speak about the beginning of the year 2020. It is not the beginning, sorry, but it is the beginning of the diagram, but there is an increase in the cases at nearly at August or September of 2020. And there is another increase at April 2021. You will be shocked from the reasons that I will mention at the last of this paragraph. Why there are two increases dramatically in the cases recorded in this country.
April 27th and April 18th, August 27th and April 18th, there's a spike increase.
Yeah. And you will be shocked why there are two dramatically increasing in the cases in this country, which is regarded or considered the third biggest country in production of the vaccine that used for fighting this killing virus. So return back to the beginning of 2020, we can see that there is a steady curve in the new recorded cases till the mid of the year. In September, there is so clear that there was an increase in the cases, which reached 100,000 cases. In the later month, until the end of 2020, there is a constant number of cases again. And this is very strange because there is a steady state in the cases in the before September 2020 and after that a crazy month of cases. In March 2021, there is another increase. You can see that the cases increased dramatically again to reach a scary number, which is four times the last recorded number, which is 400,000 cases. This increase in cases could be because of many reasons. I started with first one, which is the poor hygiene, and that according to my observations when I visited India at August 2019. Poor hygiene is one of the most important features in the street, or maybe even in the institutions when you have a tour in India. Second, the huge number of population in this country in general and in each area in particular that prevent them from doing good or needful social distancing between them. You can imagine that each family at least consists of 12 or 13 members in the same house, and the houses of Indian families are so small in compare with the number of the family. Third cause, they believe in religion more than in science. There were so many voices that call the Indian people to get the vaccination or at least to do the social distancing between them at the beginning of this pandemic, but no one can listen for that voices, and they listening for the voices of religion that call them for do some prayer for a cow or do some prayer for a statue to ask them to help in fighting this virus. While the figure illustrates the increase by 4 times in comparison with the cases of the last. In comparison with the cases of the last year, we can find that there are times of some health stability. And I think we cannot generalize the poor hygiene or the poor social distancing for all Indian people, because of course there are some of them, or a large number of them, which can be regarded as educated people. So those educated people, of course, do some commit for the health instruction and this type related with this type of pandemic or epidemic. And maybe there is social distancing, using sanitizers, and as well as wearing facial mask. All those reasons maybe were the cause of steady state concentration in the cases before August to 2020, before September 2020, and after that before April 2021. In addition, also, the vaccination play a vital role in the process of fighting that killing virus. And in the result, we can get this diagram that illustrate or show us the scenario of cases of COVID-19 in this country. Yeah.
Going back to point number 1 here, the diagram shows. Now here we have more liberty when it comes, Osama, to express our thoughts, because what we're doing, we're simply running some sort of observation of what is happening here. So we are not obligated to strictly follow the design of the paragraph in task number 2, where you have to write an independent essay. The scenario here is a bit different and more flexible. However, we're just doing observation. We are just reporting. We're not showing opinion. We're just reporting. That's the data reporting here, which is our priority. So in addition, the diagram shows the data of new cases of COVID-19 that hits a huge population country, India. This seems off-putting since the idea that you're reporting is simply talking about India. So steady population of India. So you have to say of India. Do you see my comment?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, perfect. So in the beginning of 2020, we can see, instead of saying we can see, you may use it is observable. It is observable that there is a steady curve in the but when we say steady curve in the new recorded cases until the mid of the year of 2020. Okay. In September, here I see that we should add joints. Like, think of the paragraph, Osama, as the human body anatomy, that between every 2 bones connected, there are certain joints and cartridges and some sort of like fabrics that connects the bones. So the friction is smoothened out. I don't know if this is a word or not, but so once you have 2 bones friction with each other, that's gonna cause some sort of later on osteoporosis. Yes. I think that's the word. So what happens is that we just need some sort of sponge in between. Think of the paragraph, English paragraph, exactly the same as the friction that happens here. Once there is no good transition, there is no flexibility, so the reader and the whole structure of the paragraph is going to be having higher friction, and this causing osteoporosis eventually, which is translated into lack of comprehension in the mind of the reader. This is the closest example that I can think of right now. So in September 2020, there was a clear increase. Now, the other observation that I have for you is that try to avoid sudden transitions in time. Like here, you're talking past, correct? Here, you're talking present. So this shift will just cause some trouble in the mind of the reader. Increase in the cases which reached 100,000 cases. Okay. In the later months and till the end of 20, there is a constant, there should be comma here. There is, so again, there is, this is present.
Yes.
Constant number of cases again. In March, it can be seen that the cases increased dramatically. I love this. So big heart for you here.
Thank you.
Okay. This increase in cases could be because of many reasons. Now, nobody is talking about reasons of this increase. And I think it's your own proactive skills to interpret that, since you have some pharmaceutical background. Nobody has asked you to give comments on the justification of why this dramatic increase happened. This increase in cases could be because of many reasons. First, the poor hygiene. Second, the huge number of population in this country in general and in each area in particular. Third, they believe in religion more than science.
Yes, they believe.
They believe. While the figure illustrates the increase of 4 times in comparison with the cases of the last year, we can find that there are times of some healthy stability. This is not phrased correctly, but it should be rephrased better. Now, we should not start a sentence with a verb, like unless you're ordering, like eat, where the subject is hidden, implied, means you eat. So comment to health instructions for this epidemic may be the reason for healthy stability. Also, healthy stability, I'm not sure if this is something common in English, like we never say that. I don't know. Healthy stability, maybe it's not that quite common. Social distancing, using hand sanitizers, and as well as maybe here we can say in addition, and then here we can just assume by saying finally, and then blah, 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 okay? And then that's pretty much, I would give you 7 actually for this kind of essay, to be honest, for cohesion and coherence. I would give you 6.5 for task completion. I would give you definitely 7.5, and for grammatical range, I'm not sure. They still have some struggles here and there. And for lexical diversity, you're good. Like I would give you 7. So the average of this, I don't know, 7, 6.5. I don't know. I'm not sure. You can calculate that. So that's my assessment here. You can check it out later, should you like that. Okay, so that's my comment. I'll send you the document later.
Okay.
No. Done with it.
6.75.
6.7. Oh yeah, 6.75. Like I would say 7. Around 7. That's safer to be said here. Going to our meets.
By the way, I followed. I have read the examples that you shared with me in a PDF file, and there is something similar to this diagram. There is a diagrams from for different topics. So I read it very carefully. Maybe I read 4 of these and bent the sequences of the sentences or the paragraph in building my essay. It was very, very useful to me.
Thank you. Moving on to our main topic of tonight, which is going to be discussing around 35 pages, 29 pages. I'm gonna go easy on this. This is related to paragraph 2, but in a sense, it carries the same DNA of paragraph 1 or essay 1. So this is from a book. I've scouted few books about IELTS writing.
Yeah.
And I chose this because it's very important, and it has a key idea with so many examples where we can just invest on. So this is general introduction. I'll just walk through this. I'll send you the documents. You can print it out, have a look at it, and try to understand it in your relaxing time. So the IELTS essay is the second part of the writing section. We've talked a little bit about it. You know about task response or task completion. This is something we've talked about. Cohesion and coherence we talked about. We have covered lexical diversity, which is how many academic vocabulary that you have. And then grammatical range. You know this because we've talked a ton about it.
Yeah.
And GRA, which is grammatical range and accuracy. This means you can use simple, complex, and compound sentences along with proper punctuation correctly. So we have band 6, band 7, band 8, and band 9, where we are what we are shooting for, hopefully, fingers crossed. For band 9, you have to fully address all parts of the task, present a well-developed response to the questions with relevant, extended, and supported ideas. See ideas and details. Use cohesion in such a way that it attracts no tension. Skillfully manage paragraphing. So transitions, the joins that I'm talking about here. Use a wide range of vocabulary with very natural and sophisticated control of lexical features. Rare minor errors occur only as slips. يعني زلات لسان, السحقات, هيك ممكن نسميها. And then use a wide range of structures with full flexibility and accuracy, with rare minor errors occurring on only as slips.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's certain differences between errors and mistakes. In error,
which is?
Well, the point is a little bit complicated here to talk about, but generally speaking, a mistake is when you say he are here.
Okay.
That can be
a mistake.
That's a mistake. An error saying she is here and using the spelling of here as if you're saying here, I hear you. So
okay.
Or that's a spelling issue. So that might be under the category of error, or repeating or adding extra letter to one of the words. So it's error, like it shows error, like when we do not write the password correctly, does it show as a mistake or an error? That's a question.
Sorry?
When you write down, when you type up a password, does it and you type it in a wrong way?
Yes, it's an error.
It's an
error.
error.
A mistake.
That's because you didn't choose the correct code or digit here.
Yes.
Or you just added an extra. So that's the difference here. So mistakes should be completely avoided here.
Completely wrong.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So common essay questions. I highly doubt that we need to understand this in details, because when we talk about the common essay questions, there are variety, hundreds of types actually. So no matter what kind of question, we just need to stick to the framework that we talked about: introduction, body, and conclusion, with sufficient paragraphing and sufficient amount of details to write here and there. So you end up with writing good paragraph. For opinion, you just need to state your opinion, whether you agree or disagree, and then opinion 2, is this positive or negative development? And then opinion 3, are the advantages more than the disadvantages? And this is to counterbalance, like you need to balance, so you show them that you're not biased. And then you discuss the essay, advantages and disadvantages, problems and solutions, and then the other questions. Here, we just need to go through this list only, which is very important. Contractions are not allowed. Contractions هنا مو التقلصات اللي ببالك. هنا contractions معناها الاختصارات. So he is instead of saying he is.
Abbreviations?
No. Abbreviations are like saying WHO, World Health Organization. That's WHO.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we call abbreviation. Here we're talking about contractions. اللي اختصارات. يعني الكلمة تختصرها.
Oh, yeah.
You sure?
Cancel one letter, for example.
They are very common. Like he is instead of saying. So you should not say he is or she is. هذه الاختصارات, you should never say them in writing. Don't use informal language. Don't use it. Always paraphrase or use synonyms when possible. That means paraphrasing is when we see the question. And you remember when we got training on how you paraphrase the statement so you can do the introduction using the question itself. And then using synonyms, المرادفات. You should not repeat the same word again and again and again and again and again and again. It's just boring. Do not use templates اللي هي النماذج الجاهزة اللي هي مثل composition واحد يحفظ إنشاء ويجي يجاوب. No cliche. For example, instead of writing every coin has two sides, it is better to write every argument has two sides. So this kind of cliche, try to avoid it. هذه الأقوال العامية اللي دارجة مثلا. It is good to write complex sentences. However, with complex sentences, we should make sure that they are clearly understood, not just complicated in a way. Have you seen the earphones or the headphone cord when it gets so much complicated and it's really hard to take it out and plug it in your ears so you can listen to me? It takes, so complex sentences are like that kind of cord. In most cases, you're expected to give your opinion. يعني هذا لا مناص منه. And you have to say your opinion, but in a way that seems very smooth and clear. But you may also have to include your life experience and relevant examples to support your opinion. The topics of the IELTS writing questions are supposed to be of general interest. You do not need to be very specialized in your field in order to talk about this topic. Do not copy whole sentences or long phrases from the question. This is something absolutely forbidden. You should not just copy the question, and I think you've passed this kind of level. The introduction should be approximately 35 to 50 words long. So that's just the introduction, and then you move to the body of the paragraph. Are we good?
Yes, we are good.
Let's skip this. It keeps talking about the opinion, but I want you to understand the structure of it. There should be introduction, body, second paragraph, third paragraph, and then conclusion. In fact, it's preferable to write 5 paragraphs. So the introduction, 3 paragraphs, and then conclusion. Are we good?
Yes, we are good.
Remember here in the conclusion, you have to restate your opinion that you completely agree or disagree.
Yes.
And then we have the balanced opinion essays, and you need to counterbalance. Opinion number 1 with opinion number 2. So again, introduction, body, second, third. So you see, no matter what kind of paragraphs we are writing, you just need to stick to the framework of 5 paragraphs. This is going to give you more superpower to focus on 5 paragraphs. But if you just don't have any idea in your mind, your brain is going to write 3 paragraphs for the introduction, and you wouldn't have enough space to write the conclusion and the body. So it's really hard. And then discussion essays, again, introduction, body. Am I going fast?
No, you're normal.
I think this is just general framework we've talked a lot about, but I'm just walking you through this. It's okay to say, I believe, and I agree, but I would avoid saying the word I agree. It's very common and not formal, not quite formal. Remember we talked about the advantages and disadvantages when we talked about.
Sorry, Walid, but I noticed that he allows me to use I think, but you told me that to avoid using I think because it refers to selfish. This is.
It's not selfish. I remember when we talked a lot about this, but overusing it is forbidden, or not forbidden, but it's not likely going to give you better chance to deal with the actualities here. So just maybe you can use it once and try to embed it. Like instead of saying, I believe,
in my opinion,
I believe that school education is better than home education. Instead of saying this, you can say, it is believed that school education is better than. Maybe stating this is going to help you avoid reporting or citing things directly from you. Then we have the advantage and disadvantage essay. We've written a paragraph about this when we talked about communication using cars. And then again, introduction, body, and conclusion. 5 paragraphs, totally. You notice here that the topic sentence advantages and disadvantages, and 2 to 5 sentences, 2 advantages and then you say 2 advantages or disadvantages. This is just to balance the kind of conclusion, and then the restatement or restate. So it's kind of common here. Problem solution, cause and effect essay. Again, just a framework, but this kind of problem solution, opinion questions, these are the kind of themes of the questions that they will come.
Yes.
We'll see the questions. And then index here is the reference to the majority of the questions that come in IELTS. So most of the questions, probably 99.5% of the questions that you will see in future in IELTS are within this index. This index is the categorization of the kind of questions that will come for the independent essay. As an example, children facing academic, social, and commercial pressures. What do you think are the causes, and what are your solutions? So this is problem solution kind of an essay. Do you see it?
Yes, I see it.
Page, okay, so this is essay topics. It's a problem and solution. Here, people should keep all the money they earn and should not pay tax to the states. Agree or disagree? It's clearly that when you say, I agree, that is going to be your opinion. So this is an opinion essay. Are we clear?
Yes, we clear.
That's in a nutshell, the kind of questions that will come, either agree or disagree, or problem solution, or with or against. People should keep all the money they earn and should not pay tax to the state. Agree or disagree? Cultural traditions destroyed when aimed at tourists. Or is it the only way to save traditions? Discuss and give your opinions. Reading stories from a book versus watching TV or playing computer games for children. Which one do you like? Or do you agree or disagree for this? Which one do you prefer or not prefer? Children have more freedom than in the past. Is this a positive or a negative development? Of course, you're going to say, well, I think. Once you say, I think, this is your opinion. So it's an opinionated kind of essay. Many goods transported for a long distance. Do the advantages outweigh the disadvantages? هل الفوائد مالتها فوق عدد المضار? The only way to protect the environment is at an international level. Do you agree or disagree? Advertising has an increased effect on our lives. Do the positive effects of this outweigh the negative effects? Today, there is increase in antisocial behavior and lack of respect for others. Okay, especially in new generation. Interview is not a reliable method of recruitment. المقابلة مو هي أفضل وسيلة للحصول على موظفين جيدين. To what extent do you agree or disagree بحكم شغلك في الشركة? Fast food restaurants and supermarkets fund schools to promote their products. Is it positive or negative? Young people know about international pop and movie stars, but no less about famous historical people, reasons and solutions. All of these questions have come before in IELTS. They are not from the mind of the writer. They are all questions that came in previous IELTS tests. That's why I chose this index, because it's just as authentic as possible that I could find. Environment problems are increasing. Government steps at a global level got few solutions, reasons, and solutions. A lot of people in college are doing academic study. We should encourage them to do vocational skills, maharat, vocational, mehaniya, like plumbers and electricians. Do you agree or disagree? In most societies, the role of mother and father differs, causes. What will be the parental roles in future? If children behave badly, should their parents take responsibility and also be punished? State your opinion. If you state your opinion, that is going to be an opinion essay, and you're going to write it through the 5 paragraphs. 99
for 15 and 16, what is the difference between direct question and discussion? I think they are so similar to, so near to each other.
Osama, I wouldn't care at all about the essay type, because this is just a framework. When they present this to you, they just need to contextualize things and put them in a framework that can be introduced to clients, so they understand it, so they go and take the test for. But generally speaking, whether you're writing an opinion, you're writing agreement or disagreement, it all goes back to the question of whether you are going to write well or not. And writing well or not is just understanding the philosophy of how you would structure the framework, put grammatical connectors here, first of all, in the beginning, then later on, and furthermore, and moreover, and then connecting the paragraphing correctly, and then adding the summary of the introduction and the conclusion.
Yes, I understand.
So essay type wouldn't change the content of my writing. I wouldn't, that's why I didn't care about it when I introduced it to you here. Now going to 17, we are going just to cover 20, and you have the freedom to go through all of that. You have 19 pages of questions that came in IELTS. It's highly recommended that you go over all of the questions to help you understand the questions that might come to your exam. Industrial growth is necessary to solve poverty, or is it causing environmental problems? Distance learning programs, برامج التعليم عن بعد, cannot bring the benefits as the attending college or university. دروسنا اللي أنا وياك بدنا ناخذها هذه online, distance learning. Are they as beneficial as me sitting next to you in a classroom and giving you a class, or not? Government should fund sports and art for school students rather than professional sports, arts, and events. Agree or disagree? Now the machine is very complex. A lot of work is automated. Machine automation, مكننة العمل. هل هذا له جوانب إيجابية وسلبية؟ Pros and cons, this is opinion, technology, and automation. Newspapers have influenced people's ideas and opinions, reasons. Is this positive or negative situation? بدل newspapers ممكن نخلي social networks. ممكن هي هذه تكون واحدة من المؤشرات على أن يعني هل الناس تتأثر إيجابيا أو سلبيا. اليوم أنا سمعت أنه عدد الملقحين بالعراق هو فقط 500,000 من أصل 40 مليون.
Yeah, you're right.
أكو دكتورين اثنين دا يقولون أنه اللقاحات تسبب
سوري.
اكو دكاتره رسميا انا اعتقد الناس ما تلقح بسببهم، ما راح اذكر اسمائهم لانه
يا اعرفهم
بدون ذكر اسماء، بس الفكره انه
so famous.
يعني ذولي اعتقد هوايه من الناس ما راحوا لقحوا بسببهم.
اي نعم.
عموما هذا يعني النقطه ده ذكرتني هذا السوشيال ميديا شلون ده تاثر على الناس. عموما هذه الحد نقطه 20 4.20. اريد تختار واحد من هذه الاسئله وتجاوبني عليها، تخليها بالجوجل درايف، ومن تكملها تقول لي انا كملتها حتى انطيك فيدباك عليها. تاسك نمبر 1. تاسك نمبر 2 عندك 19 pages. Just go through the questions. Nothing else. Just go through the questions, try to understand it. In your subconscious mind, I assure you, once you slowly read it, in your subconscious mind, your mind is going to be ready to answer that question when you see it in future.
Yes.
That's it.
Of course. Okay. Thank you very much, Walid. But before finishing this meeting, I have a question.
Yes, sir. I thought you have a gift.
Thank you. Did you know about the new mode of IELTS tests, which is computerized? They refer it by CDT, computer delivered test. What do you think about it?
Well, I haven't taken the test that is computerized, but it's pretty much the same. Honestly, like it's going to be relatively easier than just the chaos of the old-fashioned IELTS test.
I saw some videos on YouTube about it, but there is advantage and disadvantage. The advantage may be it will facilitate the printing down for those people that have worse handwriting, bad handwriting, but there is no extra time. That's 10 minutes after the putting your answers on the paper sheet to transfer it to the test sheet. There is no extra time.
That's because you're just going to transfer it directly in the computer.
Yes. Yes.
I assure you, between now and the time you are going to take the test, they are going to take care of that. Also, you don't need to transfer that from the sheet. I think this is not for you, particularly. You can definitely deliver the correct answer directly. And once you transfer that, you wouldn't be able to listen to the recording. So you should have directly put the answers in the screen when you hear that. So the 10 minutes is just extra delay. You don't need that, honestly. Like I've taken the IELTS test and I didn't see a whole benefit of just copying and pasting that. You don't need that. It's just longer. I assure you they would definitely take care of that. And the computer-based is going to minimize the amount of pressure you get once you see hundreds of people in the classroom taking the test, putting their headphones, trying to write down with miserable handwriting. All of that is taken care of. I think it's so much better. Some people might hesitate to take it just because they've never experienced something like IELTS computerized. So there is this hesitation, like the hesitation that is coming from the vaccine. So don't worry about it. I think you can take the test blindfolded on computerized. The version, it's just, I would definitely recommend it. I've been hoping so much to computerize this test to compete with TOEFL, because TOEFL is just a nightmare in the old version.
Oh, wow.
The new version is relatively better, but it's just a test. Take it. Come on, don't keep getting nightmares on it. Just
you cannot imagine how I excited to take IELTS this time.
Inshallah.
This is because of you, of course.
Thank you. I really think that you're gonna be getting 7.5 to 8. But you just need you do not need to magnify this test. It's just a test, and let's think of it as a computer game.
Inshallah.
Thank you so much, Sama, and stay in touch.
Time, Mr. Walid. Thank you.
I'll send you the document. I'll send you the
Of course.
PDF document on Skype.
Yes.
Peppa Pig Nature Trail. Peppa and her family are going on a nature trail. Mummy Pig asks Daddy Pig not to forget the picnic. As if I would, laughs Daddy Pig. They head off along the trail with their map. Oh dear, Daddy Pig has left the picnic in the car. Mummy and Daddy Pig ask Peppa if she can see anything interesting in the forest. I don't see anything but boring trees, says Peppa. Then she looks really hard and finds some footprints on the ground. Let's follow the footprints and see who made them, says Mummy Pig. We will have to be very quiet so we don't scare anything away. Shh. Peppa and George follow the footprints along the ground. It looks like they were made by a little bird, says Mummy Pig. Soon they come to the end of the footprint. The bird has flown up into that tree, smiles Daddy Pig. Where? Asks Peppa. Daddy Pig gives Peppa binoculars to help her see the bird. Chirp, chirp. The binoculars made everything look bigger. Peppa can see 1, 2, 3 baby birds. They're eating worms, says Peppa. That's disgusting. George finds some more footprints. They are very little. Daddy Pig says they belong to ants collecting leaves to eat. Munch, munch. I think it's time for lunch, says Mummy Pig, but Daddy Pig has left the picnic in the car. My map is wrong, begins Daddy Pig. We'll have to follow our own footprints back to the car. Suddenly, it starts to rain. It washes everyone's footprints away. How are you going to find the car now? Asks Mummy Pig. Ducks love picnics, says Peppa. Mrs. Duck, can you help us find our picnic, please? The ducks lead Peppa and her family back to their car. We are here. Thank you for your help, Mrs. Duck, cries Peppa. I love picnics, laughs Daddy. Ha ha ha, Pig. The ducks love picnics too. Quack, quack. So do the birds. And so do the ants. Munch, munch. Everybody loves picnics, cries Peppa. كان معكم مدرب اللغة الإنجليزية وليد خالد في درس للأطفال لتعلم القصص. ربي يحفظكم.
Is going well. Mine started really early. I had friends that were in town and they left early, so I was up early. You look like you got more sleep than I did.
Well, actually, I did not. I slept around 1 a.m. because I was editing one of the videos and I was delivering a class online to one of my students. How's your day so far?
Good. You're a working machine. You probably normally get only 3 or 4 hours of sleep or something.
Well, it pays off when I feel and I see that some people are learning from the videos that I post online and the kids' stories that I get posted. Yesterday, I had a meeting with a family that told me that one of their kids is following my kids' stories. And it was really inspiring, actually, to see that some people are...
Isn't that good?
Yeah, like you're sleeping and some people are watching your videos while you're sleeping. So it's kind of like nice feeling.
Good. I think we've been wired in such a way that when we do something that benefits somebody else, it just brings us satisfaction and joy. Yeah, that's a cool thing.
Definitely. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for accepting this invitation to be hosted.
My privilege, yeah. My honor.
Online meeting. I would like to ask you to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the center and how it is contributing to boost people's English skills in the country, in Iraq, and how, if you have any kind of success stories of people who have taken courses at your center and they keep telling you how good training was at your center and how your center is distinct, unique, and different in terms of teaching. I know I have asked you many questions, but you can freely
but you
start
said
with any one of
you
them.
said we had a couple of hours to talk, right?
For sure.
I'm kidding. So I'm Rob Heath, and I actually am country director for an NGO, the oldest NGO in Iraq, actually, MRDS, which is Millennium Relief and Development Services. And under that NGO, we do a number of projects, and one of the most long-running projects that we've done is the English School, which is GEI, Global English Institute. And I think I can talk about it like I'm not a mother, obviously, but like a mother might talk about their child as they watch it grow, because that's really what I've done. In fact, I've probably been less involved in some of the intricacies of the success stories that we've had. My work as director of the NGO and then sort of general manager of the English school that operates under that has been to try and find the right people and give them the right tools and the right equipment and the right kinds of communication and advertising so that we can connect those good teachers with students who want to learn. And when that happens, it's just like the experience that you described earlier. When I see those good teachers doing their homework, getting work done, and they're teaching students who come out of classes, and my office is positioned where when I'm in town, I see them coming out. And when they come out happy and talking in English, not in Arabic, it gives me great joy to know that we've done that. So the English Institute is among the things that I get to sort of shepherd while I'm in country and when I'm out under that sort of umbrella of the NGO MRDS. You know, when it comes to success stories, there are a lot of them, and I think that's because we have people come here for many different reasons. To learn English, for sure, but many of them have just so many different reasons that they come. We have some people who come because they've made friends with someone who speaks English, and they want to be a good friend. And so they think, if I can work on learning their language, I can communicate better with them, and my friendship that is valuable enough to them to learn English can deepen that friendship. And that's really fun to watch folks who are, you know, maybe they've made an online friendship or relationship, or maybe someone who's come here from the West, and they're just working on the language because they really want to build a good friendship. That's a really cool thing. I think the world would be a greater place if more of us operated like that, right? Yeah, and then, and then we have people who are in business, small business, large business, and they want to get better at business. And maybe they've discovered that there are some outlets for the product that they sell or the service that they do, interacting with Western businesses. And so they come to learn English so that they can do better at what they do in being better business people, and maybe expanding their business. And hopefully, if they have employees, benefiting and blessing their employees by doing a better job at that. And that's really cool to watch, is to see someone who maybe was running a small business, or maybe they were just starting a business, and learning language would help them to do business with additional people.
Okay,
we've had a number of people. Yeah, sure.
I would like to ask you to elaborate and digress a little bit on that part.
Sure, please.
How do you observe learning English as a priority for lots of businessmen, of course, here in Iraq? How do you think it's contributing to the success of people, especially in the business model?
Well, we could debate what is the best language and culture for business, and I won't do that with you, but I will tell you that English is a great language for business because there's so much of it, and so I think it contributes to strengthening and deepening of the culture and of society when business people can do better at what they do with their business. And when they can do more of whatever it is that they are trying to do, when they can do it and do more of it, it provides for their family. It may provide for people that are employed by them. And anything that makes people stronger, families more healthy and more able to provide for themselves and the community through maybe those employees. Anything that does that, I think, benefits the country as a whole. And so I think it gives it strength. I think it gives it stability. It certainly opens the door to some international relationships that can always be better.
I had a question that I forgot to ask you when
please
we
do.
had our first meeting. What was your first encounter like when you saw the first group of Iraqi learners getting English training at your center? And what was your expectation versus reality for this particular group of people or learners?
Yeah. Let me tell you a story while I'm thinking about a good answer for that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Much of my early days in Iraq was in the north.
Okay.
And this has been more than a dozen years ago. And back in that day, the IZ was much more closed down. I had all of these badges that got me in and out of all these really cool places, north and south.
Okay.
And I was traveling with my son in the north. And my son is a great linguist. He is competent in a couple of Kurdish dialects as well as Arabic. Is just really is a much better student of language than his father is. Yeah, for sure. So we were in the north somewhere traveling, and we came upon a checkpoint, and the checkpoints do what checkpoints do back in that day. And they had some question about what we were doing and where we were going and that kind of thing. And so I began to get out all of my badges and show them my badges and try to explain to them, what I was doing. And my son, who's a good son, just kind of let his dad sort of, do his thing. And I was getting nowhere. And so after about 15 or 20 minutes with this, when our case had been bumped up to the highest person at that checkpoint, my son began to speak to the head of whatever the checkpoint was. I don't know which officer was in charge, but my son began to speak to him in his heart language. And everything changed. And as I watched that, I thought, oh my goodness, he's communicating with them. He's able to tell them things that my badges couldn't tell them. But the most amazing thing was they were just swept up in the fact that this young man had taken the time to learn their language. I was on a tight schedule. I was needing to get through. And though my son, Michael, sort of solved the problems, once they heard him speak in their heart language, I couldn't get away because they wanted to communicate back and forth. But the lesson I came away with is, in a reverse way, that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to facilitate Iraqis learning language so that they can have those connections and those aha moments and those good experiences with people that they want to, either for friendship or business or education. We didn't even talk about that. But and so that was a great aha moment for me about the importance of those other language learnings. I teach occasionally when I'm here, not a whole lot, because it is really hard work and our teachers work hard at it. And I love the fun more than the hard work. But often when I'm in town, our teachers will let me come in and they will have prepared the class on a subject. And when I'm able to speak and when I get excited, I will sometimes talk fast. And so when I'm in a class setting and I'm seeing that the tempo of my conversation is picking up, and yet these students who maybe been with us in a third or fourth or a fifth level class are getting it and understanding it, I know that they've really been learning, and there's the language that they've learned. So I think some of my early experiences in going into the classroom and seeing the lighting to use the lessons that they've learned, that was really just a great, making available all of the resources that I can for my teachers. Yeah.
Okay.
It may not be spectacular just at this moment. Now I've got you back. Good, I think.
Okay, great. Sorry, there's a little bit of delay in the internet, but I do have one more question, and that is, what's your observation of the biggest challenge?
I got you back, Wally. So sorry about that. It is Iraq, though, huh?
No worries. I think it's the issue with the
some
internet.
Days we have great internet and some days not.
Yeah, and usually Fridays witnesses high traffic of internet, and so you expect some interruptions here and there.
Thank you for your patience. Yeah.
Based on your observation, what is the biggest, the most important, or the biggest challenge for Iraqi learners when it comes to English? What was and what is and what has been their biggest challenge when it comes to language skills and learning English? And what is the major focus of your center on which skill particularly?
Yeah. You know, I think one of the challenges is as a teacher, and I listen to the teachers talk about this, as a teacher, listening to a student tell you what they want, and then knowing as a teacher what they need, and somehow letting those things fit together. Most students want to speak, want to communicate, but the teacher knows that there are some rudiments, there are some basics that they really need if they're going to speak, and speak in a way that they're well received. So I think balancing that the things that the students need as they're coming along versus what the students want. The students that really want to communicate and want to talk a lot, we try to have some conversation classes going almost all the time, because that really fuels that need that they have to be able to use what they're learning, and putting into place some of those basics and foundational elements. But so that's one of the challenges, especially as a teacher, balancing what the student wants with what you know that they need. I think the other thing that is really a challenge is helping the students figure out what is going to be the forum or the form of their being able to rehearse and practice, because that really is how we get better. I don't know what the phrase is, practice makes perfect in language. It absolutely is true. And I love hearing stories of our students about how they practice. Many of our students go home and they're the only one who's thinking about and learning language. I think that's true for you, right? In terms of your family. But I've listened to students say, well, I go home and for 30 or 45 minutes, I stand in front of a mirror and I talk to myself. And I think that's a great way to practice. If you don't have anybody to practice with, practice with yourself. I love the stories of students who have found a fascination with a certain genre of music, of movies, maybe Westerns or musicals or something like that. And they just constantly listen to the movies. And the ones that are using that to strengthen their English are the ones that are talking back to the screen, and they're memorizing the lines and saying the lines. You can tell someone who has loved Westerns because they usually have a Southwestern U.S. accent that comes out in those things. So, but that's the other thing, is helping the students find ways and settings and places that work for them to be able to practice, if they maybe don't have others in their family or in their community that they can just kind of practice with. So
definitely.
We also try to make some time before and after classes where teachers are available to just talk, and we always have a break time.
Is that part
before COVID?
Is that part of the extracurricular activities that you do at the center?
It is, and in pre and I hope post-COVID days, we will have more of those sort of activity afternoons, or sometimes movie nights, where the students can interact with the teachers in a little bit more laid back sense, and just really do some of that practicing and getting to know. And really, as we build relationships with folks, it really helps their trust level, and as well as their feeling that they can ask a question when they're not getting something or not answering, getting an answer that really solves or gives them solution to the issue that they're dealing with at a particular moment.
Perfect. Okay, well, Robin, thank you so much for this beautiful introduction to your center. And
good to be with you.
Teachers have, and I do appreciate your welcome in this invitation. The Global English Center, or the English Center that Robin has, is one of the best in the country. It is run and
thank you for that,
by mostly native speakers of English from different nationalities, and they focus on the speaking and listening skills and the experiential learning, where students are getting much more engagement and direct contact with native speakers to improve and enrich their communicative skills when it comes to perfecting their language proficiency, to help them over the span of years where they spend in their careers struggling with English. So if you are intending to improve your English, there's highly competitive number or list of centers, but I can name very limited centers, and actually the pioneering one is the one that is run by Robin. He is quite familiar with the administrative and the logistical and the educational aspects of language learning and language teaching. So I totally recommend the
Thank you
center
for
if
that.
you're in case you're interested in improving your English for career, for business, for travel, for education, for applying to scholarship, or for getting a standardized test. Thank you, Robin, for this beautiful interview, and I will
Great.
definitely
Thank you. Oh, man,
have
thank you,
another
Robin.
one soon. Once you have more free time to chat a little bit more about your activities at the center. Thank you so much, and
Good.
stay in touch.
Thank you. All right, good. Thanks. Take care. Thanks, Waleed.
Bye-bye.
One summer day, the little red hen found a grain of wheat. A grain of wheat, said the little red hen to herself. I will plant it. She asked the duck, will you help me plant this grain of wheat? Not I, said the duck. She asked the goose, will you help me plant this grain of wheat? Not I, said the goose. She asked the cat, will you help me plant this grain of wheat? Not I, said the cat. She asked the pig, will you help me plant this grain of wheat? Not I, said the pig. Then I will plant it myself, said the little red hen, and she did. Soon the wheat grew tall, and the little red hen knew it was time to reap it. Who will help me reap the wheat? She asked. Not I, said the duck. Not I, said the goose. Not I, said the cat. Not I, said the pig. Then I will reap it myself, said the little red hen, and she did. She reaped the wheat, and it was ready to be taken to the mill and made into flour. Who will help me carry the wheat to the mill? She asked. Not I, said the duck. Not I, said the goose. Not I, said the cat. Not I, said the pig. Then I will carry it myself, said the little red hen. And she did. She carried the wheat to the mill, and the miller made it into flour. When she got it home, she asked, who will help me make the flour into dough? Not I, said the duck. Not I, said the goose. Not I, said the cat. Not I, said the pig. Then I will make the dough myself, said the little red hen, and she did. Soon the bread was ready to go into the oven. Who will help me bake the bread? Said the little red hen. Not I, said the duck. Not I, said the goose. Not I, said the cat. Not I, said the pig. Then I will bake it myself, said the little red hen, and she did. After the loaf had been taken from the oven, it was set on the windowsill to cool. And now, said the little red hen, who will help me eat the bread? I will, said the duck. I will, said the goose. I will, said the cat. I will, said the pig. No, I will eat it myself, said the little red hen. And she did. Run a shorter conversation using this list of questions that are very important to understand how we use this. But let me ask you this kind of question. Do you see the questions here?
Sorry, I don't hear you.
Do you see the questions here? Do you see the questions?
Where, on Skype?
No, on Zoom. I am sharing the screen with you.
Ah, yeah. Present questions.
Okay.
Continent, continuous.
Present, continuous. Continuous.
Continuous.
Are you reading a good book at the moment, Abu Zaid?
Are you reading a good book at the moment?
Are you reading a good book? That's a question you need to answer.
Oh, okay. Yes, actually.
What are you reading?
I reading شلون اقول لك اياها مفاتيح الجنان.
I am reading. So I am reading.
I am reading مفاتيح الجنان book. It has some prayer.
I think it's called The Keys of Heaven. What other books do you read that are related to English? Do you have any books in English that you're reading at the moment?
Yes, I am reading a book for English slang.
Why do you read for slang?
I want speak some native speakers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What are you having for dinner tonight?
I am having chicken and salt.
Salt?
Yeah.
Salt, ملح?
لا salt.
Salad.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
What
salad.
are you looking forward to? What are you looking forward to? Looking forward to يعني تطلع إلى أنه تسويه. What are you looking forward to? تلاحظ أنه هاي الأسئلة غالبيتها حتى تجاوب I am looking forward to. I am eating something like salad. I am reading. So it just helps you conceptualize or practice or as we say in English contextualize. تربطها في context أو في حدث إلى علاقة بيك. What are you looking forward to?
هسه أني عفوا أبو نوفل هسه من خلال الصور افتهمت انه الشيء اللي دي يصير هسه الحدث
Yes.
الفعل نضيف له ING يعني باعتبار انه الاكشن هسه دي يصير.
Perfect.
بس هسه بالمستقبل ليش دا اضيف ING مثلا؟ هسه انا دخلت ويا هاي.
هذا مو مستقبل. يعني أنا من دا أسألك looking now حاليا شنو اللي أنت
يعني قصدك ما زال أنا مستمر انه
هو الفكرة حالة الحدث أثناء فترة الحديث ما له علاقة بالمستقبل. يعني أنا أقدر أقول لك what are you working on tomorrow. فمن قلت لك tomorrow أنت ما راح تجاوبني على شنو اللي راح تسوي عليه هسه راح تشتغل لأن كلمة tomorrow على من تدل على المستقبل. فهذا الفعل looking forward بدلالة على المستقبل بس هو يستخدم أثناء فترة الحديث.
تمام.
What are you looking forward to? شنو اللي أنت تطمح تسوي؟ راح تجاوبني I am looking forward to.
I am looking forward to buy big house for my family.
Wow, that's a noble goal. What is a friend of yours probably doing at the moment? أبو زيد أنا زعلان عليك لأنه تجاوبني إجابات قصيرة. يعني ممنوع منعا باتا تجاوبني إجابات قصيرة لأن هسه أنا دا أسحب الكلام من عندك سحب. أنا أريدك تأخذ المبادرة وتتحدث أكثر. يعني من تقول لي I am looking forward to buy a house خلي أجاوبك. I'm looking forward to get my PhD. I'm getting my PhD because this is a big goal for me in my life. I've been working so hard over the past 3 years, diligently trying to get this PhD. In addition to this, I am planning actually to travel to Turkey and USA. There are 3 conferences there that I want to attend and take a tour in Maldives and Hawaii and save some money to my travel and reach out to more students to be able to learn English better. ستفهمت أنا تقريبا 90% افتراضا يعني تحدثت فيه.
أي نعم أي نعم.
الفكرة وين؟ الفكرة I want you to give me more details, please.
Okay.
Next question. What is a friend of yours probably doing at the moment? احكي لي عن شنو واحد من أصدقائك دا يسوي هسه. افتراضا أنت تعرف ايش دا يسوي.
I have a friend from Iraq and Baghdad. Her name it's Burak. Burak every day break the curfew after the dinner.
Okay.
Yeah, he is going to his shop and open the shop and working from 10 p.m. To 1 a.m. every day. So yeah, so he knows he knows no not he knows no هو عرف أصدقائه شلون أقولها؟
شنو تقصد عرف أصدقائه؟
يعني هو عود أو عرف أصدقائه بهذا الوقت هو متواجد دائما.
Oh, he notified them that he is available at this time. He made them aware. يعني خلاهم. He made them aware.
And this time he is open him shop.
He's opening. He is opening his shop.
His shop. Sorry.
Okay. هذا نقطة لأنه لازم نتحدث عن ضمائر الفاعل والمفعول به وضمائر التملك. هسه خليت ملاحظة هنا حتى نناقشها بالدرس القادم. اوكي.
انا اشوف بالصور استجابتي اكثر.
الصور هي مو كل شيء في الحياة، احنا عندنا نصوص وعندنا اسئلة لازم نجاوبها وبها تحديات اكثر، بس هي الفكرة انه تستخدم النص للوصف، فالصورة هي مجرد يعني the opening, the starting point, but you need to be able to read and respond to this list of questions. What projects are you working on at home or at work right now?
Right now, I'm working my orders. When I finish from my orders, I work. I work in. I am
working.
I am reading some stories about English story. About English language, yeah. I won't find many words to keep. Every day I keep in 10 words.
Memorize, memory. ذاكرة مالت التليفون نعتبرها memory. Memorize يعني.
Memorize.
بس مو keep. Memorize, مو keep.
أريد أحفظ. يوميا أريد أحفظ.
تذكر جاي من الذاكرة. Memorize.
Memorize.
Okay. Now, what is happening in the news at the moment? What is happening in the news at the moment?
Happening in the news at the moment.
At the moment.
يعني بهاي اللحظة.
Yes.
I don't hear in the news.
You don't watch news?
Yeah, I don't watch news.
Why do you not watch news?
The news always just bad news. We hear just bad news. Yeah.
Okay. Now, where are you going after the class? Where are you going after this class?
I will go in out.
هنا هسه احنا بتتذكر من قلت لك هسه قبل شويه بالتدريب.
I will be.
I will be going. حتى تفهمها.
I will be going. Yes. هو أنا وأنا دا أحكي هذا أريد أتذكر شنو الكلمة الأولى.
ليش؟ لأنه ما نقدر نقول I am. ما أقدر أقول I am will be going. يا أما I will be going or I go to some place. But I will be going is better.
Yeah, I will be going to outside. I want walking with my friends.
What are you wearing today?
Sure, I'm wearing a t-shirt and short.
How are your English classes going? شلون دا تمشي بالclasses مالت الإنجليزي؟ How are your English classes going?
I think I'm going well with Mr. Walid.
Why are you learning English as a businessman?
The English language it's very important. I think if I want to develop my work in the future, should be learning English every time.
Every day. Okay, I think it's so much better to negotiate تتفاوض ويا Chinese in English because it's much better when you go run some business with them. هذا كان موضوع درسنا هذا اليوم يعني لأنه كنت ماخذ عليه ملاحظات فحبيت أضيف لك يعني نوع من الفكرة شنو المضارع المستمر اللي خابصين به بس هو هذا يعني أنه أنت تتحدث على شيء هسه دا يصير مو شيء يعني دائما روتينيا تسويه على مدار اليوم لكن شيء هسه دا يصير يعني من أقول لك why are you learning English أنا دا أتحدث وياك أنه أنت ليش دا تتدرب وياي هسه أنت قلت لي أنه أنا أحتاجه بعملي من أقول لك what are you wearing today you are going to tell me that you're wearing a shirt you're wearing jeans or you're wearing any kind of jumpsuit or whatever you're wearing or sweatshirt anything like that I'm talking to you about the moment of conversation فهذا هو كان الفكرة من هذا الزمن وإحنا ليش نستخدمه باللغة الإنجليزية
تمام
راح أرسل لك ملف تدريب عليه أريد تكمل يا عمود لقائنا القادم إن شاء الله نقدر نستثمره حتى أتأكد أنه أنت يعني قفلت هذا الموضوع بحيث صار عندك إمكانية بأنه تتحدث وفهم التوبيك هذا بالتحديد. Are you good?
On the Skype?
Yeah, I'll send you the file on Skype so you can have an access to it.
I'm feeling good with you.
That's comforting. Thank you so much, Habibi. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, I wish you a happy night, inshallah, and blessed Eid. Soon we will stay in touch, inshallah, so we have another class.
Thank you so much.
You're more than welcome, my dear. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. اليوم راح نحكي عن قصة جحا وابنه. جحا من قصص ألف ليلة وليلة. One day, Juha was riding upon his donkey on the way to market. Juha's son walked beside the donkey, holding the reins and talking with his father. When the father and son passed a small group of people gathered by the side of the track, the people criticized Juha. They said to the old man, "How can you be so heartless, Juha? How can you ride upon the donkey while your son is forced to walk beside you?" When Juha heard these words, he climbed down and lifted his son up into the donkey's back in his place. Juha and his son continued on their journey. Juha walking beside the donkey, holding the reins in his hands as they made their way towards the market. A mile or so down the road, Juha passed a small group of women gathered around a well. When the women saw, they were shocked. They asked him, "How is it that an old man walks while his son rides upon the donkey? Surely this is not right." So Juha climbed upon the donkey's back with his son, with his son, and they continued on their journey. It was getting into the late afternoon. The sun was shining high up in the sky, and it was very hot, but still Juha and his son continued on their journey towards the market. The donkey was moving very slowly because of the weight of the father and the son upon its back. But nobody criticized until they came across a group of people gathered on the edge of the town where the market was held. The people pointed with disapproval when they saw Juha and his son both sitting on the back of the little donkey, which was moving so slowly under the weight of the father and the son. "Why do you ride upon such a small donkey?" they cried out to Juha. "Can you not see that you are too heavy and the donkey cannot support your weight?" "I think it is best if we both get off the donkey and walk," Juha said to his son. "That way nobody can say anything to us anymore." So Juha and his son climbed down from the donkey. Juha took the reins in order to lead the donkey and walked with his son towards the marketplace in the center of the village. But when Juha arrived at the marketplace, many people laughed and criticized and made fun of the old man. "What a fool," they declared. "What kind of a man owns a donkey and yet walks with his son when he should be riding?" Juha was not angry at the people because he realized that it is not possible to please everybody all of the time, and perhaps it was best if each man decides how to live his own life. قصة بها معنى وعبرة إلنا نتعلمها. مدرب اللغة وليد خالد. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. كيفكم؟ شو أخباركم؟ عندنا درس بسيط جدا للمستوى المبتدئ في اللغة الإنجليزية. حقيقة إذا شخص حاب يقدم نفسه بطريقة بسيطة ومسلية فاكو أكثر من طريقة. يعني اللغة الإنجليزية بها تعدد مسارات تقديم شيء معين، لكن إحنا بصورة عامة نمشي ويا المسار الأكثر استخداما. فإحنا حتى نقدم نفسنا ممكن نقول Hello, I'm Layla، أو My name's Layla، اسمي لايلا. My name's Joe، or I am Joe، or I'm Joe، اختصارا في المحادثة. بالاختصارات دائما نستخدمها في المحادثة تقليل الجهد اللي علينا. فحتى تتحدث تقول My name's Layla or I'm Layla مثل ما تشوف بالمخطط. or I'm Charlotte، تقدر تقول I am Charlotte or I'm Charlotte. My name is Una or I'm Luna or I'm Una. My name is Simone or I'm Simone. مثل ما تلاحظ أمامك. حتى نسأل إنه شلون ينكتب اسمك، ممكن نقول how do you write your name or how do you spell your name. شلون تكتب كل حرف من اسمك اللي هو spelling. My name's Jacob، Jacob. How do you spell your last name؟ شلون هذا تعلم درب عليه. How do you spell your last name؟ 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 How do you spell your full name؟ شلون تلفظ اسمك الكامل. الأحرف اللي هو A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y and Z تكتب بالحروف الصغيرة لتسهيل الكتابة مالتها. ستجرب اكتب بحرف كبير وقيس المدة اللي راح تكتب بيها كلمة، واكتب بحروف صغيرة وقيس الكلمة ايش قد راح يكون المدة مالتها أقصر. لكن الإنجليزية محافظة على جزء من تقليد كتابة بعض حروف يعني الأسماء، غالبا أسماء العلم ببداية حرف كبير، بداية الفقرة بحرف كبير، حفاظا على هذا التقليد. الآن نجي إلى بعض المفردات المهمة اللي تخص الدول. لاحظ وياي هذه خريطة لبعض الدول الرئيسية في العالم وخريطة جنسياتهم، فراح ناخذهم على أساس أنهم nationalities. USA American, Canada Canadian يعني كندا كندي. Mexico Mexican, Brazil Brazilian, Argentina Argentinian, UK British, France French, Russia Russian, Spain Spanish, Portugal Portuguese, Poland Polish, Greece Greek, Turkey Turkish, Egypt Egyptian, China Chinese, Japan Japanese, India Indian, Pakistan Pakistani, Mongolia Mongolian, Australia Australian, Germany German, Switzerland Swiss, Austria Austrian. بنتحدث عن نفسنا، فاكو بعض المسائل الأساسية اللي لازم نعرفها، أنه إذا تريد تسأل شخص قد عمرك فتقول له how old are you or how old are you how old are you. فحتى فتقول I'm 25 years old، مو أني عندي 25 سنة اللي أغلب المبتدئين ممكن أسمعهم من عندها، يعني أسمعهم يتحدثون بها I have 25 years old. No, you say I'm 25 years old. Ruby is 7 years old. Izzy and Chloe are 13. My grandma is 92 years old. And I am 44 today. فحتى نعبر عن أسمائنا إنه منه أني ومنه هما، فنقول أو إيش قد عمرنا فتقول I'm 25 years old. إذا أحكي عن شخص أنا دا أباوع عليه فأقول له you are 25 years old. إذا أتحدث على هو وهي فأقول he is 25 years old. She is 25 years old. It is 25 years old. الأشياء غير الحية مثلا table, desk. We are 25 years old. الأرقام مهمة جدا واحد يعرفها، اللي هي 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 and then we go back مرة ثانية 21 22 30 31 32 40 50 60 70 80 90 and 100. بعض الأحيان يصير عندنا إشكال في لفظ بعض الكلمات الأساسية اللي هي الأرقام. مثلا أسمع المتحدثين يمزج بين 13 و 30، فالفرق بيناتهم واضح مثل ما تلاحظ 13 30 14 40 15 50 16 60 17 70 18 80 19 90. لاحظ ويا هالتمرين 15-50 يحتاج انه تتدرب ويا نفسك تقول الارقام لانه الريكوردينج ما موجود على الصوت. اذا اريد اسال شخص انت من وين فاقول له where are you from where are you from where are you from فراح يجاوب مثل ما قلت لكم. اذا اتحدث عن نفسي فاقول I'm from Spain. What nationality are you? What nationality are you? يقول I'm Spanish. I'm Spanish. ملاحظات أخرى إذا نريد نقول أنا هولندي I'm Dutch. إحنا إيطاليين we are Italian. I'm from Switzerland. وعلى هذه الشكل. I'm from Spain. I'm Spanish. أنا من إسبانيا. أنا إسباني. وقف التدريب وحاول بعد ما توقف التدريب. Greetings everybody. Welcome back in another entertaining and interesting video. When it comes to learning the common expressions, idiomatic expressions, phrasal verbs, collocations, metaphor, sayings, and all kind of proverbs in English, these are the kind of currency that is quite common in English, and we need to learn them in stacks, in collection, in groups. It doesn't make sense to learn one expression a day. We just need to understand the anatomy and the distribution and how they use these kind of expressions. We need to understand how they use these expressions in common conversation in English, not to produce them solely, but to be able to understand and synthesize them when they are said. So for today, we have this list of expressions we'll go through, and hopefully they're going to be very entertaining, and I assure you, they are some of the most common expressions in English. The first expression is better late than never. Better late than never أن تكون متأخرا في حضورك أفضل من أن لا تأتي نهائيا. Better late than never. We have so many occasions for this particular expression. For example, Muhammad just failed to come in time. He came late. Better late than never. It is better to arrive late than to never arrive. And it can be said by itself. That means the expression can be said by itself. To bite the bullet. We often hear this expression so commonly in media and news, to bite the bullet. To bite the bullet is to undergo some kind of things that are inevitable, that will consequentially happen to you, and to accept any kind of consequences out there. So we need to bite the bullet and do the project. He bit the bullet and accepted his final results. Break a leg is a very common expression for people who are just kickstarting or off to start a new project. So we say break a leg, which means good luck. So if you hear this expression, it just means good luck, but not to break somebody's leg. When I was back in the United States, I used to hear the word, let's call it a day. Let's call it a day. And let's call it a day means let's stop working for today and just move our projects to the next day. So it's not to cancel something, but just to postpone it to the next day. Let's call it a day. Let's finish our work for tonight or for this day and then just move to the next day. To cut somebody some slack is to stop criticizing somebody so much. For example, you hear one of your friends talking about Jack and you tell your friend, just cut him some slack. That means just stop criticizing him. Just cut him some slack. Cutting corners is a very common expression in English. And it just means to do something in a poor way or poorly just because you want to finish work. Or in Iraqi Arabic we say شغل الشربت, which means that he is not doing his work properly. He's just cutting corners. He's just trimming corners. He's cutting corners. So he's not doing his work. Easy does it. Easy does it as it means to slow down when you're doing something. Easy does it. You notice or you observe one of your friends doing something very fast, so you say, easy does it. To get out of hand, remember, it's not to get out of the hand unless you're specifically referring to somebody, saying the whole situation got out of the Prime Minister's hand. But you have to be very specific with the phrasing of the expression by saying got out of hand. The whole situation of COVID-19 in Iraq just got out of hand because of people's carelessness. To get something out of your system, let's imagine that your body or your psyche or your mentality or your mind is a combination of systems that work in unity, and there's some kind of pressing thing on you and you just need to get it out of the system. So that's pretty much the meaning of getting something out of your system, which means to get rid of it because it's not wanted and it's not likable and it's just causing you lots of pain. For example, this is a situation where Jack talks about sort of demonstrations, and he says 90% of people who just went out for demonstrations are students. So we kind of take this with a grain of salt and we say, are you sure? So my friend approaches me and says, give him the benefit of the doubt. That means just trust him on what he is saying right now. These are very common expressions. One way you can internalize them and understand them is to go to a website called Youglish. And from this website, you will notice that lots of people actually using these expressions. So what you need to do is just to write this expression in the search bar and notice 7 to 10 to 20 people saying this expression. They are very common expressions, and notice how they say them. Repeat these kind of expressions so many times, like let's say 50 times for each one of these expressions, to the point that you understand how they function and how they are used and incorporated in the English sentences. And that's how you're going to be able to use them in your daily English. Have a blessed day and see you soon, inshallah. مدرب اللغة وليد خالد. Greetings everybody, I hope you're doing awesome, doing great today. من باب التشجيع على القراءة، لكن القراءة بطريقة reflective وبطريقة auditory أو طريقة سمعية، لأنه مرات القراءة الخاملة وحدك بسبب وجود المشتتات، وجود الانترنت، وجود التليفون، وجود كثير من عوامل التشتيت ما راح تخليك مركز. وإحنا في قراءتنا للغة الإنجليزية لازم نضمن أنه القراءة تكون بسيطة وسهلة ومعتمدة على التقنيات الحديثة، خاصة في مجال اللفظ، لأنه ما نفترض أنه إحنا نعرف الكلمة اللي نقراها لفظا، لذلك يفضل أن نسمعها من native speakers أو موجود هذا ال artificial intelligence أو الذكاء الاصطناعي اللي يخلينا من يعني الاستماع إلى كيفية نطقها بطريقة سهلة ومبسطة وبطيئة ومتوسطة البطء أو سريعة جدا، أو ما يسمى بالسبيد ريدنج. إذا تحاول تطور السبيد ريدنج مالتك إذا عندك اختبار موجود ضمن فترة معينة أو فترة زمنية يحتاج أنه تكون مركز بها على قطعة. فمن باب وجود كثير من الحاسبات حاليا في السوق ووجود ترند على اكتساب يعني شراء الحاسبات، كوني لا أؤمن بالاستفادة من التلفون بقدر الحاسبة، كون الشاشة كبيرة عندك إمكانية على الاطلاع على نص أكثر. وجود التلفون مرات يكون بسبب كثرة الإشعارات عالية تسبب لك تشتيت، يحتاج لك على الأقل 15 دقيقة تقرأ يوميا لمدة 30 يوم أو 60 يوم. لازم تطور هذه habit. تطوير الهابت أو العادة 21 يوم وقت ثابت، يعني 15 دقيقة أو 20 دقيقة أو 21 دقيقة 21 يوم. هذه 21 دقيقة للقراءة 21 يوم راح تمكنك من تطوير عادة القراءة لديك حتى تصير عندك الإمكانية على حفظ المفردات أكثر. فعندنا تطبيق حبيت أشاركه وياكم، سهل والتحميل مالته مجاني على الانترنت من المواقع. هذا التطبيق اسمه فريدا. تطبيق اسمه فريدا. هذا التطبيق بخاصية أنه ينطيك تحميل بصيغة EPUB، فهو مو قارئ PDF ولا قارئ مايكروسوفت. هذا أكو صيغة اسمها EPUB. EPUB فهو EPUB reader. اللي هي واحدة من صيغ تشبه صيغة PDF. وأغلب الكتب والإصداراتها حديثة موجودة بهذه الصيغة مو بالPDF. فحتى إذا تقرأ PDF يحتاج شنو؟ يحتاج تروح تحوله أونلاين من EPUB إلى PDF. فأنا حملت كتاب اسمه The Psychology of Money. يعني على سبيل المثال هذا الكتاب واحد من الكتب اللي موجودة، وبيه هو أصلا الويب سايت يعني من تفتحه، يعني هو مو ويب سايت، هو ابلكيشن. بالابلكيشن يسوي ولوج للستور أو متجر بكتب. بس أنا هذا على سبيل المثال أنطيكم إياه للتوضيح حتى واحد يكون على بينه شلون يستخدم هذا التطبيق بطريقة صحيحة. من تفتحها من مثل ما تلاحظ الكتاب من تفتحها يطلع لك بعدة صيغ، فننطي read ونختار له read aloud. عندك الrate وعندك الpitch الvoice، هذه انت تختارها طبعا من النص اللي موجود. ف راح يبدي يقرأ بهذه الطريقة، فخلينا نسمع.
In different parts of the world, born into different economies, experiencing different job markets with different incentives and different degrees of luck, learn very different lessons. Everyone has their own unique experience with how the world works. And what you've experienced is more compelling than what you learned secondhand. So all of us, you, me, everyone, go through life anchored to a set of views about how money works that vary wildly from person to person. What seems crazy to you might make sense to me. The person who grew up in poverty thinks about risk and reward in ways the child of a wealthy banker cannot fathom if he tried. The person who grew up when inflation was high experienced something the person who grew up with stable prices never had to. The stockbroker who lost everything during the Great Depression experienced something the tech worker.
فهذا التطبيق حبيت أشاركه معاكم، وأعتقد أنه تطبيق مسلي جدا ومفيد إلك، يشجعك على القراءة بطريقة جميلة. أتمنى يكون مفيد لكم نوعا ما حتى تمكنك هذه القراءة من الاطلاع أكثر على الكلمات وطريقة لفظها، لأنه تقرأ وتسمع، فأكو channels اثنين مشتغلة عندك بدماغك، راح تمكنك بالمحصلة النهائية من تعلم القراءة بطريقة سلوكية أكثر، تطويرها كسلوك، لأن القراءة هي عادة والعادة هي سلوك. تكرار السلوك يشكل بدماغك عادة معينة حتى تمكنك من الديمومة على التدريب على القراءة. وفي آن واحد تطوير مفرداتك، تطوير تعرفك أو الword recognition اللي عندك يكون أسرع. هذا كان درسنا هذا اليوم، أتمنى لكم نهار سعيد إن شاء الله، ونلتقي بكم بدرس آخر. مدرب اللغة وليد خالد. مرحبا بكم أحبتي. منو يقدر ينكر أهمية اللغة الإنجليزية في الحياة اليومية على صعيد العمل أو على صعيد الدراسة أو على صعيد الزمالات الدراسية أو على الصعيد الشخصي للاستمتاع بمشاهدة الأفلام والمسلسلات بدون التركيز على السبتايتل اللي دائما ما ينقل المعنى 100%. سواء أنت قارئ نهم أو كاتب، ما راح توصل لك الفكرة الحقيقية للمنطوق باللغة الإنجليزية بدون قراءته باللغة الإنجليزية. اعتماد الترجمة مهما كانت الترجمة كافية، فالترجمة هي نقلة لفكرة الكاتب من النص الأصلي، مو بالشرط تكون نقلة للروح المعنى. ممكن تكون ترجمة حرفية، ممكن تكون ترجمة معنى، ممكن تكون ترجمة مكافئة من مثل بالعربي إلى مثل بالإنجليزي وبالعكس. أهمية اللغة الإنجليزية ما تقتصر فقط على صعيد بتعلم المفردات، لا، أهمية اللغة الإنجليزية حقيقة نقدر نختصرها في أنه أغلبية الأشخاص الناجحين اللي التقيت بهم شخصيا على مستوى العمل، على مستوى السفر، هم تمكنوا من الوصول إلى نقاط النجاح اللي هم حاليا بها بسبب اللغة الإنجليزية. اهتموا بتعليم اللغة الإنجليزية من البداية، وهذه فتحت لهم أبعاد للتفكير أو dimensions of thinking. إذا أنت تتحدث بلغة واحدة فعندك بعد واحد للنظر إلى الأشياء، لكن إذا تحدثت بلغتين راح يصير عندك two dimensions. وإحنا معروف اللي يتحدث واللي يفكر بأكثر من dimension ممكن تكون عنده سعة ورحابة صدر على استلام الأفكار الجديدة اللي راح تمكنه من تحسين أدائه، سواء على مستوى العمل، على الصعيد الشخصي، على التوسع على شركات أخرى، وبالتالي يحصل على competition أعلى. حقيقة هذه رسالة لك حتى تبدأ خطوة رقم 1 في إجادتك للغة الإنجليزية. صحيح عندك إحباط بعد أسبوع بعد أسبوعين، لكن خلي يصير عندك مطاولة، قلل الجهد اللي تتدرب به على اللغة، لكن لا تمحو ولا تقطع صلتك باللغة الإنجليزية أو الإيطالية أو الإسبانية، إنها راح تفتح لك مسارات جديدة. إذا أنت ناوي تقدم على بعثة أو تقدم على زمالة، حاليا أكو كثير من الزمالات بالعراق لتدريسي اللغة الإنجليزية تمكنهم من التدريس والدراسة في بعض الجامعات العالمية الرصينة باستخدام اللغة الإنجليزية. لكن أهم نقطة نقدر نختصرها حتى تحصل على هذه النوعية من الزمالات هو جانبين، جانب الكلامي والجانب الكتابي. حتى تكون كلش موصل جيد للغة ولأفكارك والإقناع الأطراف المقابل إليك، لازم يكون عندك communication skills. هذه communication skills لازم تكون باللغة الإنجليزية مو باللغة العربية، لأنه المقابلة اللي راح تتم معك راح تتم باللغة الإنجليزية، وبالتالي عملية إيجادتك لطرق الحوار والديبيت والدiscussions راح تمكنك بالمحصلة النهائية من الحصول على فرص أكثر وأجمل وأوسع في مجال تخصصك أو في مجال عملك. على الصعيد الكتابي، الكتابة هي مستقلة تقريبا عن المحادثة. الوسائل اللي نستخدم بها الكتابة، الوسائل القواعدية اللي نستخدم بها الكتابة، الترابط المنطقي والنمطي والسلوكي للكتابة، الترابط المنطقي والترابط الجملي في اللغة الإنجليزية اللي احنا نسميه coherence and cohesion، lexical diversity أو تنوع المفردات اللي موجود، grammatical range اللي عندك، أو البعد القواعدي اللي عندك، أو scope of your mastery of grammar. هذه كلها لازم توظفها بطريقة جميلة حتى توصل الفكرة للطرف المقابل باستخدام الكتابة. بالعالم مو بالعراق التواصل يتم عن طريق الإيميلات وعن طريق الكتابة أكثر، وتكون تأثيرها أوسع. يعني الشيء اللي يقال مو مثل اللي يكتب. احنا اللي توارثناه من الحضارات السابقة هو مكتوب وليس مقروء، وبالتالي إمكانية تأثيرها يمتد إلى أجيال. فكتابتك للمقالة هاي ممكن إن شاء الله بالمستقبل تصير على شكل كتاب أنت تنشره، على شكل قصة للأطفال، تساهم في رفع مستوى إدراك المجتمع اللي أنت جزء من عنده. فأرجوكم اتعلموا اللغة الإنجليزية أو الإسبانية أو الإيطالية أو الفرنسية أو أي لغة أخرى. كافي تتحدث لغة واحدة. حاول تكتشف العالم الخارجي، باوع أفلام وثائقية، باوع أفلام بيها جانب طابع اجتماعي حتى تمكنك من فهم المجتمعات الأخرى وشون هذه المجتمعات تتعايش مع اللغات اللي هم دا يستخدموها. وهذه راح تمكنك من الحصول على حزمة من الأفكار الثقافية اللي تتعلق بهذه الأمم، إضافة إلى نجاحك على المستوى الشخصي. هذه رسالة لكم، أتمنى لكم يوم سعيد وربي يحفظكم، ونلتقي بكم في فيديو جديد. شلونكم؟ شخباركم؟ إن شاء الله تمام. درس بسيط أعتقد هواية تناولناه بالدروس السابقة، خاصة على قناتي باليوتيوب وعلى الفيسبوك. بس تعرفون انتم بالفيسبوك يعني يحتاج شويه ترجع يعني لورا حتى تلقى هذا الدرس. انا تحدثت عن شلون نسال باللغه الانجليزيه وليش احنا تسبب لنا اشكال. كلمه هل باللغه العربيه نستخدمها ويا هوايه جمل للسؤال: هل انت هنا؟ هل هو يفعل هذا الشيء؟ هل هو احمد؟ كثير من الجمل باللغه العربيه نستخدم لها هل، لكن باللغه الانجليزيه ما عندنا equivalent مكافئ تماما أو مشابه لكلمة هل. عندنا is, are, was, were, have, has، وعندنا الأفعال المساعدة أغلبيتهم نستخدمهم بالسؤال. فهذا تشكل على الشخص اللي دا يتعلم لغة إنجليزية. بطريقة مختصرة احنا حتى نسأل على شيء معين أو على فعل معين لازم نستخدم do or does. متى نستخدم do نسأل على فعل معين؟ مثلا إذا نريد أسأل الشخص do you speak English? Do you help your mother? Do you help your father? Do you learn at school? Do you speak German? Do you speak French? Do you speak Spanish? Do you speak Portuguese? Do you listen to the radio? هذه do إلى الشخص أنا دا أتحدث معاه. إذا أريد أقول المجموعة أشخاص, do you come here every day? Do you come here? هنا اليو الجماعية. Do you speak like your mother or like your father? هذه كلها do. بس لا أبدأ أستخدم do. do من نترجمها هل, بس هي مو هل بالحقيقة. إحنا نستخدم do لأن إحنا ما عندنا مكافئ مثل هل باللغة العربية. باللغة الإنجليزية ما عندنا مكافئ. فعندك إحنا راح تشكل علينا من ناحية نيجي على الضمائر أنا وأنت وهو بطريقة مختصرة. do, you, I, we, they. you, I, we, they. you, I, we, they. you, I, we, they. نستخدم لهم do. Do you help your mother? Do you speak English? Do we have to go? Do I come every day? Do they help each other? هذه do وهذه جماعة. بس على فد بعد زمني هسه دا يصير أو فد شيء عادة يصير أثناء فترة الكلام أو فترة الحديث. لكن هذا الشيء مثل عادة إحنا دائما نسويه. إذا نريد نسأل على هو وهي فنقول دائما does. فنقول does he speak English? Does she speak English? Does. بينما إذا نقول do they speak English? Do they help each other? Do they run to school every day? Do they forget the keys? Do they walk to school? Do they sleep? Do they read? Do they write? Do they remember? فهذه do they, do I, do we, do you. بينما does اللي هو أنا رسمت لكم هذا المخطط حتى يكون شوية توضيحي أكثر. لاحظ احنا نستخدم do does هنا الفترة بعد زمني حاليا كلهم بالماضي did. did he sleep here? Did he write well? Did she listen? وهذه كلش مبسطة إذا نريد نستخدمه. يعني هل هو استمع؟ هل هو did he remember? Did he listen? Did he read? Did he write? فهي باختصار القاعدة الأساسية بالنسبة do does اللي عادة مستوى المبتدئ باللغة الإنجليزية شوية يصير عنده إشكالية بيها. I record the meeting because I want to check back what kind of performance we've gone through, and sometimes I forget to do something, and I need to monitor you and watch you and listen to you again and again.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, go ahead.
If it's possible to have a copy from the recording lesson. صح. I don't know what we can say in English, like healthy coffee.
In English, they don't have any word to describe that. So they bring a word
like in
from
Arabic. صح.
Yeah. In English, they say bon appetit, which is a word that's coming from French because of the aristocracy and
yeah.
But it's a very common word. So bon appetit. Bon means good. I texted you that on WhatsApp.
Thank you.
I want you just, first of all, thank you so much for making it to the meeting. I think if I were to be chosen or given the choice, I were to be given the choice, If I were to be given the choice between having a delicious dinner on Friday and having an English lesson, you know what I will choose.
Yes.
Okay.
I think maybe it's your time today also with your family. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we normally, I start my lessons around 9ish, between 9 and beyond. And in this time, my kids have to go to sleep or to listen to a short story I tell them before they go to sleep so that they go to sleep. What I wanted to say is I want you just to create a Skype account for voice calls. and I want that between now and tomorrow, not tonight.
Yeah.
So we can keep track and record of the progress that we make and the kind of vocabulary like bon appetit that we do have. Also, I sent you yes for the syllabus or النص التدريبي. I have made an updated version. I have made a mistake by saying group because this is built on an older version. So I sent you an updated version. I also sent. Okay.
Yeah.
I also sent you a Microsoft Word document link. Please ignore that because I will depend on Google Documents. It's much easier and easier to be accessed. Better than Microsoft Word. It's going to delay the synchronous work. Third, for the emails that you send me, they are useless because they are on a JPEG form. What I want a raw, R-A-W, text, so we can edit it. If we do not have it, that's totally fine. We will depend on something in the future.
No, actually, I snipe them from my emails. That's why I have a text, sure. It's on my outbooks.
You can send me one sample, but I prefer a longer text. دشداشة مثل ما يقول your husband. لأنه because it's going to give us better scope of the kind of words that you used.
Yeah, you know, because of يعني I know my English level. Avoid to share long emails. So that's why maybe, but I have I will try to share with you the maybe longest one.
Farah, your way of saying this for me seems like you go to a doctor and then you say, I have pain, but I will not tell you where the pain is. You need to find that out.
Yeah, you are right. Yes.
And I will say, well, is it in your head? Like, do you have headache? And you will say, no, I don't have headache. It's not in my head. And I say, is it in your arm? Is it in your hand? Is it in your legs? Where is it? Is it in your back? And you say, no, you have to find that out.
You are right.
So
totally understand you.
Yeah, I think it's much better for me to understand the description that you have. I think there is no harm for that because it's just going to tell me where we are situated in terms of in terms of English. Otherwise, we are going to be very slow dealing with the case of writing. But first of all, today we are not going to talk about writing. I want you to talk about yourself, and I want you to stop me from talking and focus on you talking. What I want you to do is just to tell me what you did today in details, from the point you woke up to this point before we start the meeting.
Okay. Let's start from 11 o'clock.
11 a.m. you mean?
11 a.m. Yeah, 11 a.m. because today is a Friday. It's not usually I wake up before of that. Starting the day like every weekend, which is for me should be starting by preparing the breakfast, shower, and start. After that, sure, I start also doing some of the home activities which is, do you think that I need to say it in details as well?
I love details. I live and love on details. The reason I focus on asking you to give me more details is because it's going to give you more flexibility when you talk. It gives you longer time to talk.
You are right.
This is going to help you elaborate and present yourself better. And also it is going to help me listen to you and take some notes. While I am talking to you right now, I am taking notes. You can have a look here. What I wrote here. I don't know if you can access notes from your phone right now while you're talking to me, but
you mean it's like a sharing? Notes?
No, I sent you a photo on WhatsApp.
Yeah, I see.
Okay, so
yeah, I see.
Okay, so what happens is that I take notes of whatever you say, and then we determine if we need to work on that. But let's just make it as casual as possible, because I want to, this is just the introduction, and I would love to hear more about your life, about the kind of activities that you do when you wake up, your daily routine and how it looks like. And then we will discuss a few questions, because I want to help you practice speaking more. And that is why I have this question. On average, how many hours do you speak English every week? On average, يعني كمعدل.
Yeah, sure, I get you. يعني I'm using English to speak in English only when during the work with my head of unit, because other people, not only my head of unit, some of other head of units, the international people. But mostly I'm using it to speak English with during my work with my head, because other people are national. So when we are speaking totally the conversation in Arabic. So let me be honestly with you. Even because I don't have enough time. The work in the home was very difficult because of the working remotely in parallel with the home duties and kids' responsibilities. It's very difficult. It's difficult to organize. When we were before working from the office, I see that I was organize my time better. So because of that reason, I'm not listening to the movies like before. I mean, since the last year, I'm not listening to the movies or songs. I mean, English songs or movies. That's why I see that I don't know. I noticed myself that, and I see that since the last year, I got some gap in my language because of this. Before I was using to speak more, listening more. I see the I don't know if it is due to me or because of the current situation. I don't know. But if you asking me to say an average, the hours that I'm using to speak in English, maybe I can say 2 hours in maximum
per week.
Per week.
Okay.
No.
When you
it depends on the duties.
Okay, perfect. So do you love speaking English with your colleagues at work, or you just prefer to go on default setting and speak Arabic?
I very like to speak in English during my work with my national colleagues on chats. We have Teams. We are using it on during our work. So I
Chat, you mean
even
typing?
when I speak with my
Chat is when you're typing,
yeah.
or okay. I don't care about chatting.
Yeah.
I love to focus on specifically speaking, like active voice speaking, not typing. Because I would say,
if asking me, I like to use speaking English with them, but they are not. All of them starting the conversation in Arabic. That's why. But when I'm using to typing with them, I never used typing in Arabic. يعني since my last let's say maybe 10 years.
10 years ago.
I couldn't use Arabic in typing. Mr. Walid, when I'm using in typing, I see myself, I'm still يعني I have no idea about the reason of that, you know. يعني I see myself more relaxed and more stable without fault when typing English.
Well,
but
I
when
can
I'm
explain.
trying to speak, I lost some words, even the words that I know them well, but I don't know why I lost them.
Okay, I have explained this in a lot of videos on my channel, but the act of speaking is different from the act of writing. When speaking and writing are production skills, مهارات إنتاجية, and they come because we produce language when we are speaking or when we are writing. Are we clear? Do you hear me?
No, the connection is unstable.
In your side?
From my side, yeah?
Yes, because if it tells you...
Now it's good.
Okay, perfect. If the connection is unstable and it shows me that on my screen, that is going to be my fault, not your fault. So when we produce, but let me know if you do not hear everything I say. Just say, can you just repeat the last 30 seconds?
Close to the router now.
Okay, well, there are many reasons why this might happen, but generally speaking, when we speak English and we write English, they are completely different processes or processes.
Yeah.
I am not sure if you can hear me.
I can hear you well.
Okay, perfect. So
yes.
when we speak English and when we produce English, there are completely different processes for language production. They are both language production processes, but the act of speaking is completely different mechanism from the act of writing. When we write, we reflect about the word choices, and we have longer time span to choose the right word, formally or informally, for people. When we write, we can use emojis. When we write, we can use a huge variety of sources to let people understand what our intentions are. And for that purpose, we are using coded language, which is English. The letters that we type are codes for people to understand us. They are not voice codes. They are written codes. The coding system of writing is different from the coding system of speaking, because on speaking level, we use different vocal or oral related to ears, listening, and speaking back and forth. So when I speak, I choose the words quickly that are active in my memory and code them, saying, I want a cup of coffee. What I say, I want a cup of coffee, has a coded message of request. So you can go to kitchen and fix me a cup of coffee and bring it back to me. So it's a request embedded in voice messages. What you have to do is to decode my message and understand it, analyze it instantaneously. okay, and respond back to me or immediately. This requires a higher processing speed. Let's say if we compare that or draw analogy, and so we تمثيل أو تشبيه to a computer, you need to have higher CPU in order to understand and produce language with other people in speaking section, not writing section. Confirm if you hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay, perfect. So the writing system causes less frustration to writers because they can go to dictionary, they can consult with another friend, they can check the word, they can replace the word, and all of that within the liberty of the time span that is given to them. 1 hour, next week, next day, you know, whenever we like to send that message. But speaking, once the sentence is said in spoken English, it evaporates, تتبخر, it vanishes, تختفي, it goes away, it disappears. But the only thing that is left is the influence or impact on the listeners. And that's a completely different challenging system. Now, for speaking, we need to have better confidence. We need to have better eye contact. That's why I am looking at the camera. I am not looking at my laptop when I am talking to you because I want to engage you more with me. It requires far more practice, but we have good news and bad news. The bad news is that this is a long process. Maybe 4 months, maybe 6 months. It depends on one factor or one element. And that is how much time you spend speaking. The more time you spend speaking and practicing, the better your skill will be in speaking. Why? Because speaking is a skill that is trainable, a trainable skill. What's the meaning of trainable skill?
It comes by practicing or training.
Okay, now there are two types for practicing English. The first type is the quality of training or practice. And that is the mechanical practice, the way we speak, the kind of topics that we choose. And second is the kind of materials or gadgets or tools we use for practicing. Sometimes if we want to dig a hole in the ground, نحفر حفرة. And I give you a spoon. Are you going to dig the hole in the 2 or 3 hours I give you to do that kind of mission or job?
In the ground by using a spoon?
Yes.
No, it's impossible.
So I have to give you a spade. A spade. You know what a spade is?
Spade. Yeah, the right material that we...
اللي هي المسحات. Spade. S-P-A-D-E. So I have to give you a spade because we can dig better and we can take more quantity of soil from the ground so we can dig the hole in the time that is given to us. So sometimes choosing the wrong materials and expecting the right result is just unrealistic. يعني غير واقعي.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, now tell me what you understood from what I said about the difference between writing and speaking and how they are similar or different.
Okay. Sure, I can't say it on the same way that you said it because you
I just want to check. I just want to check if you understood me because you said there is internet interruptions.
Yeah, you're right. What I understood that we have different codes when we are using to type and we are using to speak. So those codes are depends on also many how we can say, many factors. So when we are using typing in English, it will be more easy because we have a long time, or not long time, something like more time to, and we have an open space to use the words that we need to use it. I can use translator maybe. I can get help from someone beside me when I'm using to type. But when I'm using to speak, it will be more difficult because I need to depend on my memory, what my memory from the words and what I learned during my previous experience. So that's why it's and also the speaking needs so many practicing in speaking and in listening. So that's why it's difficult to and it is not easy to everyone. Yeah. I think it. I got you well, but you know, it is difficult to say it like you. I told you.
Okay, so it's difficult, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, sure.
By the way, yeah. By the way, I love your English because you speak with far more thoughts and ideas than the regular, you know, English speaker. But the whole purpose of speaking is to deliver a message for communication, for people to understand what the intentions are in our mind, so that we can reach a consensus or consensus, CONCESUS, CUNSUS. Let me just write that word. Consensus اللي هو يعني اتفاق بالإجماع. Consensus. Do you have a pen? You can write these words, and later when we do Skype, we can just text each other.
You know what I did yesterday? I actually I'm planning to use a very nice tool in order to document all the new words. I started yesterday to type it in my notebook.
It's
before
just get this size, palm size notebook, so you can write this word.
You know, yesterday from our WhatsApp conversation, I repeat all of them yesterday night.
Good.
And I got 10 new words. I have recorded them. I have just today morning after breakfast, I just reread them again because
see, listen, so we have the word consensus. I put it in the chat on Zoom. Do you see it?
1 minute.
On the right side of your screen, there is chat, or under in the bottom of the screen, it says chat. So you can just have a look at it.
I see.
You see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now.
Consensus.
Okay.
Okay. I put the U. Yeah. Okay.
Do you mind if I correct some pronunciation when you say a word? Not to say I'm perfect, but I can give you some feedback on that.
It is my pleasure. I will be very happy if you correct me.
Okay. This word is often mispronounced. The word is in Iraq. How do we describe this? Well, let me tell you something about the brain. It's difficult for English or for other languages brains to say two words or two letters or two sounds from different parts of the mouth. So if I say ve and se, that's easier. But if I say ve and ze, that's far more easier than say ve and se. So in Iraq, we tend to say convertition. conversation, but the correct pronunciation of this word is conversation with us. Conversation.
It's not that, it's that.
Never pronounced with za. Conversation.
Okay.
Conversation. So the word is
Conversation.
Conversation.
Meet everyone. 10:48 p.m.
Okay. Conversation. So we normally say the word conversation in
Conversation. Conversation.
do you hear that?
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
Conversation. Conversation.
But that's British. Anyways, the second word that you say is I'm using to. It's actually I used to. I used to. I used to. أنا اعتديت على عمل شيء معين. But the nice thing is that we say this in conversation, and it comes by practice. So the more we do practice these, the better pattern we see about you, and the better the better pattern we see about you is going to give us good indication of where our weaknesses are and how we can treat this kind of weakness. Do you type fast or slow?
In typing, I'm good. You can try it here if you want. You can ask me something on chat, and I can answer you. Because I can't evaluate myself.
Okay, so I just gave you a task.
I just got your question. Sorry.
Okay, so the question is, what's I want you to write an email to your boss saying what the difference between speaking and writing is.
Yeah.
So this email is going
writing?
You just summarized some of the main thoughts that I said in this conversation. And I want to see 3 or 4 lines, starting with "Dear Sir," for example. Today, I have taken a short, let's say a short class.
Shall I start type? Sorry.
Mr. Waleed, in this meeting, we discussed the difference between speaking and writing. See this? Are we clear? Do you hear me?
Sorry, Mr. Waleed.
Do you hear me?
The connection lost. Sorry, the connection lost for a minute, less than a minute, maybe.
Okay, so I said, I want you just to summarize to your boss what we talked about, like the difference between speaking and writing. This is just an example here. So in 3 or 4 sentences, just let me know. I'll be watching your typing here and see what you will write. So I can give you a little bit of feedback here.
Okay, shall I start now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Lionel, that's his name. That's a lovely name.
It's Lionel.
Lionel. Yeah, I just said it in French accent.
When click enter, it's go out of chat. I wanted to stay on my conversation, on my window. I can't do that.
I am not 100% sure, but I think. Can you just say hi or something? Because I can see you're typing. I can see, hope everything is good with you.
Yeah, but when I want to go to the second line, it's totally go out of my window. I want to keep it in my chat and send it in one page.
Do you? How about this? How about you type it in a text in a Microsoft Word quickly in less than a minute, and then copy that and put it here and hit enter.
Ah, okay. Yeah, maybe I will. Okay, I will type it on Outlook, then copy paste here. Okay.
I think it's much better.
Better.
The faster you prefer, because you are familiar with your computer system than me.
With my softwares. Yes.
Oh yeah. Farah, do you hear me?
It's 2 lines now. Is it enough?
Yes. Just copy that and send it to me.
Are you hearing me?
Do you hear me? I can hear you. Do you hear me?
Sorry, Mr. Walid.
I can hear you.
The bandwidth. Yeah, it's 2 lines finished. Can I
Yes.
share it?
Send it to me.
I think the connection is bad.
Send.
Because I couldn't hear you.
Send it to me. Send it to me. Can you just send it?
Equation.
This is the equation of communication. هذه ما عاد احنا خلي اشرحها بالعربي انه من نتحدث احنا نستخدم افكار نحولها على رموز اللي هي اما كتابه او speaking وحتى ندل على اشياء اللي هي objects اشياء بالحياه. So when the listeners listen, what happened is they use the codes which are they use speaking or they use listening and reading to understand our thoughts حتى يفهمون أفكارنا. Okay, فهذا back and forth احنا نسميه back and forth ذهابا وإيابا. Are we clear?
Okay.
Now,
could you repeat could you repeat the last one because the net was lost as well.
Okay.
I couldn't hear you last minute.
I said, so when we speak or when we write something, listeners and readers have to reverse the process. يعكسون العملية to understand the codes so they understand the thoughts. To understand the codes so they understand our thoughts of what is happening here. So what you wrote here is really nice. So dear Lionel or Lionel, I have taken a short class with Mr. Walid, which is really good. Have taken is a structure that indicates that you just recently have taken the course. What we can say here, probably add, I have a comment here saying that have taken, we can say, I have recently taken. So we just add these adverbs. هذه احنا نسميها الظروف اللي توصف الفعل. احنا نسميها adverbs. تسمعيني؟ Okay.
اسمعك واضح.
Okay, so I have taken a short class with Mr. Walid. In this meeting, now when you said class, you have to be consistent. So you have to say be consistent. يعني كوني consistent. يعني don't change words because I do not assume the reader understands what you want to say unless you clearly state what you want to say. So this meeting can be class again, so you can be consistent. تكونين يعني نسقية. We discussed the difference between speaking and writing. Now, this is really okay, but English sentences tend to be shorter than Arabic sentences. English sentences tend to be shorter than Arabic sentences. So what happens here, you're just going through a marathon of sentences without stopping, as if you are fighting with your husband and saying blah 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 blah. You never stop. There's no checkpoints. You just keep talking. You see? Do you hear me?
Unfortunately, I can't see the video, but I can't hear you.
Okay,
yeah,
so
now the voice. Yeah,
okay.
now I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, just be patient tonight because I think it's Zoom problem. It's not my problem. It's not your problem. It's just Zoom.
But you know, let me tell you what I understand from you. You said you're trying to explain to me that when we are speaking in English, we should not deal it like when we speak in Arabic, because in English we should have more short sentences. Yes.
Well, English tends to be shorter in conversational and formal in writing. So what happens is that when we shift the system of writing from Arabic to English, we do not follow the English rules. We write English with Arabic language rules in mind. And this is what I see here in this text, which is okay. This is a marathon. You're just running without stopping. English sentence is very relatively short. It ranges, they say the average English sentence is between 3 words to, let's say, 12 words. Or let's be modest and say 15 words. Okay, so that's the average. So if we look at this, all of this is one sentence and it is 78 words. So your sentence is 78 words in one single sentence. And that is a problem because for every sentence, there is one single husband. Let's say that. For every sentence, there's one subject. أكو فاعل واحد. ممكن 2 or 3, but that's very maximum. So when we say here, when we speak is different because we can continuously speaking because we can control and orchestrate the way we talk. But when it comes to writing, no, we have to stop. We have checkpoints. It's different. So you can say, I have taken a short class with Mr. Waleed. In this class, we have discussed the differences between English and between English speaking and English writing, period. نقطة راس سطر. Now here, أكو أشبه ما نكون بالقطار. Writing is like a train in English. Every compartment اللي هي مقطورة, compartment, is connected by joint. So we need joint here. The joint is to tell us logically we are moving from this part to the next one. See? Like if you want to cross the river, you have a bridge. You need to have a bridge. صحيح لو مو صحيح؟
Yes. 100% agree.
So what we need here is something we call it connectors or connection or joints. Like for example, additionally, furthermore, in addition, moreover, which are the kind of standards. These are driving the readers in a more direct and consistent and logical sequence, because we need to always hook يعني نصيد readers. We need to hook readers to keep reading and to keep reading in a very engaging way. يعني هنا مثلا I can say we discussed the difference between speaking and writing, and interestingly اوكي احنا هاي كمان نوخرها فنقول interesting. انت من ناحيه تشوفين when you see interestingly you say what is he trying to say here, because I think he's going to say something interesting. See, so I keep you engaged, I keep you excited, I keep you reading, and that is the way we hook or we fish the readers and say readers. We discussed the reason of making speaking is more difficult. Now in English we do not make speaking, we make cake, we make products, we make mouses, we make lights, we make dinner, but we do not make speaking. We can just say we discuss the reason why speaking is more difficult than writing. So there is this, we have to say than writing, okay, and period. And then here we say احنا ناقشنا السبب اللي يخلي المحادثة وهنا ضايفة is more أكثر صعوبة من الكتابة. Earlier I said we are writing English with Arabic system in mind, and this is the case.
You're right.
So what happens is that you have to ask yourself, not how do I translate this? Listen, Farah, listen. We have to ask ourselves, not how do we translate this, but how do they say it in English? We have to ask ourselves, how do they say it in English? Not how do I translate this into English? Again, we have to ask ourselves, how do they say it in English? Allah bil khair. We have to ask ourselves, how do they say it in English? Not how do I translate that in English? Because if I translate it, I would be God is in good shape, which is like, but in English you say good evening, welcome or something. Bil'afia, we have to say not in well-being, but bon appetit. And that is the difference, that every language has a different system and culture. And sometimes culture and language go hand in hand. Sometimes culture and language go hand in hand. Go hand in hand sometimes, culture and language. So it is not part of the translation literally, يعني نصيا, but how do they say it in English? Are we clear?
Yeah, it's clear. So that's mean
That means
yeah,
okay.
That means that I should say the reason why the speaking instead of this making and this wrong sentences.
This is very microscopic point. يعني كلش يعني نقطة ميكروسكوبية يعني very small. الفكرة وين؟ إنه إحنا أكو فد شيء بالعربي نقول run on sentences. يعني جمل تركض على بعض، ماكو نقطة يعني check point. إنه إحنا in English we have to create shorter sentences that carry single meaning, one subject or maybe two, but not complicated or compound and complex sentences. This is very complex, but the good news, you are a good speaker, and because you are a good speaker, by default, you can improve your writing.
Thank you.
By the way, native speakers are not good writers by default. By the way, they learn writing. They go through the process of writing, and writing is a process, more product. Yani, I'm not going to wake up tomorrow, read 2 or 3 books about writing, and I will be the next Stephen King. No, it just comes by practice, by exposure, by feedback, by editing and reproducing content, and editing and proofreading and editing and proofreading and editing and proofreading. That's why some people change their mind and publish the next edition of their book after a while, just because it's, you know, they change their mind. So here we can say we delete the comma Do you see that? And we say, the main reason that we have different codes when using them, here them is ambiguity. Ambiguity, غموض. Like, what do you mean by them? Who are you talking about?
I mean, speaking and writing.
Well, I'm a very lazy reader, so I have to stop and go back to the earlier sentence to understand that. And for readers, you have to spoil them. لازم تدللين الreader. You have just to give them what they want in the right location. So do not say them unless you have clearly stated what them refers back to. Here's again this comma, and just reduce it. When using typing, the way is more easier. What way? What do you mean by? Now, this is another case of writing English or typing English with Arabic in our mind. الطريقة هي أسهل لأنه أكو مجال يعني we have عندنا
you know, Mr. Walid, this is my main problem with my head. He is always saying same thing that you just said. He said that Farah, when you are typing, you are just translate your Arabic.
Okay, read aloud. Read that aloud. And that's why I told you, ask yourself, how do they say it in English? Ask yourself, how do they
say it in English?
يعني, for example, مثلا أنه the main reason that we have different codes, السبب الرئيسي اللي احنا عندنا codes أو شفرات مختلفة when using them عند استخدامهم, when using typing بنستخدم الكتابة, احنا نقول بنستخدم الكتابة. With English we say إذا نريد نقول بنستخدم الكتابة نقول when we use typing. But in English السؤال هو how do they say it in English? We can say when we are typing. فبالإنجليزي they say when we are typing, not when we use typing. No, typing cannot be used. It can, we can type, but we do not use typing. Maybe we use typing to deliver a message to people, but that's completely different interpretation or translation of what we are trying to say here particularly. So that's, but by the way, this is just general comment. Your subconscious mind will take these notes and reprocesses them. عقلك اللاواعي, you can, for example, you can say, tomorrow I will be a very successful person. And you repeat that and your brain will believe in it. Your brain is very full brain and my brain is very full brain because the brain believes what it is says, what is said to. العقل يصدق. So if I say, I will be a very successful person, I will be a very successful person. I am determined because this is how my brain is going to take that statement and put it into practice. Have you heard of the man who was killed because the criminal, المجرم? They brought a doctor and the doctor was testing a theory that says the brain believes, and if the brain believes, the body will follow. And he was a criminal. He killed somebody. They took him to execution, للإعدام. And they usually kill him by injection, بالحقن. So they injected him with water. حقنه بماء أعتقد. And they told him, we injected you with poison. حقناك بسم. So in a few minutes he died. Because his brain believed that there was poison in his body, and that just led him to determine that he's going to die soon. So he died, and that's a true experience. So the brain is a very dangerous creature. You know, it believes what is told to. That's why we should never say to children, you are a failure. You're a bad person, you're blah blah blah, because they are going to believe that and make it part of their lifestyle.
Right.
So
I believe in that. Yeah, totally.
If you're a believer, then you're definitely on the right track here. So when using typing, we can say when typing. The way
when we
is
are
more,
typing.
the way is more easier. Here, the way is ambiguous again. We just assume the reader knows what the kind of way we talked about, but we haven't talked about the way before. So assumingly, we should clearly state what the way is, because if we do not state what the way is, the reader is going to get lost. And if the reader gets lost, he is not going to finish the reading that, or the email that we are sending him to. So what happens is that the way speaking is designed is in different shape of the way writing is designed. يعني ماكو شيء بالي محدد, but لأنه أنا I want you to focus on what you want to say here. It's more easier due to more space. We have هنا أكو مشكلة أخرى. When we say due to يعني عادة he is not coming due to some obstacles, بعض العوائق, يعني هو ما راح يجي لأنه أكو عوائق معينة. هذه space we have and هذه and تربط two entities متكافئين من حيث القيمة القواعدية. يعني شلون؟ يعني if I say I and my wife, يعني I هو subject noun, wife my wife هو possessive pronoun, و wife هي noun. I و my wife اثنين يعني subjects المعطوف على القبلة. But if I say I and read English, so I, which is subject, and read, which is verb, are imbalanced. ماكو تكافؤ. هذه مشكلة أخرى كلش قابلة للعلاج اللي هي missing. See, missing ends in ing, and more space is a noun. So noun and verb يعني ماكو consistency بيناتهم. فهذا يسمونه imbalance. Okay. The listening part. إضافة لهذا, which will give us more mobility to change and edit our words than using speaking. Now, the word using is misplaced or misused.
It's not correct.
Yeah, we can say more than speaking, not استخدام speaking. Here,
more than, yeah.
The other thing that I want to mention here is the word which. هذه we call it relative pronoun, اللي هو ضمير وصل. الذي, التي, اللذان, الذين. Okay. This is another problem. We can deal with it and we can discuss it and analyze it more. But no matter what you write, there's good thing that your DNA is always in your writing. Like I can tell you, if I am reading two books for the same author, I can see the DNA of his writing all over his writing because it's part of his style. Like, for example, Stephen Gresham or Stephen King or Agatha Christie or William Shakespeare or Charles Dickens or John Steinbeck or those famous writers. Like they go through the same thoughts in every book, but differently. So their writing is kind of like similar across the range of their writing. Your writing is very good. It's organic. You have a lot of vocabulary. Whether in writing or in speaking, we both have some issues that we can fix. They are fixable because writing and speaking are trainable skills.
That's good news. Thank you very much.
What's the meaning of the word news?
News?
Yes.
What's the meaning of news?
Yeah.
In Arabic, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Again, I translate my thoughts. Yes, because the news it's in Arabic. We are translated in English.
Then,
yes?
Do you see this sentence? News space good.
Yeah. is R.
Which one?
It's I need to fill the blanks, you mean?
You can just tell me
R
is
good.
or are.
R.
News are good?
News because news should be R. You know? News are good.
You say that with a
Yes.
question tone.
No?
I don't know.
And you 1 minute, sorry. Yeah, I heard you now.
Okay, you said you were planning to take a picture. What kind of picture?
The screen that you just shared with me with correction words and something on the right side. I lost it now. Where is it? Yeah, this one. Yes.
Okay, I'll send it to you through the email. See,
yeah, please.
Can we, well, is news singular or plural, by the way? الأخبار.
It should be R.
تعرفين ليش تقولين R؟ لأنه إحنا بالعربي كلمة ما عندنا خبر بقد ما عندنا أخبار. الأخبار سيئة، الأخبار جمع بصيغة الجمع. In our mind, we think of news in plural. But in English, it's singular, غير قابل للجمع. لأن هذه S is part of the word. So in English, we do not say newses. We only say news. And we cannot say new because it's a different word.
Yes. It's a different word.
Yeah, so the word news.
I was confused. The last word I answered, I said, I don't know. But you didn't hear me.
Plato, أفلاطون يقول, I don't know is the best wisdom. يعني أفضل الحكمة أنه we say, I don't know.
Yes, you know, because I said first, or then I said, then I told you, no, I don't know.
News, يقال, news is the abbreviation for north, east, west, and south. يعني الجهات الأربعة. Okay.
Okay.
لخصي لي بالعربي اللي افتهمناه من هذا الكورس أول أو ثاني ميتينج لنا. بدقيقة.
بدقيقة؟
نعم.
Okay. In Arabic.
Please.
تمام. أول شيء حكينا يعني بداية كانت short story what happened today. Okay, بعدين حكينا على الفرق بين ال speaking والtyping و بخلال هذه المحادثات صار إنه في أكيد corrections و new words كمان إنه أنت طلبت evaluate my typing or خلينا نقول إنه الوقت اللي أنا أستغرق بالتايبينج وصار في correction على الباراجراف اللي كتبته قواعديا وكمان مو بس قواعديا حتى يعني بصياغة الكتابة شلون نقول يعني ترتيب الجمل wording أي تمام.
What did you learn? What did you learn about the course? What did you learn about the meeting today? Just quickly.
بصراحة أنا كلش حبيت الكورس لأنه بأشياء جدا مفيدة اللي هي أولها.
Go ahead.
أولها إنه إنه من أكتب الجملة لازم إنه بعد ما أجي يعني بس مجرد translated. هاي كلش حبيتها إنه I should never translate my thoughts from Arabic to English. إنه لازم I think how to say it in English.
Okay, perfect.
لأنه إذا ما فكرت بيها بهذه الطريقة راح تنكتب غلط وحتى الفواصل وكل شيء راح يكون خطأ.
Okay. Finally, we are meeting on Sunday, not tomorrow. What I want you to do you hear me?
Hey, I heard you.
Okay. I believe that writing is not restricted to writing emails. Everybody can write, but the quality of writing comes from practice on understanding the philosophy of writing. So what I want you to do,
Yes.
I want you to make updates to the paragraph that you wrote here, and post it on Google Doc. I sent you the link in the email, so you can just check it out, and update it based on my feedback.
Yes.
And confirm to me on email or text message that you have done the updates on Google document, not on Word. You go to the link I sent you on the email, open it, copy the text that you wrote and do the updates. حدثي لي على وفق الفيدباك اللي أنا نطيتها. I will give you feedback on the updated version that you worked on. Are we okay with that?
بس misunderstanding إنه sorry Mr. Walid, الإيميل اللي the email that I received from you, which is related to the course program, yeah. I got a Word document. You are talking about a different thing, yes?
أنا أرسلت الكورس هذا، يعني خلينا نحكيها بالعربي. الكورس
تمام.
الأول اللي بخطأ إنه أنا كاتب إنه أنت راح تتحدثين ويا مجموعة.
Ignore it. I'm talking about the other one, the second one.
كلمة other ambiguous أنا ما أفهم إيش تقصدين بيها.
The second one is better.
كلمة second ambiguous ما أعرف شو تقصدين بيها، بس أنت شنو تحديدا تريدين؟
Okay. You know, all of these new things for me. I'm totally thankful. قصدي إنه الإيميل المحدث الثاني اللي دزيت به الكورس بروجرام. الابديتد syllabus؟
لا، الابديتد syllabus هذه واحد. أنا أرسلت مجموعة إيميلات إلك.
شنو هذا الجوجل دوكيومنت؟ ما فهمت شنو تقصد يا
جوجل دوكيومنت هي مثل الوورد، انت تكتبين واني اباوع على الكتابه، واني اكتب وانت تباوعين على الفيدباك مالتي.
هاي وين انت دزيتها بايميل يعني؟
دزيتها برابط. انت عندك جيميل، مجرد تروحين
تمام.
تضغطين على الرابط اللي بالجيميل راح ياخذك الدوكيومنت فارغه. تفتحين المايكروسوفت وورد اللي انا دزيتك بيها الفيدباك اللي داخل الايميل.
which one؟ اي ايميل يعني اخر واحد استخدم؟
Okay, I'll explain in a second. هذا ايميل انا دزيت لك اياه، دا تشوفيه؟
لحظة أنا رحت على الجيميل مالتي، خلي أرجع.
ترك الجيميل.
تمام. أي. أوكي، بس هذا يمكن هسه دزيته.
هسه دزيته أني. خليت لك بيه الفيدباك اللي هسه قبل شوي كتبته هنا بهذا الدوكيومنت.
I was searching on my previous emails. I thought that you shared already a Google link. Sorry.
I never mentioned that. You
it's
click
my
on.
fault. Sorry.
No, it's okay. So you click on this link, and this document.
Clear.
This document will show up. Okay, you will see. Do you see this document now?
Clear, very clear.
Okay, so you copy the text from the Word document, you put it here.
Yeah.
And
then retype. Yeah.
You do not retype it, you just update it. If you say I retype it, you are just going to copy and paste everything that you typed. So you have to be specific about word choice. What you're going to do, you're going to update the text that we have talked about, or the short essay or the short article. Okay. So what happens is that I will have a look at it, and I will just say Faruha is not the right word. We have to say Farah. Okay. For that part, I will just add a comment here. So I go to comment, and you will see, hello, Farah. This is the right, or this is the right way, period. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see.
Perfect. Are we clear? Are we on the same page?
Yeah, so I should write the
Updated version.
Yeah, يعني without delete the wrong words.
Well, there are not wrong words. They are just misplaced or misused.
Yeah, as I got from you now, يعني you need to see both.
Make changes according to what I gave you in my comments.
Yeah, that's clear. But
Perfect.
but do you want to see the old words as well?
No.
For example, let me give you an example. For example, I used to say we discussed. We discussed, for example, and now I need to correct it. We discussed. So shall I keep discussed?
No, you can just say
it.
we have discussed, because the new version should be completely clean version, as if you are just writing this for the first time. I will have a look at it and I will give you another feedback on that. If I like it,
thank you very much.
If I like it, we are going to move to the next major issue that we have in writing. And we do that through speaking.
That's great.
Great.
That's great.
If you have any questions, let me know.
Yeah, only one question.
Sure.
Here, I don't know, maybe by the next courses, I will find the answer for it. So if you see that it is not, we have not in the stage to answer this question, you just let me, okay? I'm still confused where I can use have or had or has before the past verb, or where I can't use them. For example, we have discussed the difference. And on the other sentence, I said we discussed the reason. So why I used have in the first sentence, but I didn't use have before discussed on the second sentence. I don't know.
أنت تعشيتي? Answer my question.
You know, تعشيت بس دا أفكر بالكورس ما تعشيت زين.
من سألت زين أنت هسه وش تعشيتي؟
يعني قبل المحاضرة ب5 دقائق.
يعني هسه وش تعشيتي؟
صحيح.
الفرق بين أني هستوني تعشيت وأني تعشيت إنه هستوني تعشيت I have taken or I have eaten my dinner. وأني تعشيت ممكن قبل ساعتين أو 3 I ate my dinner.
أوكي.
الفرق هو يعني قرب الزمن عن وقت الحديث على الحدث. إنه I have
حتى لو
eaten.
كان فرق قليل بالوقت.
الفرق كلش قليل. فبالعراقي نقول أني هستوني، فأني هستوني I have just finished my lovely meeting with فرح. مو I finished. ممكن إذا أقول I finished هذه يسمونه long past، ماضي بعيد. ممكن I finished my meal last week. I finished my English course 3 years ago. فfinished السكوب مالتها بعيد. I have finished السكوب مالتها كلش قريب من نقطة الحديث عن الموضوع. يعني أنا أتحدث وياك هسه I have just drunk my cup of coffee.
I have just drank my
I have eaten my lunch just before. Yeah, very close to the point of speakers.
إذا تعدت one day راح تكون بس ماضي.
مو شرط بس هو أكو short past وأكو close past، يعني قريب، ماضي قريب، وأكو ماضي بعيد. الماضي البعيد
شو الفرق بيناتهم؟
الشخص شنو رغبته، شو يريد يقول. يعني أنا مثلا أريد أدل للباص أنه يعني هو موصيني على ريبورت، والريبورت الديدلاين مالته باكر الساعة 8 الصبح، فهو يجيني الساعة 8:30 فيقول لي have you finished the report؟ فراح أقول له I have finished the report. إذا أقول له I have finished the report راح يحس على أنه هو يعني أنا تراخيت بي وهستوني قبل ما يسألني أنا كملته، فبالتالي أنا ما محضر زين. إذا أقول له I finished yes I finished my report yesterday، هذا يعني أنني متهيئ له ومحضره قبل يوم قبل يومين، فاكو فرق بالمعنى. فهذا هو ببساطة الفرق بين have finished و finished.
إنه هنا بنفس الميتينج أنا لازم أكون يا أما أستخدم الهاب أو ما أستخدمها.
هذه نقطة جدلية. تعرفين الأمريكان ما يستخدمون have بالقدر اللي يستخدمون البريطانيين، لأنه يعتبرون لغة رسمية كلش. فالبريطانيين يقولون I have finished my meal، الأمريكان يقولوا I finished my meal، مجرد لأنه ما يريد يحب يقول يكون جملة معقدة. البريطانيين يسألون have you had your tea؟ الأمريكان يقول did you have your tea؟ مجرد يستخدم that. الفرق interchangeable، دائرتين تشوفينهم دائرتين مترابطات بمنطقة رمادية، فاثنينهم من حيث المعنى قريبين على بعض جدا، من حيث الدلالة الزمنية مختلفات. لا تحيرين بهم، احنا نناقشهم بالتفصيل بوقت آخر إن شاء الله، يعني مو موضوع معقد.
إن شاء الله. الموضوع أنا تعرف ليش سألتك أستاذ وليد؟ لأنه مرة علي بالريبورتس، مرة دا أسوي جرافس بروجكتس أكثر من بروجكت بروجرامز، فأني كنت كاتبة هذا البروجكت has been مرات إنه أكو بين بعد الهاز والهاب
بن
has been completed، كنت هيك كاتبة
يعني هستونا كملنا.
طبعا أنا مش تعرف ليونيل قال لي امسحي الهازبن وكتبي project completed.
تعرفين ليش؟
يعني
لأنه إذا تقولين has been completed والشركة مطالبتكم بالمشروع من فترة طويلة وأنت تقولين لهم has been completed، يعني إحنا هستونا كملناه، يعني إحنا متأخرين قبل فترة الكلام بشوية، يعني قبل يومين أو شهر أو هيك. بس إذا تقولين
هو خلال الشهر كان يعني هو خلال الشهر خلصان، يعني
يفضل يعني هو يفولو. هو أكو قلت لك هو من ناحية الدلالة هم من ناحية القواعد هم مختلفات، من ناحية الدلالة يعني كلش اكو تقارب بالمعنى. يعني أنا ما أفضل أستخدم have been، يعني أي استخدم الماضي البسيط لأنه بالمحادثة يكون أسهل يعني ومفهوم. وثانيا بعض الأفعال اللي احنا نسميها الشاذة تتغير الشكل مالتها، فالمتدرب من أقول له مثلا I have forgotten، يجوز ما راح يعرف كلمة forgotten، بس إذا أقول له I forgot أسهل.
صح.
فهو بيها أكثر من تبويب،
وهاي يمكن بالبراكتس تصير أوضح.
That is exactly what I said earlier. Yeah, it comes by practice. And this is just an example that you understand it now, because you know I mentioned that to you.
هذا المثال مال 10 ما راح أنسى، راح أتذكره كل ما أكتب الجملة وأستخدم بيها الهاف ويا الفعل الماضي.
Sure.
زين وليد، أستاذ وليد، بعد ما أني أكو يونتس وكتاب وهيك شيء قرأت بالبروجرام.
But listen, I am not going to give you any kind of materials right now. This is for your boss. This is not for you, just in case you want to submit funding request.
Okay.
What
about
I do not follow rules. I do not follow textbooks. I go by what the student or learner needs. But I give you a sample of what we go through if you want that to submit for funding. So the whole purpose of this document that I sent you is not for our training, but to prove to people that you're taking a course, and in case they can kindly consider funding, that is the option.
So forgot my manager.
Yes,
Now,
for your
our
manager.
course.
Mhm.
Is it including books and units and some
well, if we go through some necessity to do reading, and I see that you need some reading, I will give you a chapter or 2 to 3 pages, because I do not believe in homework. Honestly, I don't like homework, and I don't give homework to people. I give them tasks like this one. This is a task. I want you to do it. I don't believe in memorizing or reading or whatever. Just doesn't make sense. It's not as good. And if I ask the student, did you finish your homework? They'll just feel bad in case they don't have time. Then they will bring excuses that why they did not read. And that is just going to give them that feeling that this is demanding course. And I just want to go through no homework at this time.
I totally understand you. This is actually, I think, a very modern way. Yes.
It depends. It's not perfect. But
you understand our thinking. That's why you are using this way. This way is more lovely, and it will not make me boring. Is it correct?
Bored.
Bored. Okay. Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
You're more than welcome, my dear. Enjoy your evening. Say hi to Ali and thank him on my behalf. Thank him on my behalf. بالنيابة عني, on my behalf. And enjoy the rest of your day or night.
Thank you.
Have a lovely evening. Bye-bye.
Thanks. You too. Bye.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. كيفكم؟ شو أخباركم؟ عندنا درس بسيط جدا للمستوى المبتدئ في اللغة الإنجليزية. حقيقة إذا شخص حاب يقدم نفسه بطريقة بسيطة ومسلية، فاكو أكثر من طريقة. اللغة الإنجليزية بها تعدد مسارات تقديم شيء معين، لكن إحنا بصورة عامة نمشي ويا المسار الأكثر استخداما. فإحنا حتى نقدم نفسنا ممكن نقول Hello, I'm Layla، أو My name's Layla، اسمي لايلا. My name's Joe، or I am Joe، or I'm Joe، اختصارا في المحادثة. بالاختصارات دائما نستخدمها في المحادثة تقليل الجهد اللي علينا. فحتى تتحدث تقول My name's Layla، or I'm Layla، مثل ما تشوف بالمخطط. or I'm Charlotte، تقدر تقول I am Charlotte، or I'm Charlotte. My name is Una، or I'm Luna، or I'm Una. My name is Simone، or I'm Simone. مثل ما تلاحظ أمامك. حتى نسأل إنه شلون ينكتب اسمك، ممكن نقول How do you write your name، or How do you spell your name. شلون تكتب كل حرف من اسمك اللي هو spelling. My name's Jacob، Jacob. How do you spell your last name. شلون هذا تعلم درب عليه. How do you spell your last name. 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 How do you spell your full name. شلون تلفظ اسمك الكامل. الأحرف اللي هو A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y and Z تكتب بالحروف الصغيرة لتسهيل الكتابة مالتها. ستجرب اكتب بحرف كبير وقيس المدة اللي راح تكتب بيها كلمة، واكتب بحروف صغيرة وقيس الكلمة ايش قد راح يكون المدة مالتها أقصر. لكن الإنجليزية محافظة على جزء من تقليد كتابة بعض حروف يعني الأسماء، غالبا أسماء العلم ببداية حرف كبير، بداية الفقرة بحرف كبير، حفاظا على هذا التقليد. الآن نجي إلى بعض المفردات المهمة اللي تخص الدول. لاحظ وياي هذه خريطة لبعض الدول الرئيسية في العالم، وخريطة جنسياتهم، فراح ناخذهم على أساس أنهم nationalities. USA American، Canada Canadian، يعني كندا كندي. Mexico Mexican، Brazil Brazilian، Argentina Argentinian، UK British، France French، Russia Russian، Spain Spanish، Portugal Portuguese، Poland Polish، Greece Greek، Turkey Turkish، Egypt Egyptian، China Chinese، Japan Japanese، India Indian، Pakistan Pakistani، Mongolia Mongolian، Australia Australian، Germany German، Switzerland Swiss، Austria Austrian. بنتحدث عن نفسنا، فاكو بعض المسائل الأساسية اللي لازم نعرفها، أنه إذا تريد تسأل شخص قد عمرك فتقول له how old are you or how old are you how old are you. فحتى فتقول I'm 25 years old، مو أنا عندي 25 سنة، اللي أغلب المبتدئين ممكن أسمعهم من عندها، يعني أسمعهم يتحدثون بها I have 25 years old. No, you say I'm 25 years old. Ruby is 7 years old. Izzy and Chloe are 13. My grandma is 92 years old. And I am 44 today. فحتى نعبر عن أسمائنا إنه منه أني ومنه هما، فنقول أو إيش قد عمرنا، فتقول I'm 25 years old. إذا أحكي عن شخص أنا دا أباوع عليه فأقول له you are 25 years old. إذا أتحدث على هو وهي فأقول he is 25 years old. She is 25 years old. It is 25 years old. الأشياء غير الحية مثلا table, desk. We are 25 years old. الأرقام مهمة جدا واحد يعرفها، اللي هي 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 and then we go back مرة ثانية 21 22 30 31 32 40 50 60 70 80 90 and 100. بعض الأحيان يصير عندنا إشكال في لفظ بعض الكلمات الأساسية اللي هي الأرقام. مثلا أسمع المتحدثين يمزج بين 13 و 30، فالفرق بيناتهم واضح مثل ما تلاحظ 13 30 14 40 15 50 16 60 17 70 18 80 19 90. لاحظ ويا هالتمرين 15-50 يحتاج أنه تتدرب ويا نفسك تقول الأرقام لأنه recording ما موجود أو الصوت. إذا أريد أسأل شخص أنت من وين فأقول له where are you from where are you from where are you from فراح يجاوب مثل ما قلت لكم. إذا أتحدث عن نفسي فأقول I'm from Spain. What nationality are you? What nationality are you? يقول I'm Spanish. I'm Spanish. ملاحظات أخرى إذا نريد نقول أنا هولندي I'm Dutch. احنا إيطاليين. We are Italian. I'm from Switzerland. وعلى هذه الشكل. I'm from Spain. I'm Spanish. أنا من إسبانيا. أنا إسباني. وقف التدريب وحاول بعد ما توقف التدريب. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're doing great. In this episode, we will talk about what is the Earth. The Earth is a huge ball of rock spinning in space. It's not a perfect ball as it is slightly flattened at the top and bottom. The equator is an imaginary line around the widest part. The top half of the Earth is called the Northern Hemisphere, and the bottom half is called the Southern Hemisphere. Earth fact. The Earth measures about 40,000 kilometers around the equator. It would take a month to drive around it at 55 kilometers per hour. The Earth weighs about 6,000 million tons. The highest temperature ever recorded was 57 Celsius in the Sahara Desert in Africa. This isn't hot enough to fry an egg on the sand. The lowest temperature ever recorded was minus 88.3 Celsius. About 1/5 of the land is desert. Deserts are the hottest and driest places on Earth. They have less than 250 millimeters rain per year. Near the equator, it is hot all the year round and it rains nearly every day. The land around the equator is called the tropics. Thick green forests called rainforests grow in the tropics. Tropical rainforests contain over half of all the types of plants and animals in the world. Only about a quarter of the Earth's surface is land. There are 7 big pieces of land called continents. Most of the land is in the Northern Hemisphere. Nearly 3/4 of the Earth's surface is covered by sea. The 4 oceans are all joined together. You could sail right around the Earth without seeing land. Many mountains are too high and cold for plants and animals to survive there. Mount Everest, the highest mountain on Earth, is 8,850 meters high. About 1/10 of the Earth's surface is always covered with ice. The further you travel from the equator, the colder it is. The poles are the coldest places on Earth. Air and the atmosphere. The Earth is surrounded by a layer of air about 500 kilometers thick, called the atmosphere. It stops dangerous rays from the sun burning up life on Earth. We cannot see air, but we feel it as wind. It is made up of many gases such as oxygen, which we breathe, and carbon dioxide, which is used by plants. The higher you go into the atmosphere, the less air there is in and harder it is to breathe. That is why people carry oxygen tanks when they climb mountains. All our weather happens in the first 12 kilometers of the atmosphere. Above this, there are no clouds and the sun always shines in the daytime. Aircraft usually fly higher than the weather, about 13 to 22 kilometers above the Earth. Today we are going to learn how to say these and those in this episode of pronunciation lesson. This video targets 2 frequently used words that are common errors, those and these. Correcting this mistake will make you sound clearer. We have a tip here. The S in these words pronounced as Z sound. Those, these. So we have this, that, those, and these. So we have this, that, these, and those. And they are demonstrative adjectives أو ما تسمى صفات إشارة كترجمة حرفية. This is used to refer to a single person, a thing, or a place that is close to the speaker. That is used when the person or the thing or the place is more distant أو بعيد. This computer is easy to use. That coat on the chair is mine. This person is my colleague. That man over there is my boss. This picture is clearer than that picture. This is my seat and that one is yours. These is the plural form of this. Those is the plural form of that. These letters are urgent. Please post them immediately. Those men in the street are policemen. I like these shoes. They're very comfortable. Those shoes on the shelf are very expensive. I like these shoes better than those shoes. These books are more interesting than those books. In formal context, however, we can use that and those for one or ones. The most surprising announcement was that made by the Prime Minister. That means the announcement, the one made by the Prime Minister. A shuttle service is available for our guests. Those interested should inquire at the reception desk. Those means the guest or the ones interested. هذا كان درس بسيط يخص this, that, those and these. Rule of thumb أو قاعدة الإبهام أو القاعدة الأساسية إنه these and those بالجمع بالزي sound مفرد this بلس مو بالزا فاحفظهم على هذه الشاكلة. نلتقي بكم في درس آخر لللفظ بإذن الله. مدرب اللغة وليد خالد. Peppa Pig Nature Trail. Peppa and her family are going on a nature trail. Mummy Pig asks Daddy Pig not to forget the picnic. As if I would, laughs Daddy Pig. They head off along the trail with their map. Oh dear, Daddy Pig has left the picnic in the car. Mummy and Daddy Pig ask Peppa if she can see anything interesting in the forest. I don't see anything but boring trees, says Peppa. Then she looks really hard and finds some footprints on the ground. Let's follow the footprints and see who made them, says Mummy Pig. We will have to be very quiet so we don't scare anything away. Shh. Peppa and George follow the footprints along the ground. It looks like they were made by a little bird, says Mummy Pig. Soon they come to the end of the footprint. The bird has flown up into that tree, smiles Daddy Pig. Where? Asks Peppa. Daddy Pig gives Peppa binoculars to help her see the bird. Chirp, chirp. The binoculars made everything look bigger. Peppa can see 1, 2, 3 baby birds. They're eating worms, says Peppa. That's disgusting. George finds some more footprints. They are very little. Daddy Pig says they belong to ants collecting leaves to eat. Munch, munch. I think it's time for lunch, says Mommy Pig, but Daddy Pig has left the picnic in the car. My map is wrong, begins Daddy Pig. We'll have to follow our own footprints back to the car. Suddenly, it starts to rain. It washes everyone's footprints away. How are you going to find the car now? Asks Mommy Pig. Ducks love picnics, says Peppa. Mrs. Duck, can you help us find our picnic, please? The ducks lead Peppa and her family back to their car. We are here. Thank you for your help, Mrs. Duck, cries Peppa. I love picnics, laughs Daddy. Ha ha ha, Pig. The ducks love picnics too. Quack, quack. So do the birds. And so do the ants. Munch, munch. Everybody loves picnics, cries Peppa. كان معكم مدرب اللغة الإنجليزية وليد خالد في درس للأطفال لتعلم القصص. ربي يحفظكم.
In the light of the moon, a little egg lay on a leaf. One Sunday morning, the warm sun came up and pop! Out of the egg came a tiny and very hungry caterpillar. He started to look for some food. On Monday, he ate through one apple, but he was still hungry. On Tuesday, he ate through 2 pears, but he was still hungry. On Wednesday, he ate through 3 plums, but he was still hungry. On Thursday, he ate through 4 strawberries, but he was still hungry. On Friday, he ate through 5 oranges, but he was still hungry. On Saturday, he ate through 1 piece of chocolate cake, 1 ice cream cone, 1 pickle, 1 slice of Swiss cheese, 1 slice of salami, 1 lollipop, 1 piece of cherry pie, 1 sausage, 1 cupcake, and 1 slice of watermelon. That night, he had a stomachache. The next day was Sunday again. The caterpillar ate through 1 nice green leaf, and after that, he felt much better. Now he wasn't hungry anymore, and he wasn't a little caterpillar anymore. He was a big, fat caterpillar. He built a small house, called a cocoon, around himself. He stayed inside for more than 2 weeks. Then he nibbled a hole in the cocoon, pushed his way out, and he was a beautiful butterfly.
Tiny creatures. Peppa and George are helping Grandpa Pig pick vegetables. Grandpa hands Peppa a lettuce. Peppa can see something sitting on the lettuce. That's a horrible monster, she snorts. That's just a little snail, says Grandpa. Monster, says George. George likes the snail. Suddenly the snail disappears. Where is he gone? Asks Peppa. He's hiding in his shell, explains Grandpa. Grandpa, George and I want to be snails, says Peppa. Well, says Grandpa, these baskets can be your shells. I'm going to eat up old Grandpa Pig's lettuce, laughs Peppa. Keep off my lovely lettuce, and you cheeky snails, calls Grandpa. And when Grandpa Pig shouts at me, giggles Peppa, I'll hide inside my little house. Monster, says George. Here are Peppa and George's friends. Can we be snails too? They ask. Well, says Grandpa, you could be something else exciting from the garden. What's that buzzing sound? Asks Peppa. It's coming from that little house, says Susie. It's a bee house, explains Grandpa. It's called a hive. The bees collect nectar from the flower and then fly to the hive to make it into honey. I like honey, says Peppa. Let's pretend to be bees. Buzz, 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 ha ha ha. What's busy bees? Laughs Grandpa. Granny Pig has been baking bread. Would you busy bees like some toast? She asks. Yes, please, says Peppa and her friends, with lots of honey. I like being a bee because they eat lots of lovely honey, says Susie. I like being a snail, snorts Peppa, because they eat all Grandpa's vegetables. كان معكم مدرب لغة وليد خالد في قصة قصيرة للأطفال والكبار. ربي يحفظكم. هذا اختبار بسيط، هو مو اختبار قد يتبادر إليك على أنه بسيط، ممكن تشوفه مو بسيط كلش، ممكن تشوفه معقد بالبداية، لكن اسمح لي أوضح لك إياه. فقط الصفحة الأولى اللي هي راح يكون بها الشغل مالتنا، هذا يعني يتحدث عن الروتين اليومي. نقطتين أساسيات نحتاجهن بالتدريب على المحادثة هي إمكانيتنا على طرح السؤال لإشغال الطرف المقابل بالإجابة، وبنفس الوقت فهم الطرف المقابل على شنو دا يتحدث باستخدام عدد محدود من الكلمات للحديث عن عدد لا متناهي من المواضيع. هذه طريقتنا. أكو سؤالين أساسيات اللي هو what do you and what is and what do you، راح نتدرب عليهم بعدين. اللي تشوفه هنا هذا روتين شخص يعني يستيقظ يوميا الساعة 6:30. حتى نتدرب أنا وياك تدريب متزامن ومفيد لازم نركز على جودة اللغة وسرعة اللغة. سرعة اللغة احنا نسميها الطلاقة، وجودة اللغة هو المتعارف عليه يعني صفاء الجمل من أي شوائب لغوية يسببها تعلم الشخص للغة الأولى اللي ممكن تعيق نوعا ما إمكانيته على اللغة الثانية. فهذا الروتين احنا المفروض نتدرب عليه بحيث تقول هذا الروتين كله ب30 ثانية. لازم نخلي إمكانيتك على قول الفعل في 0.5 seconds اللي هي نص ثانية، لأنه المتحدث باللغة الرسمية الأم يتحدث جيدة بنص ثانية. فإحنا حتى نوصل هذا الهدف لازم نتدرب على كيفية قول هذه الأفعال بطريقة جيدة وسريعة حتى نضمن أنه إحنا غطينا على السرعة وبعدين نغطي على الجودة. فحتى تقول هذا الموضوع يعني نتدرب عليه لازم نجي نقول الروتين اليومي مالتنا 30 ثانية أولا حتى نشوف نقدر نوصل هذا الهدف لو لا. فمثلا I wake up at 6:30، أني أستيقظ ب6:30. I wake up at 6:30. طبعا راح تسألني السؤال متى تستيقظ أو شو وقت تستيقظ، أي ساعة تقعد. I wash my face at 6:45. أغسل وجهي على 6:45. I dress up at 7. I eat my breakfast at 7:30. أني أتناول فطوري الساعة 7:30. I go to school at 8:15. I arrive in school at 8:45. In the morning I study. From 12:30 to 1:30, من 12:30 إلى 1:30, I have lunch with my friend. In the afternoon, I study and I play football with my friends. At 4, I go back home. At 8, I eat dinner with my family. In the evening, I study, I watch TV, and I say goodnight to my family. بس هذا متشعب لأنه راح نتدرب شلون نطرح السؤال على اللي actions اللي دا يسويه هنا. هذا ممكن بدل ما تقول I راح نقول he، راح نقول she، هو وهي. راح نبدأ نتحدث على مجاميع. بعدين راح نبدأ نتحدث على أدائهم بالماضي، يعني شلون دا يسوون هذا، لأنه الفعل بالماضي يتغير شكله قليلا. بعدين احنا شلون نقول هو راح مثلا يدرس باكر الساعة 12، راح يتناول غداء الساعة. هذا التشعبات الثلاثية اللي راح تشوفها ماضي ومضارع ومستقبل راح ناخذهم بالتفصيل طبعا، وراح تلقى انه درس مفيد ان شاء الله. فهذا توضيح اللي اريده من عندك. اذا سمعت الفيديو صار عندك مجال راجع الجمل اللي انا ذكرتها بحيث تقدر توصل، ممكن تحت تبدي توصل دقيقتين الله تكمل، بعدين نبني تنازليا لحد ما نوصل 30 ثانية. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're doing great and awesome. اليوم راح نراجع الأفعال الأساسية في اللغة الإنجليزية ونلاحظ شلون نستخدمها في سياق الجملة. I wake up. أنا أستيقظ. I wake up. I turn off my alarm. أنا أطفئ المنبه أو منبهي. لاحظ my alarm منبهي. I get up. I get up. أنهض. I take a shower or I have a shower. اثنينهم مقبولات. نقول I take a shower or I have a shower. I get dressed. بس لاحظ بالسرعة بالاستخدام نقول I get dressed. I get dressed. I make breakfast. I make breakfast. I make breakfast. I eat breakfast and I have breakfast. اثنيناتهم مقبولات، لكن يلاحظ أنه البريطانية تفضل أن تقول I have breakfast. I brush my teeth. I brush my teeth. I go to work. هذا إذا تريد تتحدث بطريقة بسيطة عن روتينك اليومي فتقول I go to work. I start work at 9. I start work at 9. I start work at 9. I answer emails. أنا أجيب أو أرد على الإيميلز. ممكن تقول I reply to emails. I eat lunch or again I have lunch. I eat lunch or I have lunch. I work on my computer. I work on my computer. I work on my computer. I finish work at 5. I finish work at 5 or at 5. لأنهم صح إذا تقلل لفظة تي حتى يصير عليك سهل. I go home. I go home. I go home. We also do have I arrive. I arrive home. I arrive home. I feed the dog. I feed the dog. أقدم الغذاء أو للكلب. I cook dinner. I cook dinner. أنا أطهي العشاء. Cook. I eat dinner or I have dinner. ركز لي عليهم شلون نستخدمهم بطريقة بسيطة. I eat dinner or I have dinner. I watch TV. I watch TV. I watch TV. I read a book. I read a book. أنا أقرأ كتابا. a book. I go to bed. I go to bed. I go to bed. أذهب إلى الفراش. I fall asleep. I fall asleep. الترجمة الحرفية أنا أسقط نائما. هسه نيجي على daily routine for school. بالمدرسة شو تسوي؟ I go to school. I go to school. أنا أذهب إلى المدرسة. I have classes. أنا أخذ دروس. لاحظ كلمة have معناها يأكل، معناها يأخذ حسب النص. I eat lunch and I have lunch. I eat lunch and I have lunch. خليه درس تمرين لللفظ. I finish school at 3. I finish school at 3. I go home. أذهب إلى البيت. I go home. رددها بعدي دائما كل الكلمات هذه. I do my homework. Today we are going to learn how to say these and those in this episode of pronunciation lesson. This video targets two frequently used words that are common errors, those and these. Correcting this mistake will make you sound clearer. We have a tip here. The S in these words pronounced as Z sound. Those, these. So we have this, that, those, and these. So we have this, that, these, and those. And they are demonstrative adjectives أو ما تسمى صفات إشارة كترجمة حرفية. This is used to refer to a single person, a thing, or a place that is close to the speaker. That is used when the person or the thing or the place is more distant أو بعيد. This computer is easy to use. That coat on the chair is mine. This person is my colleague. That man over there is my boss. This picture is clearer than that picture. This is my seat and that one is yours. These is the plural form of this. Those is the plural form of that. These letters are urgent. Please post them immediately. Those men in the street are policemen. I like these shoes. They're very comfortable. Those shoes on the shelf are very expensive. I like these shoes better than those shoes. These books are more interesting than those books. In formal context, however, we can use that and those for one or ones. The most surprising announcement was that made by the Prime Minister. That means the announcement, the one made by the Prime Minister. A shuttle service is available for our guests. Those interested should inquire at the reception desk. Those means the guest or the ones interested. هذا كان درس بسيط يخص this, that, those and these. Rule of thumb أو قاعدة الإبهام أو القاعدة الأساسية إنه these and those بالجمع بالزا sound مفرد this بلس مو بالزا فاحفظهم على هذه الشاكلة. نلتقي بكم في درس آخر لللفظ بإذن الله. مدرب اللغة وليد. هذا الدرس راح نتعرف على بعض المسائل القواعدية الأساسية للأشخاص المهتمين بتطوير القواعد إذا أنت في مرحلة مبتدئ. حقيقة أثناء فترة تدريسي للغة الإنجليزية ألاحظ أن أغلب الأشخاص اللي عندهم مشاكل باللغة المتحدثين باللغة العرب عندهم مشاكل ويا 3 أفعال رئيسية: فعل to be، فعل to do، فعل to have. الأكثر إشكالية في اللغة الإنجليزية كون هذا الفعل لا يوجد بطريقة مستقلة في الجمل في اللغة العربية على غرار اللغة الإنجليزية. فإحنا من نقول مثلا أنا طبيب، فأقول أنا وأقول طبيب، لكن ما كل فعل be. لكن باللغة الإنجليزية لازم تقول I'm a doctor، he is a doctor، he was a doctor، she was a doctor، they were doctors. فهذا الفعل المساعد اللي احنا نسميه to be أو فعل الكينونة موجود في اللغة العربية ضمن إطار الفعل الآخر أو محذوف تضمينا. مثلا نقول I go home. Home is my place to rest. I like the smell of my house. I feel totally relaxed. Home refreshes me. At home, I get ready for a new day. قبل أن نبدي بالفعل to be لازم نشوف شنو الفعل بصورة عامة. فالفعل هو فالفعل تعريفه shows action or a state of being. هو يدل على حالة أو شيء كائن أو يكون أثناء فترة الكلام. مثلا تقول I go home. Home is my place to rest. I like the smell of my house. I feel totally relaxed. Home refreshes me. At home, I get ready for a new day. نيجي على الفعل to be. Be verbs indicate a state of being. أفعال أو مشتقات الفعل be تدل على حالة الكينونة أو حالة الاستقرار الآني أو حالة ما عليه الشيء أثناء فترة الكلام. مثلا تقول I'm a doctor. احنا بالإنجليزي نقول I'm a doctor، بالعربي نقول أنا دكتور. فهذا ما موجودة في اللغة العربية، لكن موجودة في اللغة الإنجليزية. موجودة في اللغة العربية ضمن نطاق الفعل إذا كانت الجملة فعلية. فإحنا بنقول أنا دكتور، هذا تدل على كونك أو حالة كينونتك الآنية على أنه أنت دكتور. He is sleepy. كينونة الآن أو ما يكون عليه الآن هو sleepy، يشعر بالنعاس. إذا نقول he was sleepy، ما كان عليه في الفترة السابقة sleepy. ليش نستعملها؟ لأنه نريد ندل على وقت حدوث الشيء. فمنقول I'm a doctor، أنا دكتور حاليا. إذا تريد تقول I was a doctor، أنا كنت دكتور. فهذا الاستعمال التحديدي للفعل to be. We are here، كينونتنا الآن، وجودنا الآن هنا. ممكن we were here، احنا كنا هنا، كينونتنا كانت هنا في وقت سابق، حتى يفهم الطرف المقابل أنه أنت مدى تتحدث على بعد زمني آخر. فهذا البعد الزمني اللي احنا نستخدمه، أو خلينا نستخدم فعل البعد الزمني حتى تفهم الطرف المقابل على أي بعد زمني دا تتحدث، المستقبل لو الآن لو الماضي. طبعا إذا نريد نتحدث عن المستقبل ممكن نستخدم الفعل is، ممكن نستخدم الفعل will، فعل المساعد أو المودل verb will. شلون نستخدم الفعل is؟ لازم نضيف له ظرف. مثلا he is a doctor tomorrow. He goes to his office tomorrow. فلازم أدل على الظرف المستقبلي. طبعا احنا الكينونة أو الكيان الآني ممكن حذفه أو نفيه، فهذا يسمونه حذف الكينونة. طبعا لا كلش تحس بغرابة هذه المصطلحات. هاي المصطلحات حتى الأجانب نفسهم مرات من نتحدث بهذا الموضوع يستغربون من عندها. فخلينا نقول مثلا نريد نحذف أني دكتور، فنقول I'm not a doctor. إذا نريد نقولها بالماضي نقول we were not there. There نحن الآن لسنا هناك. We were not there ترجمة الحرفية مالتها نحن لم نكن هناك. طبعا إذا نريد نحولها على شكل استفهام، أنه نسأل يعني أنت دكتور فنقول للشخص are you a doctor. إذا أنا أريد أقول على نفسي هل أنا دكتور بحالات نادرة طبعا am I a doctor، أو نريد نقول لك مثلا نستشيرك في موضوع طبي وأنت مو دكتور فتقول am I a doctor. يعني هذا نقدم هذا الفعل الكينونة to be قبل الفاعل. is he sleepy، هل هو نائم. هاي طريقة السؤال في اللغة الإنجليزية. are we there، واحدة من طرق السؤال. are we there، هل وصلنا إلى هناك أو هل نحن هناك. are not طبعا هنا شوية بأثناء فترة الكلام والاسترسال بالكلام ممكن نختصرها فنقول aren't، or is not نقول isn't. he isn't sleepy or he is not sleepy. احنا ليش نقول he isn't sleepy؟ لأنه بالاسترسال بالكلام يميل الشخص لاختصار القول الطويل والميل إلى القصد بالشيء الكثير بالشيء القليل من اللغة. we are not there or we aren't there. طبعا هذه الاشتقاقات مالتها أريد تتدرب وياها عليه. I'm not، am I، you're not، are you، he is، he's not، is he، she is، she's not or she isn't، is she، مثلا is she a doctor، هل هي دكتورة. is he a doctor، هل هو دكتور. فتدرب وياه راح تحفظها. أهم نقطة تفهم هذا الفعل، تراجع هذا الفيديو أكثر من مرة حتى تبدي تتحدث اللغة الإنجليزية. أأكد لك راح تبدي تكون أفضل أنواع الأسئلة بالنسبة للشخص اللي يتحدث وياه بهاي الطريقة. it is not، مثلا it is here، it is not here. هذا الشيء هنا، هذا الشيء لا يوجد هنا. it was here، كان هنا. it was not here، لم يكن هنا. it is not، isn't it. we're not، are we، مثلا are we Iraqi citizens، هل نحن مواطنين عراقيين. إذا تريد تقول نحن مواطنين عراقيين we are Iraqi citizens. you're not، are you. طبعا الحلو you تستخدم لاسم الإشارة الضمير أنت وأنتي وأنتم وأنتما، كلها you. هذا طبعا كلش حلو أنه يسهل علينا هواي مسائل. خلينا نجي نختبر. راح أسألك الأسئلة التالية. I'm thirsty، صحيح؟ لو لا. you're kind. he am not sad، هل هذه صحيحة؟ she are not tall، شنو الغلط بيها أو إذا صحيحة؟ it is not moving. we aren't tired. is they running. are you ready. راجع الملاحظات حتى تتأكد أي وحدة من هذه الجمل صحيحة وأي وحدة من عندهم خاطئة. هذا درس بسيط عن الفعل to be في اللغة الإنجليزية. نلتقي بكم بدرس آخر. طبعا أتمنى تقدرون هذا الجهد بمشاركة الفيديو، لأن أنت إذا تابعت هذا الفيديو أنا أكيد ومتأكد I am sure أنه أنت استفدت. فبالتالي اللي وصلك من عندي لازم توصله لأشخاص آخرين عن طريق مشاركة هذا الفيديو. فأتمنى مشاركته لطفا وليس أمرا، لأنه راح تعمل فائدة وتزيد الإمكانية مالت الأشخاص على الحديث باللغات الأخرى. ربي يحفظكم. وإذا حبيتوا هذا الفيديو أتمنى تكتبوا لي بالتعليقات حتى نستمر بهذه السلسلة. مدرب لغة وليد خالد.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're doing great and awesome in another lovely and entertaining and exciting lesson in this chapter of series of episodes where we introduce to you some common expressions in the lovely language of English. Why do we love English? Because it's common. Why do we love English? Because it's our lovely language that we use to speak with every nation in the world. I can't think of any nation except for the Amazonians, who may have not had any culture or language contact with other nations.
the majority of the vast majority of countries around the world are using English, and because it's the most common language in the world that is spoken by more than 69 countries in out of the 190 plus countries probably. It's so common to learn the basic components of this lovely language. So in this episode, we're introducing to you a list of very common idiomatic expressions and phrases that are really common in spoken English, and of course written English, but to some limited, constrained extent. So you need to use them, practice them, learn them, and be able to incorporate them in your conversations. In this way, you're going to master language gradually, efficiently, and effectively to become semi-native speaker, quasi-native speaker, a person who speaks English professionally. That will take you to the next level in terms of your professional development, in terms of your career promotions, and in terms of your travel and journeys and ability to adapt and love and understand other cultures. To that point, to that extent, to that goal, to that objective, I'm introducing this list of expressions. So stick around and try to explore, write them down, jot them down in a notebook, and I'm pretty sure you're going to learn them. If you can't get the exact meaning from the first attempt, try to listen again to the video, and then write it down, probably find the interpretation or the translation of that expression, or something that is equivalent to it in Arabic language, because that is going to be built on your background experience, and eventually that is going to incorporate some sort of relevance and eventually lead you to understand and incorporate that expression dramatically in your conversation and your speaking of this beautiful language. So stick around and let's jump to the video. Today, اليوم راح نتعلم بعض من العبارات الشائعة في اللغة الإنجليزية اللي تسمعها على مدار اليوم. فإذا أنت مهتم بهذا الشيء، وأنا أكيد متأكد 100% أكيدا أنه أنت مهتم بهذا الموضوع جدا، راح نتعلم هذه المصطلحات. هذه المصطلحات مثل الأمثلة الشائعة في اللهجة العراقية، في اللغة العربية. مثلا نقول كناقل التمر إلى هجر، مثلا نقول يضرب عصفورا بحجر. هذه الأمثلة جزء من هيكلية الكلام في اللغة الإنجليزية، وضروري واحد يتعلمها أولا حتى يبين للناس أنه هو يتحدث اللغة بطريقة جميلة وتشبه النيتيف سبيكرز، وثانيا حتى يضيف نوع من التنويع الطيف اللوني للغة الخاصة به. فعندنا المصطلح الأول هو the best of both worlds، يعني من واحد يحصل على فرصتين جميلات في نفس الوقت، فنقول the best of both worlds. خلينا نأخذ هذا المثال اللي هو طبعا معناه أنه أنت محصل فرصتين في آن واحد، وهذول الفرصتين كلش جميلات. المثال اللي عندنا by working part-time and looking after her kids 2 days a week, she managed to get the best of both worlds. Speak of the devil، من نقول احنا ذكرنا القط جاي نط، ف speak of the devil لازم تقولها speak of the devil، speak of the devil، speak of the devil. This means that the persons you're just talking about actually appears at that moment. Hi Tom, speak of the devil, I was just telling Sarah about your new car. See eye to eye. This means agreeing with someone. They finally saw eye to eye on the business deal. Number 4 is once in a blue moon. It means an event that happens infrequently. I only go to the cinema once in a blue moon. When pigs fly is something that will never happen. When pigs fly, she'll tidy up her room. To cost an arm and a leg is من تشتري شيء يكلف هواية، فتقول it costs an arm and a leg. Something that is very expensive. Fuel these days costs an arm and a leg. piece of cake is very easy, something that is quite easy. The English test was a piece of cake. The English test was a piece of cake. The English test was a piece of cake. Let the cat out of the bag, it means to accidentally reveal a secret. For example, I let the cat out of the bag about their wedding plans. To feel under the weather is to feel, to not feel well, or to feel sick, or to feel ill. I'm really feeling under the weather today. I have a terrible cold. To kill two birds with one stone, it means to solve two problems at once. تحل مشكلتين في آن واحد. By taking my dad on holiday, I killed two birds with one stone. I got to go away, but also spend time with him. To cut corners, to do something badly or cheaply. يعني شغل ترقيع. To cut corners. They really cut corners when they built this bathroom. The shower is leaking. They really cut corners. To add insult to injury is to make a situation worse. To add insult to injury. خلينا نشوف هذا المثال. To add insult to injury, the car drove off without stopping after knocking me off my bike. You can't judge a book by its cover. ما تقدر تحكم على الكتاب من غلافه. To not judge someone or something based solely on appearance. لاحظ solely. I thought this no-brand bread would be horrible. Turns out you can't judge a book by its cover. Break a leg means good luck. Often said to actors before they go on a stage. Break a leg, Sam. I'm sure your performance will be great. To hit the nail on the head is to describe exactly what is causing a situation or problem to happen. He hit the nail on the head when he said this company needs more HR support. A blessing in disguise. A blessing in disguise. Call it a day. I hear this commonly in spoken English, and it means to stop working on something. Like, for example, let's call it a day. It means let's just stop here and then resume our work tomorrow. Let someone off the hook. It means to allow someone being caught to not be punished. So we let him off the hook. No pain, no gain is when you do not get successful or come to fruition with something unless you do persevere and do something really hard. Bite the bullet. يعض الرصاص means to decide to do something unpleasant that you have avoided doing for a long time. I will give you a test of your own medicine. It means being treated the same unpleasant way you have treated others. يعني يعالجه بنفس الطب مالته أو يعالجه بنفس الدواء مالته. Giving someone the cold shoulder is to ignore someone. To give someone the cold shoulder is to ignore someone. He just gave me the cold shoulder. The last straw, القشة الأخيرة اللي قسم ظهر البعير. The final source of irritation for someone to finally lose it or lose patience. The elephant in the room. مشكلة كلش كبيرة الناس كلهم يعرفوها بس ما يناقشوها. يعني هسه أنا متأكد يجي ببالك فشي معين. A matter of problem that is obvious of great importance but that is not discussed openly. Stealing someone's thunder. It means taking credit for someone else's achievement. هذه كانت مجموعة من أهم 25 مصطلح أو تعبير نستخدمه ودارج جدا في اللغة الإنجليزية. أنصحكم تتدربون عليها مثل ما تدربنا حاليا. تدريب بسيط. احفظهم، اكتبهم، رددهم 7 مرات 10 مرات على مدار أسبوعين. أنا متأكد راح يكونون جزءا من هيكلية كلامك في اللغة الإنجليزية. مدرب اللغة وليد خالد. Good morning ladies and gentlemen. إيش شلونكم؟ شخباركم؟ إن شاء الله تمام بخير وصحة وسلامة. اليوم راح ناخذ درس بسيط للشخص المبتدئ جدا 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 باللغة الإنجليزية اللي يحس أنه هذه اللغة صعبة وش قد ما حاول كلماتها ولفظها وطريقة قواعد مالتها صعبة ومدى يعني تكون تمر عليها بطريقة سلسة. فهذا درس بسيط جدا لكم حتى ينطيك حافز على أنه تستمر شيئا فشيئا حتى تتعلم اللغة الإنجليزية وتتعلم التواصل وياها. ركز، احنا النقطة الأساسية بدراستنا اللغة الإنجليزية وتعلمنا لها هو أنه نتواصل ويا أشخاص آخرين. فهذه الفكرة الأساسية. فحتى نتواصل ويا أشخاص آخرين يحتاج لنا وقود لغوي. الوقود اللغوي هو المفردات، فكل ما زادت عدد المفردات مالتك كل ما كانت عندك إمكانية المراوغة والمرونة في الكلام في اللغة الإنجليزية. فإحنا عادة كل درس ننطيك مجموعة مفردات عبارة عن وقود تمشيك فد 15 كيلو. بعد هذا نضيف لك عينة أخرى حتى تاخذ مسافة أبعد. فعندنا الكلمات اللي إحنا ممكن نستفيد من عندها هذا اليوم هي الكلمات الأساسية اللي نحتاجها بحياتنا اليومية. لاحظ أنه العائلة البريطانية والأمريكية والكندية يحتاجون 400 كلمة حتى يتعامل ويا أفراد العائلة على مدار اليوم، يعني يتداولهم. مو 400 كلمة يتحدث، لا، 400 كلمة أساسية هذول يستخدمهم بطريقة تداولية. فعندك مثلا a book brother، book كتاب، brother أخ brother. فأنت شو راح تسوي وياي؟ اتدرب وياي، عيد الفيديو أكثر من مرة وراح يكلفك 10 دقائق. camera، camera اللفظ مالها مو كاميرا، camera. car، cell phone، cell phone تليفون. daughter، daughter or daughter، daughter daughter or daughter. إذا تريد تلفظها ممكن بالبريطاني عادة الناس يميل إنه لفظ الراء شوية عنده ما يحبه فيقول daughter أو daughter أو daughter أو daughter، أي وحدة من عندهم. أهم شيء إنه توصل فكرة للطرف المقابل إنه هاي الكلمة هي بنت أو بنت يعني أحد أفراد عائلة. family مو family، family family. father father. her مثل عندنا هر بالبيت، her. his اللي هي هذه اللي نخليها للتملك، أوكي. his book كتابه، فهذه الهاء اللي بالنهاية احنا نخليها بالإنجليزي بالبداية. ما أريد أدخل بتفاصيل هالقواعد حتى ما تكون شائكة جدا عليكم. فهذه his. his house اللي هو بيت، husband اللي هو زوج، is اللي ما إلها مقابل باللغة العربية تيجي داخل الفعل بطريقة أخرى في وقت آخر، isn't or is not. it هذا الضمير اللي يستخدم لأي شيء غير عاقل وبتفرعات أخرى. key مفتاح، laptop mother. my مثلا my book كتابي. name اللي هو اسم. no اللي هي النفي، لا، no. our اللي هي determiner أو أداة التملك للجمع، مثلا our house فبيتنا، فإحنا بنقول النا بالأخير، هم يقولوها بالبداية، our house. pen قلم. purse اللي هي عادة تكون محفظة جلدية صغيرة بس شوية طولانية تحتفظ بها النساء بالنقود أو الممتلكات الخاصة بها. sister أخت. son اللي هو ابن. the أداة التعريف ال، هذه اللي عندنا الكتاب مثلا. their هذا اللي احنا نستخدم مثلا their book كتابهم. this is هذا هو، بس هنا is مو معناها هو. this و this is بالعربي اثنينهم معناها هذا. wallet اللي هي المحفظة الخاصة بالرجال، wallet. watch what or in بعض اللهجات نقول what. whose whose book is this؟ لمن هذا الكتاب؟ wife yes and your yes اللي هي نعم، ويور اللي هي تعود إليك، مثلا your watch ساعتك. فهذه التجميعة أأكد لك إذا حفظتهم راح تبدي تكون جمل بسيطة جدا. مثلا تقول my name's اسمي، مثلا my name's جعفر، my name's موسى، my name's مصطفى، my name's هارون، my name's Joseph. I don't know or I don't know، اثنينهم صح. I don't know or I don't know. إذا تقول I don't know يعني أنت شوية بها مرونة، ما تحب تثقل على نفسك بالجهد، فما تحتاج تقول I don't know، مجرد تقول I don't know. excuse me عفوا، تفوت طريق، تقعد، تريد تاخذ مجال، تريد تستأذن من شخص، فتقول له excuse me عفوا، thank you شكرا. هسه نجي نكون بعض الجمل للتدريب حتى نستفيد من عندهم ونشوف طريقة استخدامهم. فمثلا عندنا إذا تريد نستخدم هذه الكلمات، احنا تشوف تدريجيا نحاول نضيف هذه الكلمات ضمن تجميع الجمل حتى تبدي تكون جمل تتواصل وياها ويا الأشخاص الآخرين. فتقول Anne is my sister، Anne is my sister، Anne is my sister، Anne أختي، بس هذه is مو هي. Anne is my sister، مو Anne she is my sister، no. Anne is my sister. Tom is my brother، Tom's my brother، أو Tom is my brother. إذا بالتشديد بالاسترسال بالكلام نقول Tom's my brother، Tom's my brother. This is my house، this is my house. Whose book is this؟ Whose book is this؟ لمن يعود هذا الكتاب أو لمن هذا الكتاب؟ Whose book is this؟ It isn't your book or it is not your book. هذا مو كتابك. It is not your book or it isn't your book. لاحظ your book كتابك، فبالإنجليزي يقول كتابك. Is this your camera؟ تشوف نقلبها حتى يصير سؤال، بدل ما this is your camera نقول is this your camera؟ What's your name؟ What's your name؟ or what is your name اللي تكون chunky أو مقطعة، أو تقول what's your name؟ What is your name؟ What's your name؟ What's your name؟ What's your name؟ ملاحظة قواعدية بسيطة جدا. The structures in this unit are possessive adjectives، هي صفات تملك. negatives and simple present tense، هذولي احنا اللي راح ناخذهم. هذه شلون نستخدم صفات التملك اللي هي اسماء، يعني صفات تملك تسمية قواعدية، خلي اتجنبها حاليا لان احنا هسه تونا بادين ننضج اللغة بطريقة سلسة وبسيطة. فاذا اكو طريقتين بالسؤال بالانجليزي الاساسيات اللي هي what is و what do. what is مثلا what is your name، شنو اسمك. what do اللي نسأل بها على فعل، يعني action معينة الشخص دا يسويها، أو تسأل على حاجة، فنسأل على شيء فتقول له what is مثلا what is this، what is this، أوكي. أو تسأل على action فتقول له what do you do، what do you speak، where do you go، where do you eat. تسأل أين تأكل، أين تذهب. هذه الأسئلة الطبيعية. فهنا دا تشوف الإعلامي دا يقول له what's your name، what is your name، ندمجهم تقول what's your name. بالمحادثة نميل للاسترسال، احنا مو نقول كيف حالك بالعراقي شلونك، فهذه مدموجة. what's your name بالنسبة للشخصين سواء ذكر أو أنثى. فيقول له my name's Jim Benson، my name's Jim Benson، my name's Peggy Benson. هذه اسمي هو كذا. What's your name؟ My name's Tom Benson and my name's Ann Benson. فهو نسوي لقاء ويا العائلة، فهذا يسموهم Benson family، أب وأم زائد أطفالهم اللي هو Tom and Ann. Tom is my son. إذا تريد تقدمه فتقول Tom's my son. Tom هو ابني. Peggy is my wife. Peggy اسمها، هي زوجته. Ann is my daughter. Ann's my daughter. تتذكر هاي كلمة daughter اللي بأخذناها بالبداية هسه قبل شوية؟ فهذه هي الكلمة. Tom's my son and Jim is my husband. إذا Peggy تريد تقدمهم. Ann is my daughter. Ann هي بنتي. Ann is my daughter. Peggy is my mother. إذا هو الابن دا يريد يقدم نفسه. Jim is my father. دا يقدم الأب ماته. وإذا إذا البنت تريد تقدمهم فتقول Peggy is my mother, Jim is my father, and Tom is my brother. فدا تلاحظ أكو تبادل بالتقديم هنا. فإذا الوالد دا يريد يقدم ابنه فيقول This is my son. هذا ابني. This is my son. This is my daughter. This is our son. هذا ابننا. إذا الأب والأم فالجمع راح يصير This is our son. This is our son. فهذه التسمية هنا دا تلاحظ شوية تتبدل. This is my house. تلاحظ كلمة this اللي أخذناها بالبداية قبل شوية، فهسه نشوفها شلون دا تتصرف داخل نطاق الجملة. This is my father. إذا البنية هي وأخوها دا يقدمون This is her father. الامرأة زوجته دا تريد تقدم زوجها، بس شو تقول هذا أبوها. فهو القصد من هاي الصورة حتى يقول لك her شلون تستخدم. فها أبوها، بس بالإنجليزي مقلوبات. This is their father. إذا هم الأخ والأخت زادهم فدا يقدمون أبوهم فدا يقولون this is فهي دا تقول this is their father. الأم this is their father or this is her father. إذا أبوها أو this is his father أبو. This is his mother. هسه الأب راح يجي يقدم this is her mother. This is their mother. فهذا الأب دا يقدم الأم للأولاد، يعني دا يقدمهم فدا يقول هذه أمهم. This is their mother. This is their mother. هسه نجي نريد نقول هذا شيء وهذا شيء لا منفي. يعني مثلا this is my book. This is not my book. هذا كتابي، هذا ليس كتابي. This is my book الأحمر. This isn't my book or this is not my book. أحب أقول this is not، أحس شوية أرتب، بس اثنينهم نفس المعنى. It's your book. هذا كتابك. This is my book. It's your book. This is not my book. هذا مو كتابي. This is your book. هذا كتابك. Thank you and thank you. هسه نجي على do not. This isn't my book. It is not your book. It's Tom's book. هذا كتاب توم. كتاب يخص توم. It's his book. كتابه. This isn't my book. It isn't your book. هذا مو كتابك. It's Anne's book. هذا كتابها. طبعا احنا من نقول book ممكن نستبدلها بأي شيء. مايكروفون، كاميرا، watch، ساعة، car، أي شيء. It's her book. كتابها. Whose book is this? إذا أريد أسأل whose plant is this? Whose light is this? Whose laptop is this? ممكن تقول I do not know or I don't know. I don't know. هذه المجموعة مات التسميات اللي عندنا، خلينا نراجعهم. فهذه a camera, cell phone, a key, a pen, a house. الجمع حسن نشوفهم cameras, cell phones, keys, pens, houses, a laptop, a watch, a wallet, a purse, a car. هو ايش دا يشوفك حاليا دا يشرح لك هذه الكلمات شلون نقولهم بالجمع، لأنه ضروري واحد يتعلمهم بالجمع حتى يصير استخدامك لهم أسلس، يعني بالمحادثة فنقول laptops نضيف لهم هذه S، watches, wallets, purses and cars. هذه الكلمات الأساسية إذا أنت مبتدئ جدا ضروري أريدك تتدرب عليهم. هسه نجعل هذه نقول مثلا is this your camera، أريد أقول هاي كاميرتك أو كاميرتك is this، بدل ما this is your camera، بدل ما هذه كاميرتك أو كاميرتك نقول is this your camera، is this your camera، is this your camera. No, it is not. It's his camera. It's his camera. This is your camera. Is this your camera? No, it is not. It's her camera. شنو معناها؟ It's her camera. يعني كاميرتها. This is your camera. This is your camera. Yes, it is. هسه تدرب وياي على هذا التدريب. شلون أقول هذا قلمك أو قلمك؟ كرر وياي. إذا أريد أقول هذا قلمه، بعدين is this، كملها. بعدين yes it is. Is this your pen? Yes it is. هسه نشوف هذه محادثة بسيطة، مجموعة يتحدثون، أكو تليفون دق، فنقول whose cell phone is this؟ Whose cell phone is this؟ تلفون من هذا؟ I don't know. هذا يعني الأب ممكن يقول I don't know. تلاحظ التي لأنه شوية ثقيلة فما نلفظها بنفس التجديد. I don't know. I don't know. Excuse me. Is this your cell phone? Excuse me. Is this your cell phone? Excuse me. Is this your cell phone? No, it is not. Or no, it isn't. Excuse me. Is this your cell phone? دفتر عليهم واحد واحد. One by one. واحد واحد. No, it isn't. Excuse me. Is this your cell phone? همتين عادة شلون هاي. Yes, it is. Thank you. بس هنا أنا مو نقول thank you يعني بدون مشاعر، بدون power، بدون emotions. لا نقول thank you. Thank you. لأن اللغة هي عبارة عن emotions، عبارة عن عاطفة، عبارة عن طاقة، فضروري واحد يسوي لها incorporation أو تضمين بالconversation، بالمحادثة conversation. فهذه كانت مراجعة بسيطة للشخص المبتدئ جدا، شلون يكون سؤال، شلون يتعرف على الضمائر، هذه أنا وأنت وهم ونحن، شلون يدل هذا وهذا وهؤلاء وأولئك باللغة الإنجليزية بطريقة بسيطة جدا ومسلية. إذا حابين هذا الدرس ممكن نستمر عليه بالدروس الأخرى بإذن الله. إذا شاركتوا الفيديو وانطيتونا دعم بالمتابعة وتعليق أنه هذا الفيديو أنا حسيته مناسب إلي، يا ريت تستمر. ربي يحفظكم. Today we are going to learn how to say these and those in this episode of pronunciation lesson. This video targets two frequently used words that are common errors, those and these. Correcting this mistake will make you sound clearer. We have a tip here. The S in these words pronounced as Z sound. Those, these. So we have this, that, those, and these. So we have this, that, these, and those. And they are demonstrative adjectives أو ما تسمى صفات إشارة. كترجمة حرفية. This is used to refer to a single person, a thing, or a place that is close to the speaker. That is used when the person or the thing or the place is more distant أو بعيد. This computer is easy to use. That coat on the chair is mine. This person is my colleague. That man over there is my boss. This picture is clearer than that picture. This is my seat and that one is yours. These is the plural form of this. Those is the plural form of that. These letters are urgent. Please post them immediately. Those men in the street are policemen. I like these shoes. They're very comfortable. Those shoes on the shelf are very expensive. I like these shoes better than those shoes. These books are more interesting than those books. In formal context, however, we can use that and those for one or ones. The most surprising announcement was that made by the Prime Minister. That means the announcement, the one made by the Prime Minister. A shuttle service is available for our guests. Those interested should inquire at the reception desk. Those means the guest or the ones interested. هذا كان درس بسيط يخص this, that, those and these. Rule of thumb أو قاعدة الإبهام أو القاعدة الأساسية إنه these and those بالجمع بالزا sound مفرد this بلس مو بالزا فاحفظهم على هذه الشاكلة. نلتقي بكم في درس آخر لللفظ بإذن الله. مدرب اللغة وليد.
Lovely morning, everybody. Welcome back in another video. And our video for today will focus on phrasal verbs. I always talk about phrasal verbs. And if you come across any English channel online, they always talk about phrasal verbs. So what's so common about phrasal verbs that render a lot of people actually, especially professional teachers, talk about phrasal verbs? Phrasal verbs are essential for English conversation. Actually, if you want to look like a native speaker, you have to master the most common phrasal verbs in English. That's why a lot of teachers put a lot of emphasis on phrasal verbs. So phrasal verbs are far more common in English conversation than in written. But that does not defeat the purpose of using phrasal verbs in written English. A lot of newspapers like New York Times, Washington Post, Times use phrasal verbs in their written text in addition to being used in textbooks. So they can be categorized into academic and non-academic in terms of formality and informality. However, phrasal verbs are not only restricted to spoken English, but it can be used in written English. The emphasis that is put on phrasal verbs comes from the fact that they are more economical when we use them in English conversation. So instead of saying explain, we have to say account for. Now, does that mean that the word explain is inferior and act upon or act on is superior? No, they are both interchangeably used. But if you're communicating with someone using English, it is far more easier to say act on because it's an easier word, it's straightforward, it's common, it's spoken in a lot of regions that speak English as their first language. Canada, United States, New Zealand, Ireland, UK, they are all use phrasal verbs. But there are some localized phrasal verbs that are related or infamously popular in certain regions around the world. So to get started with phrasal verbs, you have to find the most common phrasal verbs in English and try to memorize, use and practice and reuse. So it's about using and reusing of phrasal verbs.
to the point of your satisfaction and being sure that whenever you talk, you kind of use phrasal verbs. I am going to focus on only 3 for sake of brevity in the video. The first phrasal verb is to account for. To account for means to explain. For example, they had to account for all the money that had gone missing. Now, just focus here on the word had gone missing. Why do we use this in this tense and in this aspect? You may write that down in the comment. One thing that I want to highlight here is that phrasal verbs are subjects to verb inflection, and that means you can use it in terms of tense and aspect and person. For example, we can say they accounted for, they are accounting for, they have been accounting for, they will account for, they had accounted for. So as you can see here, the categorization of inflection is subject to a lot of changes based on the meaning and mood of the person who wants to say or deliver a specific message. So it is not tied to the lexical dictionary entry that you see or memorize. No, not at all. You have to make sure that when you use it, you have to refer to the intended meaning that you want to say, whether you're talking about past, present, or future, or any one of the aspects of past, and present, and future. Ache for. Ache for means to want something very badly. Like, for example, I've been aching for a bar of chocolate. Ache for. The third expression or phrasal verb is act on. Act on. Act on is to take an action. As you can see here, instead of saying to take an action, we have to say act on. For example, the police were acting on a tip from an informer. The police were acting on a tip from an informer. The police were acting on a tip from an informer. Act upon can also be interchangeably used to some extent. Instead of saying act on, we can say act upon, but there are certain contexts we are not allowed to use them interchangeably. However, these are some examples of phrasal verbs and why we should use phrasal verbs. I will tag along a link to a document that has the most common phrasal verbs in English. If you want, please download it and start reading it and memorize some of the phrasal verbs and also try to use them. Have a lovely day. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. The Very Lonely Firefly by Eric Carle. As the sun set, a little firefly was born. It stretched its wings and flew off into the darkening sky. It was a lonely firefly, and it flashed its light searching for other fireflies. The firefly saw light and flew toward it. But it was not another firefly. It was a light bulb lighting up the night. Hear that noise? The firefly saw light and flew toward it. But it was not another firefly. It was a candle flickering in the night. What's going on? The firefly saw light and flew toward it. But it was not another firefly. It was a flashlight shining in the night. Quiet out there. What is it? The firefly saw light and flew toward it. But it was not another firefly. It was a lantern glowing in the night. Hey, stop fighting! The firefly saw several lights and flew toward them. But they were not other fireflies. There was a dog and grrr, bow wow, a cat
cat and meow. Yes. An owl, their eyes reflecting the lights. The firefly saw light and flew toward it, but it was not another firefly. It was a car's headlights flooding the night. Look, it's beautiful. Wow. The firefly saw many lights and flew toward them. But they were not other fireflies. They were fireworks, sparkling and glittering and shimmering in the night. When all was quiet and the firefly flew through the night, flashing its light, looking and searching again, then the very lonely firefly saw what it had been looking for. A group of fireflies flashing their lights. Now the firefly wasn't lonely anymore. قصة قصيرة للأطفال بصوت مدرب لغة وليد خالد.
Add up.
We added up the bill to check it was correct.
Add up.
Your explanation just doesn't add up.
Add up to.
Your purchases add up to $205.
Ask over.
What if he asks you over for the evening?
Ask out.
I asked Judy out to dinner and a movie.
Back off.
The police told the protesters to back off.
Back up.
Why didn't you back me up? You knew I was right.
Be back.
I'll be back.
Be off.
You are late. The train is off.
Be off.
My colleague is off today and I have to do his work.
Be out.
She is out today.
Be out of.
We're out of coffee, so I'll have to go and get some.
Be over.
When the movie was over, we went to bed.
Be up.
I was up till 3 o'clock last night.
Blow up.
The soldiers blew up the enemy bridge.
Blow up.
We have to blow 50 balloons up for the party.
Break down.
Our car broke down.
Break down.
Peter broke down and wept.
Break in.
Somebody broke in last night and stole our TV.
Break in.
I'm sorry to break in on your conversation.
Break in.
I need to break these shoes in before we run next week.
Break into.
The fireman had to break into the room.
Break out.
The war broke out in 1914.
Break up.
The party broke up when the police arrived.
Break up.
I hear that Joan and Steve are breaking up.
Bring about.
He's working to bring about changes in the industry.
Bring back.
Bring back all library books by the end of the week.
Bring up.
They didn't bring the subject up at the meeting.
Bring up.
My grandparents brought me up after my parents died.
Call back.
Would you ask her to call me back?
Call in.
I called in on Jenny on my way home.
Call off.
The game was called off.
Call on.
As we were in the area, we called on my sister-in-law.
Call up.
I called him up as soon as I got to a phone.
Calm down.
Calm down, there's nothing to worry about.
Carry on.
Carry on quietly with your work until the teacher arrives.
Carry out.
The gunman carried out their threat and shot the man.
Catch up.
He started well, but I caught him up on the third lap.
Catch up with.
I was ill and now I have to catch up with the class.
Check in.
We will get the hotel keys when we check in.
Check out.
You have to check out of the hotel before 11 a.m.
Check out.
Check out the crazy hair on that guy.
Cheer up.
She cheered up when she heard the good news.
Cheer up.
I brought you some flowers to cheer you up.
Chill out.
Don't let it bother you, just chill out.
Clean up.
Clean this bedroom up, it's a disgrace.
Come across.
I came across these old photos.
Come apart.
The top and bottom come apart if you pull hard enough.
Come back.
We'd like to come back here next year.
Come down.
Mary came down the stairs.
Come down with.
My nephew came down with chicken pox this weekend.
Come in.
Come in, said the director.
Come from.
The art of origami comes from Asia.
Come on.
Come on, Mike, say you will do it.
Come out.
When does their new album come out?
Come up.
The sun came up.
Come up.
This question never came up.
Count on.
I am counting on you to make dinner while I am out.
Cross out.
Please cross out your old address and write your new one.
Cut back on.
My doctor wants me to cut back on sweets.
Cut down.
We had to cut the old tree in our yard down.
Cut down on.
The doctor said I should cut down on salt.
Cut off.
The doctors cut off his leg because it was severely injured.
Cut out.
I cut this ad out of the newspaper.
Cut in.
Your father cut in while I was dancing with your uncle.
Do over.
My teacher wants me to do my essay over.
Do up.
Do your coat up before you go outside, it's snowing.
Dress up.
It's a fancy restaurant so we have to dress up.
Drop by.
I might drop by for tea sometime this week.
Drop off.
I have to drop my sister off at work.
Drop off.
Michael dropped off during the last lecture.
Drop out of.
I dropped out of science because it was too difficult.
Eat in.
We didn't feel like going to a restaurant so he ate in.
Eat out.
I don't feel like cooking tonight, let's eat out.
Eat up.
If you don't eat up your greens, you won't get any dessert.
End up.
We ended up renting a movie.
Fall apart.
My new dress fell apart in the washing machine.
Fall down.
The picture fell down this morning.
Fall off.
Henry fell off his bicycle.
Fall out.
His hair started to fall out when he was only 35.
Fall out with.
When did you last fall out with your husband?
Figure out.
It takes most people some time to figure out new software.
Fill out.
The form must be filled out in capital letters.
Find out.
We don't know where he lives, how can we find out?
Get along with.
I don't get along with my sister.
Get around.
She gets around a lot because of her job.
Get around.
Word got around that he was resigning.
Get around.
Some people get around paying taxes.
Get away.
I'll get away from work as soon as I can.
Get back.
We got back from our vacation last week.
Get back.
Don't lend him any money, you will never get it back.
Get down.
It's time to stop delaying and get down to work.
Get in.
The burglar got in through an unlocked window.
Get off.
I am getting off at the next station.
Get on.
We got on the train at Plymouth.
Get on with.
They've never really got on with each other.
Get on with.
How are you getting on?
Get out of.
We got out of the taxi and paid the driver.
Get out of.
She always got out of washing up.
Get over.
She managed to get over the first difficulties.
Get through.
She studied hard and got through her exams.
Get through with.
As soon as I get through with this washing, I'll help you.
Get up.
I got up early today to study for my exam.
Get up.
You should get up and give the elderly man your seat.
Give away.
The library was giving away old books on Friday.
Give away.
My little sister gave this surprise party away by accident.
Give back.
I must call at the library to give back this book.
Give in.
Never give in, you can do it.
Give up.
Sarah gave up smoking 5 years ago.
Give up.
My maths homework was too difficult, so I gave up.
Go ahead.
Please go ahead and eat before the food gets cold.
Go away.
I yelled at the dogs to make them go away.
Go back.
I have to go back home and get my lunch.
Go down.
The wind went down and the sea became quite calm.
Go in.
You can easily go in and out.
Go off.
Please don't go off until we have finished this work.
Go on.
Go on with the treatment, it is doing you good.
Go on.
Something strange was going on.
Go out.
We're going out for dinner tonight.
Go out with.
Jessie has been going out with Luke.
Go over.
Please go over your answers before you submit your test.
Go up.
The price of sugar will go up 5% at the end of this month.
Grow up.
When Jack grows up, he wants to be a fireman.
Hang around.
The kids hung around in the streets.
Hang on.
Hang on while I grab my coat and shoes.
Hang out.
He hangs out in the pub.
Hang up.
Don't hang up, I haven't finished.
Have on.
She had a red jacket on.
Have on.
I have my computer on all the time.
Hold back.
Jamie held back his tears at his grandfather's funeral.
Hold back.
I had to hold my dog back because there was a cat in the park.
Hold on.
Please hold on while I transfer you to the sales department.
Hold up.
A man in a black mask held the bank up this morning.
Hold on.
Hold on, he said.
Hurry up.
Hurry up, or we'll miss the bus.
Keep away from.
Medicine should always be kept away from children.
Keep down.
The company is trying to keep down costs.
Keep on.
He kept on trying and succeeded in the end.
Keep out.
Try to keep the wet dog out of the living room.
Keep out of.
We were told to keep out of his office.
Keep up.
If you keep those results up, you will get into a great college.
Keep up with.
I never quite managed to keep up with the rest.
Kick out.
She kicked her husband out of the house.
Let down.
I need you to be on time. Don't let me down this time.
Let in.
Can you let the cat in before you go to school?
Let out.
Please let me out.
Lie down.
Mother isn't feeling too well and has gone to lie down.
Look after.
I have to look after my sick grandmother.
Look back.
I looked back and saw my car moving slowly down the hill.
Look down on.
She looks down on people who haven't been to college.
Look for.
I'm looking for a red dress for the wedding.
Look forward to.
I'm looking forward to the Christmas break.
Look into.
We'll look into the problem.
Look like.
You look just like your mother.
Look out.
Look out, that car's going to hit you.
Look out for.
Don't forget to look out for snakes.
Look over.
They came to look the house over with a view to buying it.
Look over.
Can you look over my essay for spelling mistakes?
Look up.
I looked it up in the dictionary.
Look up to.
I really look up to my teacher.
Make up.
Josie made up a story about why we were late.
Mix up.
I mixed up the twins' names again.
Move in.
Our new neighbors moved in yesterday.
Move on.
After 3 weeks in Hong Kong, we moved on to Japan.
Move out.
We shall move out next week.
Move over.
There's room for 3 of you. Move over.
Pass away.
His uncle passed away last night after a long illness.
Pass out.
It was so hot in the church that an elderly lady passed out.
Pass out.
The professor passed the textbooks out before class.
Pass up.
I passed up the job because I am afraid of change.
Pay back.
Thanks for buying my ticket. I'll pay you back on Friday.
Pick out.
I picked out 3 sweaters for you to try on.
Pick up.
She scatters toys all over the floor and I have to pick them up.
Pick up.
What time are you going to pick me up?
Piss off.
You piss me off.
Piss off.
Why don't you just piss off?
Point out.
I'll point my boyfriend out when he runs by.
Pull out.
She pulled out her notebook and began writing something.
Put away.
Your clothes are all over this place. Can you put them away?
Put back.
When you have finished with this book, put it back on the shelf.
Put down.
You can put the groceries down on the kitchen counter.
Put in.
She put her money in stocks and bonds.
Put off.
We are putting off our trip until January.
Put on.
Don't forget to put on your new earrings for the party.
Put out.
The neighbors put the fire out before the firemen arrived.
Put up.
They're putting up a new office building.
Put up.
They are likely to put up interest rates again this year.
Put up with.
I don't think I can put up with 3 small children in the car.
Run across.
I ran across some old photos from when I was a kid.
Run away.
The child ran away from home.
Run into.
I ran into an old school friend at the mall.
Run out of.
We ran out of shampoo, so I had to wash my hair with soap.
Run over.
The water was running over onto the floor.
Run over.
I accidentally ran over your bicycle in the driveway.
See off.
I went to the station to see them off.
Set off.
We're going to set off for Europe next summer.
Set up.
The technician set up the computer network perfectly.
Set up.
Our boss set a meeting up with the president of the company.
Shop around.
I want to shop around a little before I decide on these boots.
Show off.
He always shows off on his skateboard.
Show up.
We expected David to come, but he didn't show up.
Shut up.
Oh, shut up, you idiot.
Sit down.
We both were looking for a place to sit down.
Sleep over.
You should sleep over tonight.
Slow down.
The car slowed down when they saw the police.
Sort out.
We need to sort the bills out before the 1st of the month.
Stand by.
Operators are standing by.
Stand by.
I stand by my actions and have no regrets.
Stand up.
Everybody stood up when the judge entered the court.
Stay away from.
He told them to stay away from him.
Stick to.
You will lose weight if you stick to the diet.
Switch off.
The light's too bright. Could you switch it off?
Switch on.
We heard the news as soon as we switched on the car radio.
Take after.
I take after my mother. We are both impatient.
Take apart.
He took the car brakes apart and found the problem.
Take back.
I have to take our new TV back because it doesn't work.
Take off.
I took my boots off and put on some slippers.
Take off.
My plane takes off in 5 minutes.
Take out.
Can you take the garbage out to the street for me?
Take over.
Take over for me for a while.
Take up.
I was thinking about taking up skiing.
Tear down.
It is often cheaper to tear down the buildings.
Tear up.
I tore up my ex-boyfriend's letters.
Think back.
When I think back on my youth, I wish I had studied harder.
Think over.
He'd like more time to think things over.
Throw away.
I don't need that. You can throw it away.
Throw out.
She threw out a pair of old shoes.
Throw up.
If you drink too much alcohol, you might throw up.
Try on.
I tried the jacket on before I bought it.
Try out.
Try out this massage chair. It feels great.
Turn around.
She turned the car around and drove back home.
Turn away.
Said hello to her, but she turned away.
Turn back.
The snow started to fall, so we turned back.
Turn down.
Please turn the TV down while the guests are here.
Turn down.
I turned the job down because I don't want to move.
Turn in.
It's time to turn in.
Turn into.
He will turn into an excellent painter with time.
Turn off.
Your mother wants you to turn the TV off.
Turn on.
It's too dark in here. Let's turn some lights on.
Turn out.
It turned out that she was a friend of my sister.
Turn up.
Could you turn the TV up?
Turn up.
The book turned up in one of the boxes.
Use up.
We used up all of the olive oil.
Wake up.
We have to wake up early for work on Monday.
Walk around.
I like to walk around.
Walk away.
You can't just walk away from your problems.
Warm up.
You can warm your feet up in front of the fireplace.
Warm up.
I always warm up by doing sit-ups before I go for a run.
Watch out.
Watch out, there's a car coming.
We're off.
Most of my makeup wore off before I got to the party.
Work out.
We have to work out the total cost.
Work out.
I work out at the gym 3 times a week.
Work out.
Our plan worked out fine.
Write down.
I'd better write it down.
Wake up. To stop sleeping or make somebody stop sleeping. Wake me up before you go. I want to say goodbye. Clear up. To make a place clean by putting things back where they should be. Hasn't she cleared up her room yet? I've asked her to do that twice this week. Give up. To let the police or your enemy catch you or somebody else. He killed all of his family and then gave himself up to the police. Let down. To disappoint somebody by not doing something you are expected to do. I really need this report by Friday, so be so kind and don't let me down again. Break into, break in. To enter a building by force and illegally in order to rob it. Thieves broke into my house last night and stole my computer and a TV. Hurry up. To do something more quickly or to make somebody do something more quickly. Hurry up or we'll miss the train. Settle down. To start living a calmer and more organized life, especially after getting married. The famous actor and heartbreaker admits that he's finally settled down. Look for. To try to find something. I'm looking for my mobile. Have you seen it? Find out. To get information about something or to discover some facts. I have just found out that he has lied to me. Run away. To escape or try to avoid something, for example, responsibilities. Don't be a child. You can't run away from your problems forever. Let out. To let somebody or something leave a place by opening the door, turning the plug, etc. I felt sick, so I asked him to stop the car and let me out. Look after. To take care of somebody or something or to be responsible for somebody or something. My parents asked me to look after the family business while they're away. Look at. To turn your eyes to see something or to consider something. Can you look at this exercise? I can't do it myself. Look out, watch out.
To be careful in order to notice something or avoid danger.
Look out, the tree is falling. Put back. To return something to the place where it was before. Please put things back after you have used them or else you make a mess. Bring up. To take care of a person until he/she becomes an adult. She was brought up in a large family. Have on. To be wearing something, for example, a hat, a t-shirt. She had on a light blue dress and looked very pretty. Put down. To put somebody or something onto the floor, table, etc. Put it down, it's too heavy for you. Take away. To remove or to subtract. What will you get if you take 5 away from 15? Pass by. To go past something or somebody, for example, a building or a person. I passed by a hotel and a gas station, and finally I saw the right house. Break down. About a machine, etc. To stop working. Oh no, the printer's broken down again. Go back, come back, get back. To return to a place. I forgot my wallet and I had to go back home. Finally, you're here. I thought you'd never come back. Sit down. To take a seat, for example on a chair, or to show a seat to somebody. I can see you're upset. Sit yourself down and tell me all about what happened. Get on. To enter a bus, train, etc. I nearly missed that train, so I was very happy when I finally got on it. Go away. To leave a place or a person and move to another direction or to disappear. Oh, just go away. I have no more time for you.
I took a pill and the pain went away.
Deal with. To take action to do something, especially to solve a problem. You will have to deal with this problem anyway. You can't escape it. Take off. To remove clothes. Take off your shoes, please. I've just cleaned the floor. Go on. To happen or to continue to happen. I heard strange noises downstairs, so I went there to check what was going on.
I liked the play, but I thought it went on for too long.
Pick up. To lift something or somebody or to get something from somewhere, for example, a newspaper from a newsagent's. He picked his daughter up and carried her to the car.
Pick up some milk on your way home.
Get in, get into, come in, come into, go into. To enter a place, for example, a car, a house, or a room. There were so many people in the conference room that we couldn't get in. Oh, it's you. Come in and sit down. Go out. To leave a place, especially your house, and go somewhere to enjoy yourself. She is a very sociable person. She goes out with her friends all the time. Turn off. To stop something. For example, water from flowing, a TV from working, gas from flowing. Turn off that horrible music. Stay in. To spend time at home rather than go out. In the evening, I usually stay in and read or watch the telly. I have nobody to go out with. Put on. To put clothes onto your body or cream, makeup, etc. on your face. Put on your coat, it's getting cold. Get out. To leave or escape from a place or to help somebody to do this. He got angry and told me to get out. fill out, fill in. To complete a form, for example an application, a questionnaire. Fill out all the entries of this application form, please. The respondents were asked to fill in a questionnaire. Clean up, tidy up. To make something or somebody completely clean and tidy. He's cleaned up the whole house. I can't believe it. Give away. To give something for free, not for money, or to reveal something like a secret. I asked my daughter to give away her old toys. He tried to hide how nervous he was, but his trembling voice gave him away. Look forward to. To be excited about and impatiently wait for something pleasant, for example, holiday. She was looking forward to seeing her lover again. Go down, drop off, fall off. To fall, to decrease, for example in amount, standard. My earnings went down significantly, and I can't afford to go on holiday this year. Go up. To rise or to increase, for example in value. Food prices have gone up this year. Stand up, get up. To rise to your feet after sitting or lying. He saw an elderly lady, so he stood up and gave her his seat. Get off. To leave a bus, train, etc. Get ready. We are getting off at the next station. Turn on, switch on, put on. To make something work, especially by pushing a button, for example a TV, light. Turn on the light. I can't see anything here. Bring back. To come back from somewhere with something you have taken with you from there. Look at these earrings. Aren't they beautiful? My father brought them back from India for me. Turn out, turn up, work out. To appear, to happen, to have a particular result. It turned out he was right from the very beginning.
Take out. To remove or to cause to leave. Take the children out of the house. The fire is spreading.
Cut off. To remove by cutting, for example a branch. The machine cut off his left hand. Hold on. To hold tight. Hold on to the rope. We'll get you out in no time. Care for.
To like somebody or something, or to take care of somebody or something, usually children. I'm not her boyfriend anymore, so I don't think she cares for me.